Instead of VIP, say A-listers. Instead of unrestrained, say abandon. For example, while she is gone, the surgeon abandons his hopeless investigation and covers its subject with the patchwork counterpane. Instead of unrestrained, say abandoned. Kindred words: wayward, unstinted, unsparing, unbridled. For example, my lady's state has a hollow look, thus gloomy and abandoned, and in the inner apartment, where Mr. Instead of humiliate, say abase. For example, the nuns even prefer, out of humility, this last expression, which contains an idea of torture and abasement. Instead of decrease, say abate. Kindred words: scale back, draw down. For example, I warrant you, sir, the white cold virgin snow upon my heart abates the ardor of my liver. Instead of weakened, say abated. Kindred words: compromised, undermined, enervated, enfeebled. For example, Porthos, abated, no doubt, of his too great confidence by his adventure of Chantilly, played with skill and prudence. Instead of shorten, say abbreviate. Kindred words: abridge, truncate, contract. For example, but this intensity of his physical prostration did but so much the more abbreviate it. Instead of devious, say aberrant. Kindred words: wayward. For example, Richard Phillotson, but a woman tossed about, all alone, with aberrant passions, and unaccountable antipathies. Now you mustn't wait longer, or you will lose the coach. Instead of exception, fluke, say aberration. Kindred words: irregularity. For example, he may be conscious and know what he is doing and yet be in a state of aberration. Instead of partner in crime, say abettor. Kindred words: accessory, fellow traveler. For example, with the learned man were his two abettors in indecision, William Gazy and Jonathan Crumple. Instead of hate, say abhor. Kindred words: hold in contempt, loathe, have no liking for. For example, this night's the time that I should do what I abhor to name, or else thou dearest tomorrow. Instead of disgusting, say abhorrent. Kindred words: repugnant, reprehensible, vile, odious. For example, he gloated over every abhorrent adjective in the description, and identified himself with every witness at the inquest. Instead of occupy, put up with, say abide. Kindred words: inhabit, reside, tolerate, countenance. For example, though far more cause, yet much less spirit to curse abides in me, I say amen to her. Instead of forever, lasting, say abiding. Kindred words: lasting, enduring, perennial, eternal. For example, a dark valley between three mighty, heaven-abiding peaks, that almost seem the Trinity, in some faint earthly symbol. Instead of humiliating, say abject. Kindred words: ignominious. For example, Pike, who had been trembling abjectly, took heart at this open mutiny, and sprang upon his overthrown leader. Instead of renounce, say abjure. Kindred words: apostatize. For example, on receiving this the victim might either openly abjure his former ways, or might fly from the country. Instead of melting of glacial ice, say ablation. Instead of on fire, say ablaze. Kindred words: alight. For example, but when he saw this small newcomer his soul was all ablaze with bliss in a moment. Instead of purifications, say ablutions. For example, she sprang out of bed and accomplished the two ablutions of soul and body, her prayers and her toilet. Instead of home, say abode. Kindred words: dwelling, habitat. For example, I was, but I do find more pain in banishment than death can yield me here by my abode. Instead of native to, say aboriginal. Kindred words: endemic. For example, I was asking for something specific and perfect for my city, whereupon lo up sprang the aboriginal name. Instead of are all over the place, are many, say abound. Kindred words: are ubiquitous, occur, are widespread, are prevalent. For example, These tragic tales abounded in Madame de T's salon, and by dint of cursing Marat, they applauded Tristan. Instead of around, say about. Kindred words. Roundabout. For example, he had, my lord, and when he ran in here these people saw the chain about his neck. Instead of scraping, say abrading. Instead of shorten, say abridge. Kindred words. Truncate, abbreviate, contract. For example, here if thou stay, thou canst not see thy love, besides, thy staying will abridge thy life. Instead of in other countries, say abroad. For example, thy biddings have been done, and every hour, most noble Caesar, shalt thou have report how 'tis abroad. Instead of escape from, flee, say abscond. Kindred words. Steal away, effect one's escape. For example, and, indeed, the merchants tell many a true tale of shiftlessness and cheating, of cotton picked at night, mules disappearing, and tenants absconding. Instead of took off and hid, say absconded. For example, there were no attendants at home, they had absconded to make merry in honor of the time. Instead of forgive, say absolve. Kindred words. Indulge, willing to put the incident behind me. For example, I absolved her sin on the spot and was turning to go, but I was forced to turn back. Instead of soaking up, say absorption. Kindred words. Assimilation. For example, Lily started from her attitude of absorption, her smile faded and she began to move toward the lane. Instead of moderate in eating and drinking, self-denying, say abstemious. Kindred words. Temperate in diet, ascetic, temperate, austere. For example, wrench, generally abstemious, often drank wine rather freely at a party, getting the more irritable in consequence. Instead of self-control, say abstinence. Kindred words. Forbearance, restraint, temperance. For example, Dibdin, seeing the errors of his former life, had written that song to show the advantages of abstinence. Instead of idea, say abstraction. Kindred words. Conception, construct, sentiment, notion. For example, it is an abstraction under which no individuals are comprehended, a whole which has no parts. Arist, Nick. Instead of complicated, deep, say abstruse. Kindred words. Convoluted, defies comprehension, rarefied, opaque. For example, abstruse speculations contain vertigo. No, there is nothing to indicate that he risked his mind in apocalypses. Instead of many, say abundant. Kindred words. Any number of, innumerable, untold numbers of, wealth of. For example, the revulsion was so strong and painful in Dorothea's mind that the tears welled up and flowed abundantly. Instead of meaningless, not practical, say academic. Kindred words. Moot, merely decorative, mere embellishment, idealistic. For example, doubtless Albert was about to discuss seriously his right to the academic chair when they were informed that dinner was ready. Instead of attract attention to, emphasize, say accentuate. Kindred words. Draw their gazes, engage, invite attention, drive home. For example, the interrogation mark which accentuated this well signified, it seems to me that one may remain concealed here. Instead of believe, say accept. Kindred words. Subscribe to, embrace the theory of, partial to the view that, suppose. For example, so it ended by my accepting, and I went down to Chiltern Grange, about 6 miles from Farnham. Instead of partner in crime, say accessory. Kindred words. Abettor, fellow traveler. For example, the coroner's jury found that the homicide was committed by Luigi, and that Angelo was accessory to it. Instead of award, say accolade. Instead of assist, compromise on, say accommodate. Kindred words. Cater to their needs, minister to, enable, facilitate. For example, for truly, the right whale's mouth would accommodate a couple of whist tables, and comfortably seat all the players. Instead of considerate, say accommodating. Kindred words. mindful of, complacent, attentive to, for example, but these fears proved groundless, for Paul Ivanovich displayed an extraordinary aptitude for accommodating himself to his new position. Instead of agreement, say accommodation, kindred words, consensus, concurrence, accord, covenant. For example, there was no sort of help available except that of indoor servants, for whom she had no accommodation. Instead of place to sleep, say accommodations. For example, the House now resolved itself into a committee of the whole, to consider the accommodations and arrangements for the meeting. Instead of went with, say accompanied. For example, this movement was accompanied by killing glances at Mademoiselle Danglars, and by sighs launched in the same direction. Instead of walk, say accompany, kindred words, stride, file into, amble, mosey. For example, Mr. Clare volunteered to do so, though it was none of his business, asking Tess to accompany him. Instead of friend, say accomplice, kindred words, friend and confidant, cohort. For example, he had trusty fellows, accomplices retreats in case of emergencies, in which he would, no doubt, take refuge. Instead of do, say accomplish, kindred words, carry out, effect. For example, the spot was lonely, the river deep and wide enough to make such a purpose easy of accomplishment. Instead of good at, skilled, say accomplished, kindred words, gifted, has an eye for, adroit, formidable. For example, Mademoiselle, I have an inexpressible desire to find service with a young lady who is good, accomplished, beautiful. Instead of agreement, give, say accord, kindred words, accommodation, consensus, concurrence, covenant. For example, see this be done, and sent according to command, whiles I persuade this rude wretch willingly to die. Instead of given, say accorded, kindred words, invested with, delivered, extended, endowed. For example, at once such authority was accorded him, as also unlimited power to conduct every species of search and investigation. Instead of consistent with, therefore, say accordingly, kindred words, remain faithful to, in keeping with, in accordance with, thus. For example, bucket emphatically, and accordingly you arrange with me that it shall be delivered up to this present Mr. Instead of approach aggressively, say accost. For example, he went upstairs without a light, and the dim interior of his room accosted him with sad inquiry. Instead of story, say account, kindred words, narrative, saga, parable, reminiscence. For example, takes no account how things go from him, nor assumes no care of what is to continue. Instead of accessories, say accoutrements, kindred words, embellishments, trappings. For example, you are rather point device in your accoutrements, as loving yourself than seeming the lover of any other. Instead of increase, say accrue, kindred words, accession of. For example, it afforded me more real delight than all the mere worldly advantages accruing from my sin. Instead of assimilation, say acculturation. Instead of biting, scathing, say acerbic, kindred words, trenchant, vitriolic, caustic, salty. Instead of vinegary, say ascetic. For example, Belluomo rises from the bed of his wife's lover's wife. The kerchiefed housewife is astir, a saucer of acetic acid in her hand. Instead of harsh, say acidulous, kindred words, discordant, unforgiving, strident. Instead of followers, say acolytes, kindred words, rank and file, disciples, adherents. For example, 7 dwarf Simeon acolytes, also in red, cardinal sins, uphold his train, peeping under it. Instead of give into, say acquiesce, kindred words, cede a little ground, capitulate, accede to, bow to. For example, if here and there he was dissatisfied or puzzled, he must acquiesce, she was choosing the better part. Instead of get, say acquire. Kindred words: glean, elicit, derive, procure. For example, even after I had acquired full confidence, and no longer needed the agent's help, I sometimes encountered difficulties. Instead of greedy, say acquisitive. Kindred words: covetous, rapacious, avaricious, esurient. For example, she had a good head for business, was acquisitive, saving and careful, and by fair means or foul had succeeded, it was said, in amassing a little fortune. Instead of bitter, sarcastic, say acrid. Kindred words: caustic, mordant, wry, sardonic. For example, Georgiana, who had a spoiled temper, a very acrid spite, a captious and insolent carriage, was universally indulged. Instead of angry, hostile, say acrimonious. Kindred words: heated, indignant, incensed, seething. For example, we only had one brief little season of heaven and heaven's sweet ecstasy and peace during all this long and diligent and acrimonious reproduction of the other place. Instead of proactive, incorrect usage, say active. For example, and I had but a belly of any indifferency, I was simply the most active fellow in Europe. Instead of motivate, say actuate. Kindred words: provoke, whet the appetite for, rally behind, determine. For example, sacrifices of this nature are sometimes received with feelings as mixed as those which actuate them, and misses. Instead of sharpness, say acuity. Instead of keen, observant, say acute. Kindred words: incisive, penetrating, harsh, austere. For example, but the gift is good in those in whom it is acute, and I am thankful for it. Instead of very, say acutely. Kindred words: you are nothing if not, terribly, desperately, all too. For example, the mischief of neglect and mistaken indulgence towards such a girl, oh how acutely did she now feel it. Instead of pithy saying, say adage. Kindred words: aphorism, maxim, saw, proverb. For example, Pickwick, and the best, as everybody knows, on the infallible authority of the old adage, could do no more. Instead of stubborn, say adamant. Kindred words: steadfast, intransigent, immovable, obdurate. For example, you draw me, you hard-hearted adamant, but yet you draw not iron, for my heart is true as steel. Instead of change, say adapt. Kindred words: departure from, gradation of, metamorphosis, turning point. For example, he said, well, it was really very pleasant to see how things lazily adapted themselves to purposes. Instead of version, say adaptation. Kindred words: rendition, reimagining. For example, hence adaptations which were sometimes difficult and from which the changer's clients extricated themselves as best they might. Instead of addition, say addendum. Kindred words: supplement. For example, in his pocket was a bottle, carefully corked, empty save for a little roll of paper, which proved to be the addendum to the log. Instead of deal with, look at, say address. Kindred words: contend with, attend to, negotiate, endure this. For example, Vholes, still quietly insisting on the seat by not giving the address, that you have influence with Mr. Instead of put forth, say adduce. Kindred words: assert, present the case, suggest, advance. For example, what proofs did Bloom adduce to prove that his tendency was towards applied, rather than towards pure, science? Instead of skilled, say adept. Kindred words: accomplished, adroit, formidable. For example, Beebe, who was an adept at relieving situations, invited Miss Bartlett to accompany them to this mild festivity. Instead of followers, say adherents. Kindred words: rank and file, disciples, acolytes. For example, after this he awaited an opportunity to crush the Orsini, having scattered the adherents of the Colonna house. Instead of next one over, say adjacent. For example, At the sound of the fireworks the carriages instantly broke ranks, and retired by the adjacent streets. Instead of attached, connecting, say adjoining. For example, she was in the adjoining chamber while she still spoke, and opening the casement there, immediately called Mr. Instead of assistant, say adjunct. Kindred words: underling, subordinate, understudy, attaché. For example, despair to gain doth traffic oft for gaining, and when great treasure is the meed proposed, though death be adjunct, there's no death supposed. Instead of acceptable, allowed, say admissible. Kindred words: permissible, perfectly at liberty to, in order for, palatable. For example, it was by the oddest, the least admissible of laws demoralizing him now, and the way it boldly took was to make him want more wants. Instead of reprimand, warn, say admonish. Kindred words: chastise, chide, rebuke, upbraid. For example, when he had chastised some of the Roman leaders, and admonished others, voluntary obedience was rendered to Enrico. Instead of take up, use, say adopt. Kindred words: avail oneself of, draw on existing, apply, exploit. For example, let your lady off and call your lovers from the stage of death, whom I adopt my friends. Instead of approval, say adoption. Kindred words: assent, approbation, imprimatur. For example, to any meditative Magian rover, this serene Pacific, once beheld, must ever after be the sea of his adoption. Instead of skilled, skillful, say adroit. Kindred words: accomplished, formidable, adept, deft. For example, Vinci was very little like a Jesuit, but no accomplished Jesuit could have turned a question more adroitly. Instead of corrupt, dilute, say adulterate. Kindred words: undermine the legitimacy of, lead someone astray, bastardize, vitiate. For example, line says you can never be sure of getting good baking powder nowadays when everything is so adulterated. Instead of put forth, say advance. Kindred words: assert, present the case, suggest, adduce. For example, look you, my good lord, I must entreat you, honor me so much as to advance this duel. Instead of opponent, say adversary. Kindred words: rival, counterpart, detractor, gainsayer. For example, seeing this, the gentleman drew his sword, and sprang upon D'Artagnan, but he had too strong an adversary. Instead of harmful, unfavorable, say adverse. Kindred words: injurious, pernicious, deleterious, nocious. For example, religious remorse, fury at adverse criticism, and despair at not reaching ideal perfection are among the reasons given. Instead of trouble, say adversity. Kindred words: imposition, difficulty. For example, he will increase in strength and honor by struggling with adversity, which he will convert into prosperity. Instead of promote, supporter, say advocate. Kindred words: cultivate, foster, champion, underwrite. For example, for you, posthumous, so soon as I can win the offended king, I will be known your advocate. Instead of artistic, say aesthetic. Kindred words: symmetric, geometric. For example, Morris and these others played with it wittingly. It gave a zest, a touch of substance, to their aesthetic pleasures. Instead of far away, say afar. Kindred words: out on the peripheries, in the hinterland, out on the farthermost, on the outskirts of. For example, it seemed to him that she ought to hear the clanking of his fetters, his silver fetters, from afar. Instead of friendly, say affable. Kindred words: genial, kindly, amiable, congenial. For example, she was quite one of her worthies, the most amiable, affable, delightful woman, just as accomplished and condescending as Mrs. Instead of activities, say affairs. Kindred words: proceedings, goings on, endeavors, pursuits. For example, my sister may receive it much more worse, to have her gentleman abused, assaulted, for following her affairs. Instead of pretend, say affect. Kindred words, feign. For example, if you affect him, sister, here I swear I'll plead for you myself, but you shall have him. Instead of artificial behavior, say affectation. Kindred words, pretense, in a highly mannered fashion. For example, that without any affectation of disparaging such professional distinction as I may have attained, which our friend Mr. Instead of dramatic, phony, say affected. Kindred words, melodramatic, mannered, contrived, highly mannered. For example, my daughter will I question how she loves you, and as I find her, so am I affected. Instead of moving, pretending to, say affecting. Kindred words, kinetic, under the pretense of, feigning, under the guise of. For example, but although her voice, sweet, full, and sonorous vibrated as harmoniously and as affectingly as ever, the door remained shut. Instead of state, say affirm. Kindred words, assert, intone, proclaim, enunciate. For example, for there's no motion that tends to vice in man, but I affirm it is the woman's part. Instead of hurt, say afflict. For example, you may often see the wicked in great prosperity and the righteous afflicted by the will of heaven. Instead of disease, sickness, say affliction. Kindred words, contagion, malady, disorder. For example, I do remember now, henceforth I'll bear affliction till it do cry out itself enough, enough, and die. Instead of rich, say affluent. Kindred words, luxuriant, opulent, from a moneyed background. For example, it is well watered, and its affluent vegetation gains effect by contrast with the barren hills that tower on either side. Instead of give, provide you with, say afford. Kindred words, render, bestow, lavish, extend. For example, now you cannot afford, I will say, the social system cannot afford to lose an order of men like Mr. Instead of enthusiast, say aficionado. Kindred words, disciple, fancier of, connoisseur. Instead of before mentioned, say aforementioned. For example, the other men were blank, the editor aforementioned, a certain journalist, and another, a quiet, shy man with a beard whom I didn't know, and who, as far as my observation went, never opened his mouth all the evening. Instead of period after, say aftermath. Instead of after, say afterward. Kindred words, after having, after which, in the aftermath, coming on the heels of. For example, so ended the first part, which had been afterwards put into an envelope, containing nearly as much more. Instead of love for humanity, say agape. For example, his kind face was all agape with broad smiles, and the boys around him were in chinks of laughing. Instead of old, say aged. Kindred words, dates from BCE, dates from times of the century. For example, nay, let her languish a drop of blood a day and, being aged, die of this folly. Instead of action, power, say agency. Kindred words, instrumentality, influence, means, auspices. For example, Wopsel's great-aunt's sitting room and bedchamber, being but faintly illuminated through the agency of one low-spirited dip candle and no snuffers. Instead of plan, say agenda. Kindred words, intent, stratagem, scheme. For example, as the next motion on the agenda paper, may I suggest that the House do now adjourn. Instead of exaggerate, say aggrandize. Kindred words, embellish, lay it on thick. For example, Alexander VI, in wishing to aggrandize the Duke, his son, had many immediate and prospective difficulties. Instead of propaganda, say agitprop. Instead of the embattled, say agonists. Instead of nonviolent protest doctrine, say ahimsa. Instead of make known, say air. Kindred words, convey, divulge, impart, bring to light. For example, we, poor unfledged, have never winged from view oath nest, nor know not what airs from home. Instead of spacious, say airy. Kindred words. Capacious. For example, Tom regarded his gay, airy, handsome young master with an odd mixture of fealty, reverence, and fatherly solicitude. Instead of slightly open, say ajar. For example, not a window was opened, not a door stood ajar, it was the dawn but not the awaking. Instead of cheerful readiness, eagerness, say alacrity. For example, I have not that alacrity of spirit nor cheer of mind that I was wont to have. Instead of fear, say alarm. Kindred words. Angst, worry, foreboding, dread. For example, there was no doubt that she could now reply to questions if she were soothed and not alarmed. Instead of fearmonger, say alarmist. Kindred words. Scare baby. For example, does it see what finally befalls, and has always finally befallen, each temporizer, patcher, outsider, partialist, alarmist, infidel, who has ever asked anything of America? Instead of although, even though, say albeit. Kindred words. But then again, even if. That being said, for example, and, Prince of Wales, so dare we venture thee, albeit considerations infinite do make against it, no, good Worcester, no. Instead of chemistry, say alchemy, for example, or whether shall I say mine eye saith true, and that your love taught it this alchemy. Instead of open air, say al fresco. Instead of strange, say alien. Kindred words. Peculiar, idiosyncratic, curious, eccentric. For example, he turned to appease the fierce longings of his heart before which everything else was idle and alien. Instead of on fire, say alight. Kindred words. Ablaze. For example, they mark the buoyancy of her tread, like the skim of a bird which has not quite alighted. Instead of only human, say all too mortal. Instead of ease your fears, relieve, say allay. Kindred words. Assuage, alleviate, give you peace. For example, if by your art, my dearest father, you have put the wild waters in this roar, allay them. Instead of relieve, say alleviate. Kindred words. Allay, give you peace. For example, strange to say, my incommodities belong equally to my companion, though the burden is nowise alleviated by his participation. Instead of give, say allot. Kindred words. Render, afford, bestow, lavish. For example, happy the parents of so fair a child, happier the man whom favorable stars allot thee for his lovely bedfellow. Instead of give, say allow. Kindred words. Render, afford, bestow, lavish. For example, also, we were marvelous musical prodigies, if you will allow me to say it, it being only the truth. Instead of charm, say allure. Kindred words. Talisman, amulet. For example, how alluring the world outside the cage appeared to Lily, as she heard its door clang on her. Instead of unfriendly, say aloof. Kindred words. Remote, ill-disposed, offish, distant. For example, he came with flowers to strew his lady's grave, and bid me stand aloof, and so I did. Instead of out loud, say aloud. For example, whip him, fellows, till like a boy you see him cringe his face and whine aloud for mercy. Instead of all of them, completely, say altogether. Kindred words. Without exception. In toto, wholly, entirely. For example, Woodcourt had been at our house a good deal altogether and had become quite intimate with my guardian. Instead of selflessness, say altruism. For example, here we have a description of the kind of altruism Nietzsche exacted from higher men. Instead of charitable, generous, say altruistic. Kindred words. Benevolent, beneficent, philanthropic, liberal. For example, it was a new idea, the ecclesiastical and altruistic life as distinct from the intellectual and emulative life. Instead of mood, say ambience. Kindred words. Frame of mind, temper. Instead of local, say ambient. Kindred words: insular, indigenous, native-born, parochial. For example, the incorruptible Nostromo breathed her ambient seduction in the tumultuous heaving of his breast. Instead of uncertainty, say ambiguity. Kindred words: irresolution. For example, yet its memory was replete with horror, horror more horrible from being vague, and terror more terrible from ambiguity. Instead of puzzling, unclear, say ambiguous. Kindred words: perplexing, inexplicable, incoherent, incomprehensible. For example, Charmalou hesitated for a moment with the ambiguous grimace of a poet in search of a rhyme. Instead of goal, say ambition. Kindred words: aspiration. For example, that out of mere ambition you have caused your holy hat to be stamped on the king's coin. Instead of mixed feelings, uncertain, say ambivalent. Kindred words: of two minds, precarious, at a loss, infirm of purpose. Instead of walk, say amble. Kindred words: stride, file into, mosey, saunter. For example, give me a torch, I am not for this ambling, being but heavy I will bear the light. Instead of agreeable, open-minded, say amenable. Kindred words: complaisant, very agreeable, obliging, very agreeable, Catholic, liberal. For example, she was in short the most comfortable, profitable, amenable person to live with. Instead of change, say amend. Kindred words: departure from, gradation of, metamorphosis, turning point. For example, the best in this kind are but shadows, and the worst are no worse, if imagination amend them. Instead of comforts, luxuries, say amenities. Kindred words: creature comforts, fair. For example, by this time all the amenities and gentlenesses of the Southland had fallen away from the three people. Instead of friendly, say amiable. Kindred words: affable, genial, kindly, congenial. For example, can it be that I have a greater affection for Willoughby than I had for his amiable predecessors? Instead of in, say amid. Kindred words: within, among, in and among, embodied in. For example, for what have I not suffered in my time, I, a drifting bark amid the tempestuous billows of life. Instead of between, in, say among. Kindred words: within, in and among, amid, embodied in. For example, come on, gently my lord, sleek are your rugged looks, be bright and jovial among your guests tonight. Instead of vague, say amorphous. Kindred words: ill-defined, nebulous, imprecise, indistinct. For example, a new world, material without being real, where poor ghosts, breathing dreams like air, drifted fortuitously about, like that ashen, fantastic figure gliding toward him through the amorphous trees. Instead of plenty of, tons of, say ample. Kindred words: legions of, loads of, oodles of, masses of. For example, if any in Vienna be of worth to undergo such ample grace and honor, it is Lord Angelo. Instead of charm, say amulet. Kindred words: talisman. For example, he lay belly flat and wriggled towards the mess tent door, a hand on the amulet round his neck. Instead of out of its proper historical time, say anachronistic. Kindred words: an anachronism. Instead of similar, say analogous. Kindred words: reminiscent of, like-minded, of like mind, akin to. For example, the habit was analogous to a debauch, an outlet, though the worst of outlets, for instincts that would not be denied. Instead of additional, say ancillary. Kindred words: collateral. Instead of short story, say anecdote. Kindred words: vignette, chestnut. For example, knowing that you are inclined to believe in me, I administered some disbelief by telling you that anecdote. Instead of tired, say anemic. Kindred words: spent, listless. Instead of sound more English, say anglicize. Instead of anxiety, fear, say angst. Kindred words: disquiet, worry, foreboding, dread. Instead of sadness, say anguish. Kindred words. Calvary, melancholy, for example, but notwithstanding this request, notwithstanding the tone of anguish in which it was uttered, the door remained closed. Instead of movement, say animation. Kindred words. Stirring, locomotion, for example, a few drops of the rum restored suspended animation, while the friction of his limbs restored their elasticity. Instead of spirits exist in animals, say animism. Instead of anger, hatred, say animosity. Kindred words. Malevolence, animus, ire, enmity. For example, she was aware that she had Lily to thank for it, and dull resentment was turned to active animosity. Instead of anger, say animus. Kindred words. Malevolence, animosity, ire. For example, several other women also chimed in, with an animus which none of them would have been so fatuous as to show but for the rollicking evening they had passed. Instead of pain in the neck, say annoyance. For example, Casaubon objected so strongly that it seemed as if the annoyance would make part of his disembodied existence. Instead of state, say enunciate. Kindred words. Assert, affirm, intone, proclaim. Instead of opponent, say antagonist. Kindred words. Rival, counterpart, detractor, gainsayer. For example, he was hit hard under the ear, and went reeling, trying to face round towards his unseen antagonist. Instead of preceding, say antecedent. Kindred words. Precursory, for example, without any antecedent knowledge, without any warning whatever that such existed, he found himself an explorer in a totally new world. Instead of ancestors, say antecedents. Kindred words. Forebears. For example, the opinions he expressed appeared eminently natural and proper in a man of his parentage and antecedents. Instead of ancient, old-fashioned and outdated, say antediluvian. Kindred words. Archaic, palea, primordial, primeval. For example, the chastity of Ionia is offended by antediluvian devices, and the sphinxes of Egypt are outstretched upon carpets of gold. Instead of funny, say antic. Kindred words. Jocular, riotous. For example, what dares the slave come hither, covered with an antic face, to fleer and scorn at our solemnity? Instead of disgust, hatred, say antipathy. Kindred words. Revulsion, enmity, animosity, aversion. For example, his sense of right had surmounted and would continue to surmount anything that might be called antipathy. Instead of ancient, say antiquarian. Kindred words. Archaic, palea, primordial, primeval. For example, a Pisan antiquarian gave me an ancient tear jug which he averred was full 4,000 years old. Instead of ancient times, Middle Ages, say antiquity. For example, all this sylvan antiquity, however, though visible from the slopes, was outside the immediate boundaries of the estate. Instead of at this pace, say apace. For example, now spurs the lated traveler apace, to gain the timely in, and near approaches the subject of our watch. Instead of doesn't care, uncaring, say apathetic. Kindred words. Indifferent to, nonchalant, indifferent, blithe. For example, Flack's intentions, and might have bought the plot before building commenced, but he was apathetic and dilatory. Instead of whole, say aperture. For example, he remained motionless and pensive, his eyes fixed on the gloomy aperture that was open at his feet. Instead of highest point, say apex. Kindred words. Culmination, pinnacle. For example, above were 2 or 3 other little windows, one clear up under the sharp apex of the roof. Instead of pithy saying, say aphorism. Kindred words. Adage, maxim, saw, proverb. For example, it was at this time, and under these circumstances, that I framed an aphorism which has already become celebrated. Instead of short and clever, say aphoristic. Kindred words. Gnomic. Instead of self-confidence, say aplomb. For example, she struck the notes with aplomb, and ran from top to bottom of the keyboard without a break. Instead of predicting disaster, say apocalyptic. For example, nay, some good folk had even declared the letters of Napoleon's name to constitute the apocalyptic cipher. Instead of made up, unauthentic, say apocryphal. Kindred words, a contrivance, contrived, pure invention, wholesale falsification. For example, during the last year the old man had taken to studying the apocryphal Gospels, and constantly talked over his impressions with his young friend. Instead of defector, traitor, say apostate. For example, ha ha, I'm awfully glad you have made an apostate of me all the same. Instead of renounce, say apostatize. Kindred words, abjure. Instead of advocate, say apostle. Kindred words, espouse, proselytize, countenance. For example, be, if thy spirit summon thee to such a mission, the teacher and apostle of the red men. Instead of clothing, say apparel. Kindred words, attire, garb, finery, regalia. For example, it were superfluous, for his apparel is built upon his back, and the whole frame stands upon pins. Instead of ghost, say apparition. Kindred words, phantasm, manifestation. For example, now Javert threw himself back, and he was suddenly terrified by this unprecedented apparition, a gulf on high. Instead of ask for help, say appeal. Kindred words, solicit, enlist the help of, petition him in favor of, make inquiries. For example, he had thought her wretchedly altered, and in the first moment of appeal, had spoken as he felt. Instead of nice, say appealing. Kindred words, pleasant. For example, his words were quite abrupt and awkward, but the tone made them sound like an ardent, appealing avowal. Instead of occur, say appear. Kindred words, arise, come to pass, befall you, are borne out. For example, Pompey is strong at sea, and it appears he is beloved of those that only have feared Caesar. Instead of title, say appellation. For example, here are the appellations to which the principal members of Patron Minette answered, for the names have survived in special memoirs. Instead of attach, say append. For example, to the Christian name of another serf was appended Korovi Kirpich, and to that of a third Kalizo Ivan. Instead of praise, say applaud. Kindred words, sing her praises, kudos, hail, speak well of. For example, he poured out rivers of ridicule upon them, and forced the big mass meeting to laugh and applaud. Instead of approved of, say applauded. Kindred words, hailed, welcomed, rapturously received, was supportive of. For example, these tragic tales abounded in Madame de T's salon, and by dint of cursing Marat, they applauded Tristalon. Instead of relevant, say applicable. Kindred words, germane to, pertinent. For example, I wish also to recall to memory an instance from the Old Testament applicable to this subject. Instead of practical, say applicative. Kindred words, more firmly tethered to reality. Instead of put in place, use, say apply. Kindred words, install, instate, institute, station. For example, would it apply well to the vehemency of your affection that I should win what you would enjoy? Instead of pick, say appoint. Kindred words, assemble. For example, she manages the money, reproaches the tax gatherers, appoints the times and places of devotion on Sundays, licenses Mr. Instead of scheduled, say appointed. Kindred words, mapped out. For example, what shall I be appointed as though, belike, I knew not what to take and what to leave. Instead of furniture, say appointments. Kindred words, furnishings. For example, had it not been thought graceful in every age that young ladies should make a mystery of such appointments? Instead of allocate, give, say apportion. Kindred words, appropriate, earmark, render, afford. For example, by its aid I could apportion the lifetime of any mortal at whom you might point your finger. Instead of divided up, given, say apportioned. Kindred words, asunder, invested with, accorded, delivered. For example, almost in the cradle are we apportioned with heavy words and worths, good and evil, so calleth itself this dowry. Instead of estimate, evaluate, say appraise. Kindred words, judge, assess, surmise, infer. For example, of this mentor young Chichikov speedily appraised the mentality, wherefore he fashioned his behavior to correspond with it. Instead of meaningful, real, say appreciable. Kindred words, substantive, bona fide, genuine, tangible. For example, the effect of each appeared to be to intensify to an appreciable degree the self-consciousness of the other. Instead of partly, say appreciably. Kindred words, to the extent that, in part, to a certain extent, in some measure. For example, she had not given her last shilling, sentimentally speaking, either to Caspar Goodwood or to Lord Warburton, and yet couldn't but feel them appreciably in debt to her. Instead of figure out, say appreciate. Kindred words, gather, grasp. For example, I appreciated that point, and I conjectured that it was dropped by the murderer in his hurried flight. Instead of fear, nervousness, say apprehension. Kindred words, angst, worry, foreboding, dread. For example, now, Celesta Deadlock, Baronet, don't you be nervous on account of the apprehension at present coming off. Instead of inform, say apprise. For example, you will have sufficient time before 5 o'clock. Dispatch a messenger to apprise the grooms at the first station. Instead of up to date, say apprised. For example, therefore, scarcely had the stranger time to pronounce his name before the Count was apprised of his arrival. Instead of method, style, say approach. Kindred words, mechanism, vehicle, mode, modus operandi. For example, yet is he living, but such a vessel 'tis that floats but for the surge that next approaches. Instead of friendly, say approachable. Kindred words, affable, genial, kindly, amiable. For example, I am not fond of the idea of my shrubberies being always approachable, and I should recommend Miss Elliot to be on her guard with respect to her flower garden. Instead of about to happen, say approaching. Kindred words, poised to, in the offing, impending, looming. For example, I am seized with a terrible, perhaps mortal illness. I can feel that the paroxysm is fast approaching. Instead of approval, say approbation. Kindred words, assent, adoption, imprimatur. For example, would I had put my estate and my neighbors on approbation of what I have spoke. Instead of allocate, set aside, say appropriate. Kindred words, apportion, earmark, assign, procure. For example, Joe appropriated him, who was a well-to-do corn chandler in the nearest town, and drove his own chaise cart. Instead of appropriate for, say apropos. Kindred words, in keeping with, most suited for, lends itself to, befitting. For example, apropos of marrying. I hope our friend Adam will get settled, now the poor old man's gone. Instead of appropriate for, say apt. Kindred words, in keeping with, most suited for, lends itself to, apropos. For example, hobbies are apt to run away with us, you know, it doesn't do to be run away with. Instead of hooked or curved, say aquiline. For example, he was a remarkably handsome man, dark, aquiline, and mustached, evidently the man of whom I had heard. Instead of referee, say arbiter. Kindred words, mediator. For example, I looked upon them as superior beings who would be the arbiters of my future destiny. Instead of anywhere, without even thinking about it, say arbitrarily. Kindred words, out of hand, indiscriminately, with indifference to, in a perfunctory manner. For example, but the cruelest habit the modern prophecy savants have, is that one of coolly and arbitrarily fitting the prophetic shirt onto the wrong man. Instead of not thought out, say arbitrary. For example, if it is a purely arbitrary one, it may be impossible for us to solve it. Instead of summer house, say arbor. For example, we looked again, and saw, through the arbor, an endless stretch of garden, and shrubbery, and grassy lawn. Instead of mysteries, say arcana. For example, here was a nice man to be initiated into the comfortable arcana of ecclesiastical snuggeries, one who doubted the integrity of parsons, and probably disbelieved the Trinity. Instead of mysterious, obscure, say arcane. Kindred words, enigmatic, inscrutable, cryptic, Derrida would be proud. Instead of ancient, old, say archaic. Kindred words, palea, primordial, primeval, antediluvian. For example, if you've got a fault in the world, Sandy, it is that you are a shade too archaic. Instead of original, say archetypal. Instead of original model, prototype, say archetype. Instead of creator, say architect. Kindred words, driving force behind, author. For example, of this was Tamora delivered, the issue of an irreligious Moor, chief architect and plotter of these woes. Instead of devoted, enthusiastic, say ardent. Kindred words, fervent, spirited. For example, through the ingenuousness of her age beamed an ardent mind, not of the woman, but of the poet. Instead of difficult, hard, say arduous. Kindred words, daunting, trying, strained, onerous. For example, certainly, these powerful reveries have their moral utility, and by these arduous paths one approaches to ideal perfection. Instead of place, say arena. Kindred words, forum, venue. For example, the rarefied air of the Academy and the arena produce the 6-shilling novel, The Musical Song. Instead of specialized vocabulary, say argot. For example, for it must be stated to those who are ignorant of the case, that argot is both a literary phenomenon and a social result. Instead of debatable, say arguable. Kindred words, open to dispute, a matter for debate, still in dispute. Instead of probably, say arguably. Kindred words, inclined to, predisposed to, presumably, increasingly likely that. Instead of begin, occur, say arise. Kindred words, commence, establish, inaugurate, set about. For example, upon this a question arises, whether it be better to be loved than feared or feared than loved. Instead of occurring, say arising. Kindred words, prevalent, unfolding, in the making. For example, the income arising from the wardenship of the hospital was 800, besides the value of the house. Instead of bring about, cause, say arouse. Kindred words, engender, raise, conjure up, summon. For example, this Levin, with his continual twitching of his head, aroused in her now an irrepressible feeling of disgust. Instead of arrange, say array. Kindred words, configure, orchestrate. For example, say to thyself, from their abominable and beastly touches I drink, I eat, array myself, and live. Instead of eye-catching, interesting, say arresting. Kindred words, of interest, compelling, engrossing, likely to be of interest. For example, it was Selden himself who unwittingly fused the group by arresting the attention of one of its members. Instead of skillful, say artful. Kindred words, deft, adroit. For example, some pictures, that looked old, and had a mellow tinge diffused through all their artful splendor hung on the walls. Instead of describe, say articulate. Kindred words, characterize, draw a portrait, tell of, depict. For example, Alexei Alexandrovich was speaking so quickly that he stammered, and was utterly unable to articulate the word suffering. Instead of said, say articulated. Kindred words, expressed, indicated, remarked, made clear that. For example, Ivan articulated in astonishment, and suddenly a chill breath of fear did in fact pass over his soul. Instead of deception, say artifice. Kindred words: subterfuge, sleight of hand, ruse, pretext. For example, but artifice was necessary, he had found, for stemming the cold and inhumane blast of the world's contempt. Instead of craftsperson, say artisan. For example, over 6% were merchants, farmers, and artisans, and 4% were in the government civil service. Instead of sincere, say artless. Kindred words: heartfelt, unaffected, unpretending. For example, they arranged and rearranged their artless little plans for another hour, while Kim shivered with cold and cried. Instead of like, say as. Kindred words: recalls a certain, much like, reminiscent of, marked by. For example, as thus: mine eye's due is thy outward part, and my heart's right, thy inward love of heart. Instead of climb, say ascend. Kindred words: clamber up. For example, when the carriage was gone they ascended the stairs to wash their hands, the charwoman showing the way. Instead of climbing, say ascendant. For example, the ascendant movement was always far more in evidence there than at Beckenham. Instead of rising, say ascending. For example, the door slammed, and the carriage drove rapidly away, ascending the quays in the direction of the Bastille. Instead of figure, final outcome, say ascertain. Kindred words: surmise, infer, assess, appraise. For example, Brocklehurst, or some of the committee, and ascertain whether they would permit me to mention them as references. Instead of harsh and simple, self-denying, say ascetic. Kindred words: austere, Spartan, puritanical, utilitarian. For example, a man of deep character, a man with an alert mind, grim, ascetic, self-contained, formidable. So I read Dr. Instead of attribute, say ascribe. Kindred words: invested with qualities of, assign. For example, it is also to be ascribed in a measure to the greater study of the philosophy of history. Instead of ash-colored, say ashen. For example, he raised his hand and pointed to the bed, and his iron face was drawn and ashen white. Instead of off, say askew. For example, O Zéphine, O Josephine, face more than irregular, you would be charming were you not all askew. Instead of harsh qualities, say asperities. For example, and Bold is equally inclined to think that time has softened the asperities of the archdeacon's character. Instead of harshness of temper, say asperity. For example, may I inquire who has the honor to be the first, asked Holmes with some asperity. Instead of criticism, say aspersion. Kindred words: criticisms leveled at, has provoked criticism, the critical reception of. For example, the stupidest mind may invent a rankling phrase or brand the innocent with a cruel aspersion. Instead of office seeker, say aspirant. For example, every career has its aspirants, who form a train for those who have attained eminence in it. Instead of goal, say aspiration. Kindred words: ambition. For example, she knew this type very well, the vague aspirations, the mental dishonesty, the familiarity with the outsides of books. Instead of attack, criticize severely, say assail. Kindred words: incursion, foray, onslaught, barrage. For example, with this purpose he inspired Hector son of Priam, who was eager enough already, to assail the ships. Instead of analyze, say assay. Kindred words: parse, attempt some analysis of. For example, make assay, bow, stubborn knees, and heart with strings of steel, be soft as sinews of the newborn babe. Instead of bring together, call together, say assemble. Kindred words: convene, summon, marshal, appoint. For example, they were about to proceed to the reading of the contract, which half Paris assembled was to sign. Instead of approval, say assent. Kindred words: adoption, approbation, imprimatur. For example, Guppy yielding his assent to this proposal, Joe is requested to follow into the drawing room doorway, where Mr. Instead of claim, put forth. Say assert. Kindred words. Contention. Pronouncement. Assertion. Present the case. For example, Snagsby, breaking off with a mistrust that he may have unpolitely asserted a kind of proprietorship in Mr. Instead of claim, statement. Say assertion. Kindred words. Contention. Pronouncement. For example, the tragedy began quietly enough, and like many another talk, by the man's deft assertion of his superiority. Instead of calculate, determine. Say assess. Kindred words. Establish. Appraise. Surmise. Infer. For example, he condemns a whole street at a time, assesses the damages, pays them, and rebuilds superbly. Instead of cautious, diligent. Say assiduous. Kindred words. Prudent. Mindful. Prudential. Studied. For example, on his so subsiding in his chair, his nephew gently and assiduously tends him while he quite recovers. Instead of attribute, give. Say assign. Kindred words. Ascribe. Invest it with qualities of render, afford. For example, Lords Appellants, your differences shall all rest under gage till we assign you to your days of trial. Instead of secret arrangement to meet, say assignation. For example, he took out an assignation ruble note and gave it to Kiratev. Instead of blend into, combine, say assimilate. Kindred words. Coalesce. For example, what was passing in that receptive childlike soul that so eagerly caught and assimilated all the diverse impressions of life? Instead of soaking up, say assimilation. Kindred words. Absorption. For example, a certain innate skepticism, I think, explains it, and a certain inaptitude for sympathetic assimilation. Instead of various, say assorted. For example, such another scheme, composed of so many ill-assorted people, she hoped never to be betrayed into again. Instead of ease your fears, say assuage. Kindred words. Allay. For example, violently will my breast then heave, violently will it blow its storm over the mountains, thus cometh its assuagement. Instead of take on, say assume. Kindred words. Adopt the cause of. For example, and at such moments his eyes would grow winning, and his features assume an expression of intense satisfaction. Instead of becomes, say assumes. Kindred words. Is rendered, manifests. For example, but, hit or miss, our project's life this shape of sense assumes Ajax employed plucks down Achilles' plumes. Instead of opinions, say assumptions. Kindred words. Sentiments. Surmises. For example, when I meet the large assumptions of the contemporary cleric, I am apt to think of these things. Instead of promise, say assurance. Kindred words. I assure you. For example, she adds, moreover, that you should put your lord into a desperate assurance she will none of him. Instead of certain, sure of, say assured. Kindred words. Beyond dispute, doubtless, resolved, have no doubt. For example, if she have time to breathe, be well assured her faction will be full as strong as ours. Instead of really, very, say assuredly. Kindred words. In actual fact, in truth, it is in point of fact, in any real sense. For example, assuredly there are sights enough to throw the new inheritors of earth into a state of hopeless perplexity. Instead of amazing, say astonishing. Kindred words. Staggering. For example, when we were left alone in the stone-flagged kitchen, it was astonishing how rapidly that sprained ankle recovered. Instead of surprised, say astounded. Kindred words. Bemused. Taken aback. Thrown for a loss. Caught unawares. For example, this vertigo, this terror, this downfall into ruin of the loftiest bravery which ever astounded history, is that causeless? Instead of wise, say astute. Kindred words. Prudent. Judicious. For example, he was moderately reassured, however, by the aspect of that countenance, full of astute intelligence and affected humility. Instead of apart from each other, divided up, say asunder. Kindred words. apportioned. For example, let them be clapped up close and kept asunder. You, madam, shall with us, Stafford, take her to thee. Instead of in, say at. Kindred words, within, among, in and among, amid. For example, but what at full I know, thou no street no part, I knowing all my peril, thou no art. Instead of noisy, say atonal. Kindred words, resounding, deafening, in full cry. Instead of on top of, say atop. Kindred words, upon. For example, what deepening twilight scum floating atop of the waters, who are they as bats and night dogs askant in the capital? Instead of waste away, say atrophy. For example, it is certain that the mind becomes atrophied in a defective body. Instead of get, say attain. Kindred words, glean, acquire, elicit, derive. For example, that without any affectation of disparaging such professional distinction as I may have attained, which our friend Mr. Instead of go with, say attend. For example, no court is free, no place that guard and most unusual vigilance does not attend my taking. Instead of accompanying, say attendant. Kindred words, concomitant. For example, enter in state Cymbeline, queen, Cloten and lords at one door, and at another keys Lucius and attendants. Instead of with, say attended. Kindred words, among, in possession of, accompanied by, in league with. For example, but the usual fate of Anne attended her, in having something very opposite from her inclination fixed on. Instead of weakened, say attenuated. Kindred words, compromised, undermined, enervated, enfeebled. For example, it is then that the plight of being alive becomes attenuated to its least possible dimensions. Instead of prove, say attest. Kindred words, demonstrate, suggest that, bear witness to, establish. For example, John Long, nobleman and gentleman attesting his extraction of a fluid like mercury from the temples of a patient. Instead of was proof of, say attested. For example, Matthew, and in listening to a long sermon, read by Miss Miller, whose irrepressible yawns attested her weariness. Instead of clothing, say attire. Kindred words, garb, finery, regalia, trappings. For example, so that, thanks to her friend's generosity, Teresa was the most beautiful and the best attired peasant near Rome. Instead of quality, say attribute. For example, that was my Indian Messalina's attribute, rooted disgust at it and her restrained me much, even in pleasure. Instead of bold, say audacious. Kindred words, brazen, nervy, brassy. For example, the overprudent, cats as they are, and because they are cats, sometimes incur more danger than the audacious. Instead of boldness, gall, say audacity. Kindred words, bravado, temerity, effrontery, moxie. For example, other deeds, more audacious still, were suspicious in the eyes of the people by reason of their very audacity. Instead of add to, increase, say augment. Kindred words, inject a dose of, supplement, infuse, leaven with. For example, nevertheless, in spite of all this, and because of all this, his passion augmented and grew to madness. Instead of majestic, say august. For example, there was something almost divine in this man, who was thus august, without being himself aware of it. Instead of atmosphere, mood, say aura. Kindred words, an air of, a note of, with distinct undertones, flavor. For example, luckily it was Helen's aura, not mine, and she had to chaperone it and do the politenesses. Instead of power, say auspices. Kindred words, influence, agency, means, instrumentality. For example, here was treasure hunting under the happiest auspices. There would not be any bothersome uncertainty as to where to dig. Instead of favorable, promising, say auspicious. Kindred words, propitious. For example, I chose an auspicious hour, and perhaps thy Holy One has heard of the abbot of the Lung Chola Massary. Instead of bare, harsh and simple, say austere. Kindred words: Spartan, unembellished, ascetic, puritanical. For example, Enjolras, who was standing on the crest of the barricade, gun in hand, raised his beautiful, austere face. Instead of filmmaker who exercises creative control, say auteur. Instead of creator, say author. Kindred words: driving force behind, architect. For example, the author's note to those extraordinary twins is actually the author's introduction to the novella, Those Extraordinary Twins. Instead of domineering, say autocratic. Kindred words: imperious. Instead of independent, say autonomous. Kindred words: sovereign. Instead of freedom, independence, say autonomy. Kindred words: carte blanche, not bound by, free rein, latitude. Instead of cutting edge, say avant-garde. Kindred words: vanguard. Instead of greed, say avarice. Kindred words: excesses, cupidity. For example, of course you know that ambition and avarice are held to be, as indeed they are, a disgrace. Instead of greedy, say avaricious. Kindred words: covetous, rapacious, acquisitive, esurient. For example, the king was winning, and as he was very avaricious, he was in an excellent humor. Instead of embodiment, say avatar. Kindred words: personification, incarnation. For example, blood was its avatar and its seal, the redness and the horror of blood. Instead of declare, maintain, say aver. Kindred words: avow, profess, maintain. For example, what does Mr. Sidney Lee, or Mr. Simon Lazarus as some aver his name is, say of it. Instead of hatred, say aversion. Kindred words: enmity, animosity, antipathy, contempt. For example, he covered with scorn, aversion, and disgust everyone who had once crossed the legal threshold of evil. Instead of avoid, prevent, say avert. Kindred words: circumvent, steer clear, give a wide berth, pointedly avoid. For example, I nodded my approval of the sound principle, averting my eyes before the subtle unsoundness of the man. Instead of avoided, say averted. For example, he does not say so, but I can read it from his soothing answers and averted eyes. Instead of declare, say avow. Kindred words: profess, aver, maintain. For example, Dowler came up to the outside of the door, avowed, through the keyhole, his steadfast determination of cutting Mr. Instead of waiting for, say awaiting. For example, I sat down beside the fire, however, with the intention of awaiting him, however long he might be. Instead of cause, wake up, say awaken. Kindred words: basis for, precipitant, rouse. For example, she was awakened in the night by the sound of rain beating with heavy drops against her window. Instead of impress, say awe. Kindred words: command the respect of. For example, oh, that earth which kept the world in awe should patch a wall to expel the winter's flaw. Instead of crooked, say awry. For example, he turned to the right and on his right Master Dignam turned, his cap awry, his collar sticking up. Instead of belief, say axiom. Kindred words: notion, conviction, sentiment, thoughts on the matter. For example, they do not understand that the experience of ages is required to enable them to fill up the intermediate axioms. Instead of obvious, self-evident, say axiomatic. Kindred words: conspicuous, goes without saying, explicit, manifest. Instead of background, setting, say backdrop. Kindred words: theater, within the confines of. Instead of back away from what was said, change your position, say backpedal. Kindred words: roll that one back, you may want to roll that one back. Instead of desert, say badlands. Instead of dull, say banal. Kindred words: pedestrian, trite, insipid, vapid. For example, he was incapable of heroism, weak, banal, more spiritless than a woman, avaricious too, and cowardly. Instead of distrustful, unhealthy, say baneful. Kindred words, cynical, noxious. For example, he made some commonplace observation upon the baneful effect of the night air at the season. Instead of reliable, say bankable. Instead of playful talk, say banter. For example, she laughed and bantered him a little, remembering too late that she should have been dignified and reserved. Instead of bartender, say barkeep. Kindred words, barmaid. Instead of bartender, say barmaid. Kindred words, barkeep. For example, I am sleeping at the place where I used to be barmaid, and tomorrow I go back to Alfredston. Instead of attack, bombard, say barrage. Kindred words, incursion, foray, onslaught, salvo. Instead of crude, say base. Kindred words, coarse, bawdy, gauche, boorish. For example, well, my legitimate, if this letter speed, and my invention thrive, Edmund the base shall top the legitimate. Instead of corrupt, say bastardize. Kindred words, undermine the legitimacy of, led someone astray, adulterate, vitiate. For example, I should have been that I am, had the maiden least star in the firmament twinkled on my bastardizing. Instead of knick-knack, say bauble. Kindred words, tchotchk, brick a acute brack. For example, on a table near her is a rich bauble of a casket, barred and clasped like an old strong chest. Instead of crude, say bawdy. Kindred words, coarse, gauche, base, boorish. For example, Mercutio, 'tis no less, I tell ye, for the bawdy hand of the dial is now upon the prick of noon. Instead of display, have, say bear. Kindred words, exhibit, showcase, radiate, exude. For example, let me stay the growth of his beard, if thou delay me not the knowledge of his chin. Instead of manner, say bearing. Kindred words, air of, demeanor, presence. For example, the old Duchess of Norfolk, in a coronal of gold wrought with flowers, bearing the Queen's train 10. Instead of animals, livestock, say beasts. Kindred words, creepers. For example, poor Ophelia divided from herself and her fair judgment, without the which we are pictures or mere beasts. Instead of call on, say beckon. Kindred words, call forth, summon. For example, it beckons you to go away with it, as if it some impartment did desire to you alone. Instead of frustrate, obstruct, say bedevil. Kindred words, exasperate, hamper, impede, encumber. Instead of harassed, say bedeviled. Kindred words, hampered, beleaguered, beset, dragooned. Instead of confusion, say bedlam. Kindred words, disorder, disarray. For example, they quarreled and bickered more than ever among themselves, till at times the camp was a howling bedlam. Instead of bum-looking, say bedraggled. Kindred words, unkempt, harried. For example, his appearance, in short, presented an odd mixture of the bedraggled and the ferocious. Instead of happen, say befall. Kindred words, ensue, come about, is borne out, come to pass. For example, 12 struck, and 1 and 2 and 3, and still we sat waiting silently for whatever might befall. Instead of happened to, say befallen. Kindred words, what became of, why such a thing had fallen on. For example, Grace was wild with sorrow, with all that had befallen her, with the cruelties that had attacked her, with life, with heaven. Instead of appropriate for, say befitting. Kindred words, in keeping with, most suited for, lends itself to, apropos. For example, these are magnificent words, that have a force and magnitude of sound befitting the things which they describe. Instead of before, prior to, say beforehand. Kindred words, formerly, prelude to a. For example, Milady kept him within the limits she had traced beforehand with her irresistible spirit and her iron will. Instead of make friends, say befriend. Kindred words. Forge a close bond. Ingratiate. Curry favor. Find favor among. For example, if in his death the gods have us befriended, great Troy is ours, and our sharp wars are ended. Instead of making friends, say befriending. Kindred words. Glad handing. For example, it is true he was befriending Katerina Ivanovna's children, but who could tell with what motive and what it meant? Instead of confuse, say befuddle. Kindred words. Bewilder. Perplex. Discombobulate. Confound. For example, but it was the multiplicity of laws that befuddled White Fang and often brought him into disgrace. Instead of envy, say begrudge. For example, I did not begrudge him this triumph in articulo mortis, this almost posthumous illusion of having trampled all the earth under his feet. Instead of charm, say beguile. Kindred words. Talisman. Amulet. For example, your face, my thane, is as a book, where men may read strange matters, to beguile the time. Instead of charming, say beguiling. Kindred words. Disarming. Engaging. For example, Catherine told Heriton who she was, and where she was going, and asked him to show her the way, finally, beguiling him to accompany her. Instead of look, see, say behold. Kindred words. Never lose sight of. Discern. Take a gander at. Trace. For example, but with these nails I'll pluck out these false eyes that would behold in me this shameful sport. Instead of observer, viewer, say beholder. Kindred words. Onlooker. Spectator. For example, he appeared now like one of those who impress the beholder as having suffered wrong in being born. Instead of person, soul, say being. Kindred words. A soul, personage, creature, a living being. For example, or call it winter, which being full of care, makes summers welcome, thrice more wished, more rare. Instead of late, say belated. Kindred words. Late in arriving, slow to. For example, at length he met a belated passenger, went up to him, and spoke a few words to him. Instead of harassed, persecuted, say beleaguered. Kindred words. Hampered, bedeviled, beset, dragooned. Instead of hide, say belie. Kindred words. Obscure, ensconce, enshroud, cloak. For example, lie with her, lie on her. We say lie on her when they belie her. Lie with her, that's fulsome. Instead of bad mouth, diss, say belittle. Kindred words. Speak harshly of, throw aspersions on, deride, refer to derisively. For example, this night the woman of his belittling deprecations was thinking how great and good her husband was. Instead of aggressively hostile, say belligerent. Kindred words. Vitriolic. For example, Winkle's magnanimity and condescension, and the two belligerents parted for the night, with many protestations of eternal friendship. Instead of yelled out, say bellowed. For example, the maniac bellowed. She parted her shaggy locks from her visage, and gazed wildly at her visitors. Instead of favorite, loved, say beloved. Kindred words. Favored, darling of. For example, Pompey is strong at sea, and it appears he is beloved of those that only have feared Caesar. Instead of regret, say bemoan. Kindred words. Have misgivings, rue the day, lament the loss of. For example, he hid his face in his burning hands, and feebly bemoaned his own weakness, and the cruelty of his persecutors. Instead of confused, surprised, say bemused. Kindred words. Convoluted, in a condition of such mental confusion, muddled, drug-addled. For example, but anon their bemused wits awoke to the nature of the deed which was like to be done upon the moorlands. Instead of under, say beneath. For example, the drop was at least 20 feet, however, and a bed of crocuses in full bloom lay beneath. Instead of generous, say beneficent. Kindred words: altruistic, philanthropic, benevolent, liberal. For example, Faria, the beneficent and cheerful companion, with whom he was accustomed to live so intimately, no longer breathed. Instead of charitable, friendly, say benevolent. Kindred words: altruistic, affable, genial, kindly. For example, the government and benevolent societies furnished the means of cultivation, and the Negro turned again slowly to work. Instead of dumb, ignorant, say benighted. Kindred words: of questionable intellect, obtuse, inane, bovine. For example, these few sounds wandering in the dark had made their two benighted lives tragic to my mind. Instead of harmless, kindly, say benign. Kindred words: innocuous, benevolent. For example, it hung at a moderate elevation above Hyde Park Corner with an air of punctual and benign vigilance. Instead of habit, tendency, say bent. Kindred words: convention, proclivity, idiosyncrasy, second nature. For example, I will come last. 'Tis like he'll question me why such unplausive eyes are bent, why turned on him. Instead of deadened, say benumbed. For example, he felt only an ache of soul and body, his whole being, memory, will, understanding, flesh, benumbed and weary. Instead of handed down, say bequeathed. Kindred words: bestowed. For example, she had a considerable sum of money, not less than £1,000 a year, and this she bequeathed to Dr. Instead of scold, say berate. Kindred words: chide, chastise, rebuke, objurgate. For example, regardless of the vindictive threats of the bullets, he went about coaxing, berating, and bedamning. Instead of in mourning, say bereaved. For example, what can man's wisdom in the restoring his bereaved sense? He that helps him take all my outward worth. Instead of harassed, struggling, say beset. Kindred words: hampered, bedeviled, beleaguered, dragooned. For example, Grumio, draw forth thy weapon, we are beset with thieves, rescue thy mistress, if thou be a man. Instead of attack, say besiege. Kindred words: incursion, foray, onslaught, barrage. For example, or have we some strange Indian with the great tool come to court, the women so besiege us. Instead of under attack, say besieged. Kindred words: put upon, beleaguered, embattled, set upon. For example, it passed from hand to hand, and the possessor for the time being was besieged by anxious inquiries. Instead of beat, say bested. Kindred words: bludgeon. For example, I never saw a fellow worse bested, or more afraid to fight, than is the appellant, the servant of his armorer, my lords. Instead of brutal, say bestial. For example, the apparition of this grotesque, half-bestial creature had suddenly populated the stillness of the afternoon for me. Instead of give, present to you, say bestow. Kindred words: render, afford, lavish, extend. For example, that chain will I bestow, be it for nothing but to spite my wife upon mine hostess there. Instead of handed down, say bestowed. Kindred words: bequeathed. For example, I would I had bestowed that time in the tongues that I have in fencing, dancing, and bear baiting. Instead of predict, say betoken. Kindred words: foretell, bode, portend, had the forethought to. For example, the brigandish guise which the canola so proudly sports, his slouched and gaily ribboned hat betoken his grand features. Instead of give away secrets, reveal, say betray. Kindred words: reveal, disclose, unfold, bring to light. For example, to this add defiance, and tell him, for conclusion, he hath betrayed his followers, whose condemnation is pronounced. Instead of improvement, say betterment. For example, truly, said Christian, I have said the truth of Pliable, and if I should also say all the truth of myself, it will appear there is no betterment betwixt him and myself. Instead of group, say bevy. Kindred words: entourage, camp, in a circle, coterie. For example, a bevy of scampering newsboys rushed down the steps, scattering in all directions, yelling, their white papers fluttering. Instead of confuse, say bewilder. Kindred words: befuddle, perplex, discombobulate, confound. For example, I was bewildered. It seemed a thing so hopeless he was asking. He, the old buccaneer, the ringleader throughout. Instead of effort, say bid. Kindred words: campaign, expenditure of energy. For example, may it please you, madam, that he bid Helen come to you, of her I am to speak. Instead of novel, say Bildungsroman. Instead of cheat, say bilk. For example, you learn that go off of they their Frenchy bilks. Instead of critical humor, say biting. Kindred words: mordant. For example, over and above that you have suffered, I think to repay that money will be a biting affliction. Instead of guilty, say blameworthy. Kindred words: complicit, culpable. For example, every day this absorption of the man's nature became more observable, with many touching and some very blameworthy particulars. Instead of cringe, say blanch. Kindred words: wince. For example, he was a man of small stature, with hair blanched rather by suffering and sorrow than by age. Instead of moral defect, say blemish. Kindred words: failing. For example, a pregnancy without joy, he said, a birth without pangs, a body without blemish, a belly without bigness. Instead of shocked, say blindsided. Kindred words: badly shaken, mortified. Instead of carefree, cheerful, say blithe. Kindred words: capricious, sanguine, elated, scarcely able to contain his joy. For example, Anne ran blithely up the hill and into the kitchen, where a hot supper was waiting on the table. Instead of campaign, say blitz. Kindred words: part of the latest effort to. Instead of mean-spirited, say blood-drawing. Kindred words: caustic, ignoble. Instead of fighting, say bloodletting. Kindred words: discord, strife. Instead of wounding, say blooding. For example, he comes, pale vampire, through storm his eyes, his bat sails bloodying the sea, mouth to her mouth's kiss. Instead of beat, club, say bludgeon. For example, a squad of policemen, sword in hand, and agents armed with bludgeons and cudgels, rushed in at Javet's summons. Instead of cliff, say bluff. Kindred words: precipice, palisade. For example, this was addressed to a bluff old fellow, in a striped waistcoat, who was standing by the bar. Instead of obstruct, say blunt. Kindred words: hamper, impede, encumber, fetter. For example, I'll finish with them at the island, as soon's the blunt's on board, and a pity it is. Instead of threaten, say bluster. Kindred words: hold out the possibility that, for example, no doubt Henry would pardon her outburst, and go on blustering and muddling into a ripe old age. Instead of brag, say boast. Kindred words: vaunt. For example, upon my death the French can little boast, in yours they will, in you all hopes are lost. Instead of has, say boasts. Kindred words: presents, displays, is endowed with, enjoys. For example, he would analyze his own machinations, elaborately contrive plots, and forthwith indulge in explanatory boasts of their skill. Instead of predict, say bode. Kindred words: foretell, portend, had the forethought to, venture to predict. For example, unto my free will my neighbor's free will, whoever he be, as his life, or his bode, is altogether indifferent. Instead of unconventional, say bohemian. Kindred words: willing to zig while others zag, unorthodox. For example, there flowed in her veins some of the blood of the bohemian and the adventuress who runs barefoot. Instead of improve, increase, say bolster. Kindred words: make great strides in, shore up. further burnishes the beauty of, accession of. For example, the bed had a spring mattress, and a special sort of bolster and silk pillowcases on the little pillows. Instead of nerdy, say bookish. For example, I knew I was speaking stiffly, artificially, even bookishly. In fact, I could not speak except like a book. Instead of crude, offensive, say boorish. Kindred words, coarse, bawdy, gauche, base. For example, these, after exhausting other modes of amusement, now thronged about Hester Prynne with rude and boorish intrusiveness. Instead of treasure, say booty. Kindred words, spoils, bounty, a trove of. For example, a terrible lust of money, of booty, might seize upon him as he realized his security from detection. Instead of dug, say bore. For example, the queen that bore thee, oftener upon her knees than on her feet, died every day she lived. Instead of both of them, say both. Kindred words, both these persons, the two, them both. For example, there lives more life in one of your fair eyes, than both your poets can in praise devise. Instead of annoying, say bothersome. Kindred words, tiresome, vexing, displeasing, incessant. For example, here was treasure hunting under the happiest auspices, there would not be any bothersome uncertainty as to where to dig. Instead of jump, restricted, say bound. Kindred words, constrained. For example, to him one of the other twins was bound, whilst I had been like heedful of the other. Instead of unlimited, say boundless. Kindred words, unbounded, knows few equals and few bounds. For example, the season of thanks and the voice of full yielding, the chant of joy and power for boundless fertility. Instead of limitations, limits, say bounds. Kindred words, constraints, strictures, proscriptions, confines. For example, in 2 bounds he was at the Louvre, as he entered the wicket of La Rochelle, 10 o'clock struck. Instead of treasure, say bounty. Kindred words, spoils, booty, a trove of. For example, that we our largest bounty may extend where nature doth with merit challenge. Goneril, our eldest born, speak first. Instead of smell, say bouquet. Kindred words, nose. For example, ladies met them with bouquets of flowers, and followed by the rushing crowd they went into the station. Instead of middle class, say bourgeois. For example, all that the bourgeois have to do is to bear themselves well. I'll sneeze them out subversive couplets. Instead of dumb, stupid, say bovine. Kindred words, of questionable intellect, benighted, obtuse, inane. For example, the man looked at her with a slow bovine gaze, without giving her any answer, for some seconds. Instead of sanitize art, say bowdlerize. Instead of censored, say bowdlerized. Kindred words, pasteurized. Instead of show, say brandish. Kindred words, depict, portray, demonstrate, tell us. For example, they stood near one another on the measured ground, brandishing their spears, and each furious against the other. Instead of hasty, rude, say brash. Kindred words, impudent, impertinent, insolent, ill-mannered. For example, when me and Jim heard that we didn't feel so brash as what we did before. Instead of bold, say brassy. Kindred words, brazen, nervy, audacious. For example, sometimes she was completely involved in the smoke of her fire, then it would leave her figure free, irradiated by the brassy glare from the heap. Instead of boldness, say bravado. Kindred words, temerity, audacity. For example, but let us still resist him, for notwithstanding all his bravadoes, he promiteth the fool and none else. Instead of cry, say bray. Kindred words, become emotional, give way to tears, fall to weeping, move to tears. For example, bray, putting out his hand, and opening and shutting his bony fingers with irritable impatience. Let me see. Instead of harsh sounding, say braying. Kindred words. Strident, enough to set the teeth on edge. For example, shall braying trumpets and loud churlish drums, clamors of hell, be measures to our palm. Instead of bold, say brazen. Kindred words. Nervy, audacious, brassy. For example, the hurry babu of his knowledge, early, effusive, and nervous was gone. Gone, too, was the brazen drug vendor of overnight. Instead of width, say breadth. For example, the distances he traversed on foot were enormous, and extended nearly the whole length and breadth of Wessex. Instead of beautiful, say breathtaking. Kindred words. Exquisite, striking, stunning, handsome. Instead of raised, say bred. For example, all love the womb that their first bred, then give my tongue like leave to love my head. Instead of brothers, partners, say brethren. For example, ye brethren, that God whom I created was human work and human madness, like all the gods. Instead of shortness, say brevity. For example, then had come Lord Henry Wotton with his strange panegyric on youth, his terrible warning of its brevity. Instead of excellent, say brilliant. Kindred words. Stellar, superb. For example, when he did awake at last it was brilliant morning and a servant was standing staring at him. Instead of vigor, say brio. Instead of gigantic, say Brobdingnagian. For example, one might have imagined he saw before him the tented camps of a beleaguering host of Brobdingnagians. Instead of cliché, say bromide. Kindred words. Truism, platitude, vulgarism, as the cliché will have it. Instead of forehead, say brow. For example, see how the ugly witch doth bend her brows, as if with Circe she would change my shape. Instead of rude, say brusque. Kindred words. Impertinent, insolent, brash, ill-mannered. For example, she dropped her head, then, with a brusque movement, she pulled to the door, which closed behind her. Instead of rustic, say bucolic. Kindred words. Provincial. For example, open for me a bucolic perspective as far as you can see, beneath the marble colonnade. Instead of intimidate, say buffalo. For example, then Mowgli picked out a shady place, and lay down and slept while the buffaloes grazed round him. Instead of clowning around, say buffoonery. For example, so that such buffoonery amazed and bewildered the spectators, or at least some of them. Instead of defensive barrier, say bulwark. Kindred words. Rampart. For example, fallen is the wall on which we relied as an impregnable bulwark both for us and our fleet. Instead of pushy, say bumptious. Kindred words. Sharp-elbowed. For example, you call yourself humble and sinful, but you are the most bumptious of your sex. Instead of lively, say buoyant. Kindred words. Vibrant. For example, but he had done the extra work cheerfully, for his hopes were buoyant again about Hetty. Instead of having difficulties, say burdened. Kindred words. Hard-pressed, beset with. For example, he was burdened. Poor Strether, it had better be confessed at the outset with the oddity of a double consciousness. Instead of office, say bureau. Kindred words. Desk. For example, it was found near the bureau, and just to the left of it, as marked upon that chart. Instead of grow, say burgeon. Kindred words. Ferment, evolve, flourish, thrive. For example, but all the world has heard of that extravagant place which grew and changed its plans as it grew, and bubbled like a salted snail, and burgeoned and bulged and evermore grew. Instead of flourishing, say burgeoning. For example, there was a burgeoning within him of strange feelings and unwonted impulses. Instead of polish, say burnish. Kindred words. Smooth over. For example, below was the valley of the Thames, in which the river lay like a band of burnished steel. Instead of with, say by. Kindred words. Among, attended, in possession of, accompanied by. For example, For how do I hold thee but by thy granting, and for that riches where is my deserving? Instead of crowd, say bystanders. Kindred words, throng, onlookers. For example, one or two, perhaps, stole a glance at the bystanders, to watch if their poetic absorption were observed. Instead of group, secret group, say cabal. Kindred words, entourage, camp, inner circle, coterie. For example, this Lord Munodi was a person of the first rank, and had been some years governor of Legado, but, by a cabal of ministers, was discharged for insufficiency. Instead of stash, say cash. For example, the cash had been found and rifled, the £700,000 were gone. Instead of prestige, say cachet. Instead of laughter, say cackling. Kindred words, mirth, hilarity. For example, goose, if I had you upon Sarum Plain, I'd drive ye cackling home to Camelot. Instead of sick-looking, say cadaverous. For example, there were hardly any black coats or round hats now, but smock frocks, blouses, caps, and bristling and cadaverous heads. Instead of rhythm, say cadence. For example, then there is the song of many waters, roll, Jordan, roll, a mighty chorus with minor cadences. Instead of not saying, say cagey. For example, and there weren't any at all about the asylum, only a few poor weeny teeny things out in front with little whitewashed cagey things about them. Instead of persuade, say cajole. Kindred words, prevail upon, strike a sympathetic chord. For example, can people enchant each other too much, cajole each other too much, charm each other too much? Instead of disaster, say calamity. Kindred words, debacle. For example, a dreadful calamity, such an immense quantity of valuable property destroyed, hardly any of the furniture could be saved. Instead of deteriorate, harden, say calcify. Kindred words, devolve into, erode, lose ground, degenerate. Instead of crater, say caldera. Instead of standard, say caliber. Kindred words, criterion, touchstone, ideal. For example, this could not, then, be a military ambuscade, as the ball was not of the regular caliber. Instead of adjust, figure, say calibrate. Kindred words, tailor, surmise, infer, ascertain. Instead of insensitive, unfeeling, say callous. Kindred words, crass, indelicate, indifferent, changed to me. For example, but, indeed, from what I saw, all these buccaneers were as callous as the sea they sailed on. Instead of sadness, say Calvary. Kindred words, anguish, melancholy. For example, it is nothing but a dismal cavern, roughly hewn in the living rock of the hill of Calvary. Instead of group, say camp. Kindred words, entourage, inner circle, coterie, cabal. For example, this sickness doth infect the very lifeblood of our enterprise, 'tis catching hither, even to our camp. Instead of effort, say campaign. Kindred words, bid, expenditure of energy. For example, made appear at the Restoration, I served through the first campaign under the orders of Marshal Beaumont. Instead of rumor, say canard. Instead of upfront, say candid. Kindred words, forthright, frank, veracious. For example, I will candidly explain the reason of both, and I trust to your goodness to pardon me. Instead of honesty, say candor. Kindred words, veracity, probity. For example, he who was there aspired to happiness, life smelled good, all nature exhaled candor, hell, assistance, paternity, caress, dawn. Instead of accepted and established, say canonical. For example, the king sat under a canopy of state, about him were clustered a large body of the clergy in full canonicals. Instead of bad-tempered, grouchy, say cantankerous. Kindred words, ill-humored, ill-tempered, irascible, morose. Instead of survey, say canvass. For example, the deputation, who had only seen him at canvassing or election time, were struck dumb by his coolness. Instead of spacious, say capacious. Kindred words, airy. For example, there is a capacious writing table in the room on which is a pretty large accumulation of papers. Instead of give in to, say capitulate. Kindred words, cede a little ground, acquiesce, accede to, bow to. For example, Margaret, if you had seen the man who thus capitulated for his safety, your surprise would have been boundless. Instead of unpredictable change, say caprice. For example, the devotion of Mr. Sparkler was only to be equaled by the caprice and cruelty of his enslaver. Instead of carefree, flighty, say capricious. Kindred words, blithe, mercurial. For example, Vincy had the air of a very handsome good-humored landlady, accustomed to the most capricious orders of gentlemen. Instead of leaders, say captains. Kindred words, the vanguard. For example, enter Martius, Titus Latius, with drum and colors, with captains and soldiers, as before the city of Coriolis. Instead of critical, say captious. Kindred words, pejorative. For example, Georgiana, who had a spoiled temper, a very acrid spite, a captious and insolent carriage, was universally indulged. Instead of prisoner, slave, say captive. Kindred words, helot, serf. For example, she had resisted its approaches during the whole length of a speech, but it now carried her captive. Instead of get, say capture. Kindred words, glean, acquire, elicit, derive. For example, it was proposed to make a flank march to the left, cut off the Vice-King Murat and capture him. Instead of painted, say captured. For example, Ali smiled with triumphant pride as he signified that he had indeed both chased and captured many lions. Instead of expresses, say captures. Kindred words, conveys a sense of, gives the general impression of. For example, he had distinguished himself, and early gained the other step in rank, and must now, by successive captures, have made a handsome fortune. Instead of make fun of, say caricature. Kindred words, poke fun at, make light of, ridicule. For example, it was like some strange caricature of the dapper James Wilder whom we had seen the night before. Instead of sexual, say carnal. For example, I understood that to this torment sad the carnal sinners are condemned, in whom reason by lust is swayed. Instead of behavior, say carriage. Kindred words, decorum, conventions, composure, governance. For example, it is certain that either wise bearing or ignorant carriage is caught, as men take diseases, one of another. Instead of dead animals, roadkill, say carrion. For example, he resembles Fielding as an eagle does a vulture. Fielding could stoop on carrion, but Thackeray never does. Instead of monopoly, say cartel. Instead of check out, say case. For example, I will make one of her women lawyer to me, for I yet not understand the case myself. Instead of victim, say casualty. For example, there were no casualties to report, for nobody had curiosity enough to remain behind to see what would happen. Instead of list, say catalogue. Kindred words, enumerate, reel off, spell out. Instead of absolutely, definitely, say categorically. Kindred words, without question, without exception, without doubt, by any measure. For example, she asked me categorically to give up Effie, and I, full of fresh and glowing memories, absolutely refused. Instead of emotional release, say catharsis. Instead of open-minded, say Catholic. Kindred words, amenable, liberal. For example, it is an imposture, this grotto stuff, but it is one that all men ought to thank the Catholics for. Instead of mean-spirited, sarcastic, say caustic. Kindred words, ignoble, blood-drawing, mordant, wry. For example, Eyes was by nature the sauciest and most caustic of all the 4 girls who had loved Claire. Instead of advise, warn, say caution. Kindred words, counsel, impress upon, foretell, presage. For example, but it was not a merely selfish caution, under which she acted, in putting an end to it. Instead of unconcerned, say cavalier. Kindred words, unengaged, nonchalant. For example, Faith, I must ravish her, or she'll disfurnish us of all our cavaliers, and make our swearers priests. Instead of warning, say caveat. Kindred words, cautionary tale, portent, omen of grave portent. Instead of petty objections, say cavils. Instead of dancing around, say cavorting. Kindred words, frolicking, waltzing about. For example, by and by the men stopped cavorting around and yelling. Instead of abandon, give up, say cede. Kindred words, abandon the sanctuary of, consign, relinquish, forsake. For example, that was in 1814, not long before the Battle of New Orleans, and by the Creek Treaty that followed this campaign, all Dougherty County, and much other rich land, was ceded to Georgia. Instead of famous, say celebrated. Kindred words, famed for its, renowned, fabled, eminent. For example, there, after a few days, if you like, the civil marriage shall be celebrated without pomp or ceremony. Instead of fame, say celebrity. Kindred words, renown, the stratosphere. For example, although he did not suspect the fact, the mayor of M. Sur M enjoyed a sort of celebrity. Instead of speed, say celerity. Kindred words, with deliberate speed, haste, breakneck speed. For example, so stimulated, the business was extremely brisk, and the articles in stock went off with the greatest celerity. Instead of penalty, reprimand, say censure. Kindred words, punitive action, chastise, chide, rebuke. For example, give every man thine ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Instead of moderates, say centrists. Instead of smarts, say cerebral. Kindred words, sharp wit, notic, gifted, of sound intellect. For example, suddenly he jumped to his feet, with his eyes blazing and all the signs of intense cerebral excitement. Instead of crazy, say certifiable. Kindred words, unsound, out of one's senses. Instead of sureness, say certitude. For example, and the girl talked, easing her pain in the certitude of my sympathy. She talked as thirsty men drink. Instead of raw fish dish, say ceviche. Instead of embarrassment, say chagrin. For example, then they stood on the bank shivering, and so chagrined and so grieved, that they merited holiest compassion. Instead of room, say chamber. Kindred words, repository, sanctum. For example, I can, at any unseasonable instant of the night, appoint her to look out at her lady's chamber window. Instead of promote, say champion. Kindred words, cultivate, foster, advocate, underwrite. For example, thou fortune's champion that dost never fight but when her humorous ladyship is by to teach thee safety. Instead of period of time, say chapter. Kindred words, interval, interlude, span of years. Instead of style, say character. Kindred words, approach, convention, influence, treatment. For example, what harm can your bis and conspicuities glean out of this character, if I be known well enough, to? Instead of description, say characterization. Kindred words, portraiture. Instead of describe, say characterize. Kindred words, draw a portrait, tell of, articulate, depict. For example, how far otherwise he would have characterized him had his temper not been upset, I scarcely need intimate. Instead of gray, say charcoal. For example, take it off, burn it up, he screamed, tearing it off, and throwing it into the charcoal. Instead of cautious, say chary. Kindred words: prudent, assiduous, mindful, prudential. For example, none appealed to him in vain. At the same time, he was exceedingly chary of explicit rules of conduct. Instead of going after, say chasing. Kindred words: pursuing, giving chase to. For example, suddenly he made off like a bounding hare, ears flung back, chasing the shadow of a low skimming gull. Instead of gulf, say chasm. For example, a huge rock, falling from above, boomed past me, struck the path, and bounded over into the chasm. Instead of scold, say chasten. Kindred words: chide, berate, chastise, rebuke. For example, for a moment a flash of his old irony marked his face, but he determinedly chastened it down. Instead of criticize, reprimand, say chastise. Kindred words: fault, rebuke, be highly critical of, deliver a harsh critique of. For example, when he had chastised some of the Roman leaders, and admonished others, voluntary obedience was rendered to Enrico. Instead of block, hold back, say check. Kindred words: stymie, thwart, frustrate, refrain from. For example, if I can check my erring love, I will. If not, to compass her I'll use my skill. Instead of mischievous, say cheeky. Kindred words: impish, puckish. For example, you hain't done a thing from the start that had any sense in it, except coming out so cool and cheeky with that imaginary blue arrow mark. Instead of happiness, say cheer. Kindred words: felicity, elation. For example, or if they sing, 'tis with so dull a cheer, that leaves look pale, dreading the winter's near. Instead of angelic, say cherubic. Kindred words: ethereal. Instead of brown, short story, say chestnut. Kindred words: sepia, tawny, anecdote, vignette. For example, a folio Dante served us as a table on which to eat merrily a centime's worth of chestnuts. Instead of at the house of, say shay. Instead of reprimand, scold, say chide. Kindred words: chastise, rebuke, upbraid, admonish. For example, our sex, as well as I, may chide you for it, though I alone do feel the injury. Instead of most important, say chief. Kindred words: foremost of these, above all, seminal, more so than anything else. For example, of this was Tamora delivered, the issue of an irreligious Moor, chief architect and plotter of these woes. Instead of mostly, say chiefly. Kindred words: to a great extent, primarily, largely, principally. For example, Piper has a good deal to say, chiefly in parentheses and without punctuation, but not much to tell. Instead of imaginary, say chimerical. Kindred words: fictitious, fictive. For example, parted lovers beguile absence by 1,000 chimerical devices, which possess, however, a reality of their own. Instead of nag, say chivy. Kindred words: plague. Instead of hot-tempered, say choleric. Kindred words: irascible. For example, that in the captain's but a choleric word which in the soldier is flat blasphemy. Instead of color quality, say chroma. Instead of record, trace, say chronicle. For example, for now the devil that told me I did well says that this deed is chronicled in hell. Instead of step by step, say chronologically. Kindred words: incrementally. Instead of nerve, say chutzpah. Kindred words: audacity, effrontery, moxie, metal. Instead of secret code, say cipher. For example, somebody else may cipher out the whys and the wherefores and the consistencies of it. I haven't got time. Instead of about, at around, say circa. Kindred words: some 10 million, there or thereabouts, to the tune of. Instead of turf, say circles. Kindred words. Orbit. For example, he was in bed and his face was pitifully white and there were dark circles round his eyes. Instead of indirect. Roundabout. Say circuitous. Kindred words. Roundabout. Oblique. For example, I encountered a couple of hungry-looking dogs, but both hurried circuitously away from the advances I made them. Instead of put out, say circulate. Kindred words. Trot out. Bandy about. For example, a sort of prophetic spirit and an afflatus of the future circulates there, swelling hearts and enlarging souls. Instead of making the rounds, say circulating. For example, new valuable ideas, new valuable works are circulating in the place of our old dreamy and romantic authors. Instead of go around, say circumnavigate. Kindred words. Circumvent. For example, so that monsoons, pampas, nor'westers, harmattans, trades, any wind but the levanter and simoon, might blow Moby Dick into the devious zigzag world circle of the Pequod circumnavigating wake. Instead of mark off, restrict, say circumscribe. Kindred words. Demarcate, encumber, constrain, place tight restrictions on. For example, here, with you, everything is circumscribed. Here all is formulated and geometrical, while we have nothing but indeterminate equations. Instead of facts, say circumstances. Kindred words. Considerations, gleanings, credible information, unassailable truths. For example, the character of much older and steadier people may be even changed by the circumstances surrounding them. Instead of avoid, dodge, say circumvent. Kindred words. Avert, steer clear, give a wide berth, pointedly avoid. For example, the bell, hung on the door by means of a curved ribbon of steel, was difficult to circumvent. Instead of fortification, say citadel. Kindred words. Redoubt. For example, he treated the strategy of the hostile general like a citadel, and made a breach in it. Instead of give examples, point to, say cite. Kindred words. Point to, speak specifically of, draw attention to, allude to. For example, granted, since you cite it, but, say what you will, there is no real dignity in wailing. Instead of clothed, say clad. For example, these are life-size statues of old-time emperors, electors, and similar grandees, clad in mail and bearing ponderous swords. Instead of mind reader, say clairvoyant. Instead of conflict, protest, say clamor. Kindred words. Dissension, factious infighting, amid a vortex of ferment. For example, nothing could be more blood-curdling than the clamor of that wild and desperate bell, wailing amid the shadows. Instead of loud, say clamorous. Kindred words. Raucous, vociferous, resounding. For example, presumptuous vassals, are you not ashamed with this immodest clamorous outrage to trouble and disturb the king and us? Instead of secret, sneaky, say clandestine. Kindred words. Discreet, covert, behind a web of, posing as. For example, Mills's sanction and concurrence. I besought a clandestine interview in the back kitchen where the mangle was. Instead of groupies, say claque. Kindred words. Entourage, retinue. For example, I wouldn't associate with the claque on the boulevard. Instead of loud and clear, say clarion. For example, all at once he raised his head, his hollow eye appeared full of light, and his voice burst forth like a clarion. Down with them, Tristan. Instead of traditionalist, say classicist. Kindred words. Purist, textualist. Instead of really, very, say clearly. Kindred words. In actual fact, in truth, it is in point of fact, in any real sense. For example, Bennett and his daughters saw all the advantages of Wickham's removal from the Shire, as clearly as Mr. Instead of forgiveness, mercy, say clemency. Kindred words. Forbearance. For example, for the real injury he showed himself full of clemency, under the real provocation, patient as a saint. Instead of customers, say clientele. Kindred words, patrons. For example, his single back room, remarkable for having an extremely large cupboard, he rented furnished from 2 elderly spinsters, dressmakers in a humble way with a clientele of servant girls mostly. Instead of hide, say cloak. Kindred words, obscure, ensconce, enshroud, belie. For example, forethinking this, I have already fit, 'tis in my cloak bag, doublet, hat, hose, all that answer to them. Instead of hidden, say cloaked. Kindred words, harbored, ensconced, latent, dormant. For example, then booted and cloaked, for so we were commanded to appear, I went to wait upon my lord the emperor. Instead of sheltered, say cloistered. For example, at night, the beautiful, nude young man descended from the cross and became the ecstasy of the cloistered one. Instead of overdoing a good thing, overly sentimental, say cloying. Kindred words, mawkish, maudlin. For example, even so being full of your near cloying sweetness, to bitter sauces did I frame my feeding, and sick of welfare found a kind of meekness, to be diseased ere that there was true needing. Instead of group, say cluster. Kindred words, entourage, camp, inner circle, coterie. For example, one cluster broke into a curiosity shop in the Rue des Vieilles Haudriettes, and seized yataghans and Turkish arms. Instead of grouped, say clustered. For example, the dogs clustered together in fear, now and again snarling menacingly as a pair of eyes drew close. Instead of grabbed, say clutched. Kindred words, caught hold of. For example, from time to time chills ran through his whole body, and clutched his heart in a grasp of ice. Instead of grabbing, say clutching. For example, she was lying on her face, thrusting her face into the pillow and clutching it in both hands. Instead of win over, say co-opt. Instead of combine, come together, say coalesce. Kindred words, assimilate, consolidate, bridge the differences that divide, close ranks. For example, I hold it to be the wondrously thin, ruptured membranes of the case, coalescing. Instead of crude, say coarse. Kindred words, bawdy, gauche, base, boorish. For example, a prig would have said that he had lost culture, and a prude that he had become coarse. Instead of overprotect, pamper, say coddle. For example, I suspect she is right, and that I've been coddling the fellow as if I'd been his grandmother. Instead of arrange into a system, systematize, say codify. Instead of convincing, say cogent. For example, in short, he argued so cogently that Giles allowed himself to be persuaded, and the letter to Mrs. Instead of unity, say cohesion. For example, that was an excellent relation with them, a possible one even with so broken a reed, from her slightness of cohesion, as Henrietta Stackpole. Instead of friend, say cohort. Kindred words, accomplice, friend and confidant. For example, there are moments when hideous surmises assail us like a cohort of furies, and violently force the partitions of our brains. Instead of happen at the same time, say coincide. For example, I could not be happy with a man whose taste did not in every point coincide with my own. Instead of work together, say collaborate. Instead of associate, say collaborator. Kindred words, confederate. For example, at times he has been not so much my assistant as my collaborator, and has followed my fortunes to this day. Instead of additional, say collateral. Kindred words, ancillary. For example, I had £90 a year, exclusive of my house rent and sundry collateral matters, from my aunt. Instead of co-worker, say colleague. Kindred words, people with whom I work. For example, his colleagues looked at him, and doubtless pitied his prospects, blighted under the perfumed breath of a woman. Instead of attract, say collect. Kindred words, appeal to, draw, invite. For example, they threw themselves into committees in the most impassioned manner and collected subscriptions with a vehemence quite extraordinary. Instead of everyday language, say colloquial. For example, stables, which bids fair to outshine the old one, on which he has so long rested his colloquial reputation. Instead of informal expression, say colloquialism. For example, he ascribed to him with leisurely emphasis every virtue under heaven, summing it all up in an absurd colloquialism current amongst the lower class of Occidentals, especially about Esmeralda. Instead of conference, say colloquy. Kindred words, symposium, forum, summit. For example, a smoky tap room presented itself. They entered, and the remainder of their confidential colloquy was lost in shadow. Instead of conspiring, say colluding. Kindred words, in league with, in league together. Instead of effect, mood, say color. Kindred words, in form, frame of mind, temper, approach. For example, the sun was beginning to set and sending deep gold-colored rays slanting under the trees when they parted. Instead of strife-filled, say combative. Kindred words, contentious. For example, Grewgious, quite beside himself, plunged about the room, to all appearance undecided whether he was in a fit of loyal enthusiasm, or combative denunciation. Instead of control, say command. Kindred words, rein in, manage, harness, establish dominion over. For example, but, sir, such answer as I can make, you shall command, or rather, as you say, my mother. Instead of deserved and received, say commanded. For example, he then commanded his center squadrons to march slowly, whilst he moved rapidly forward those on the wings. Instead of take over, say commandeer. Kindred words, appropriate, procure, wrest from, help oneself to. For example, the hay and the spring corn, of which Alpatich said there had been a remarkable crop that year, had been commandeered by the troops and mown down while still green. Instead of huge, say commanding. Kindred words, beyond measure, immeasurable, monumental, elephantine. For example, and he passed the paper to the officer commanding the Carbonaries, who read and returned it to him. Instead of has, say commands. Kindred words, presents, displays, is endowed with, enjoys. For example, he creates Lucius proconsul, and to you, the tribunes. For this immediate levy, he commands his absolute commission. Instead of begin, start, say commence. Kindred words, arise, establish, inaugurate, set about. For example, bonnet souks, and interest was almost foreign to this commencement of love, which had been the consequence of it. Instead of commit, say commend. For example, my lord, I love you, and durst commend a secret to your ear much weightier than this work. Instead of admirable, say commendable. Kindred words, laudable, deserving, praiseworthy. For example, thanks, I faith. For silence is only commendable in a neat's tongue dried, and a maid not vendible. Instead of appropriate for, say commensurate. Kindred words, in keeping with, most suited for, lends itself to, apropos. For example, the only conception that can explain the movement of the locomotive is that of a force commensurate with the movement observed. Instead of opinion, say commentary. Kindred words, sentiment, your take on. For example, Tess, who was reaching up to get the tea things from the corner cupboard, did not hear these commentaries. Instead of feel sorry for, say commiserate. Kindred words, study your pain. For example, listen to my tale. When you have heard that, abandon or commiserate me, as you shall judge that I deserve. Instead of employ, say commission. Kindred words, in the pay of. For example, he creates Lucius proconsul, and to you, the tribunes. For this immediate levy, he commands his absolute commission. Instead of hired, say commissioned. Kindred words, engaged. For example, she said she was the widow of a non-commissioned officer, and lived close by in the town. Instead of typically, say commonly. For example, I could commonly hear the splash of the water when he came up, and so also detected him. Instead of racket, say commotion. Kindred words, stir, kerfuffle. For example, yes, we were now in that enchanted calm which they say lurks at the heart of every commotion. Instead of radical leftist, say communist. Kindred words, Jacobin. For example, then the Society of Equal Workingmen, which was divided into 3 fractions, the levelers, the communists, the reformers. Instead of friendly of animals, say companionable. Kindred words, docile. For example, he was confiding, good-natured, unsophisticated, companionable, but he was not a man to set the river on fire. Instead of as good, say comparable. Kindred words, anything that bears comparison. For example, my father Ctesias son of Ormenus, a man comparable to the gods, reigned over both. Instead of relative, say comparative. For example, but they ate and they drank when they regained Edna's little dining room, which was comparatively early in the evening. Instead of fellow citizen, say compatriot. For example, this lackey was my compatriot, and we became the more intimate from there being many resemblances of character between us. Instead of cause, force, say compel. Kindred words, basis for, precipitant, foist on, by force of. For example, thou canst compel no more than she entreat, thy threats have no more strength than her weak prayers. Instead of interesting, say compelling. Kindred words, of interest, engrossing, likely to be of interest, arresting. For example, he turned and looked about him, sternly compelling himself to regain his consciousness of outward things. Instead of thorough, yet concise, say compendious. For example, I'll get a crucible, and into it, and dissolve myself down to one small, compendious vertebra. Instead of compensating, say compensatory. Instead of overconfidence, say complacency. Kindred words, hubris, an act of presumption. For example, he rose with a little extra touch of complacency, and held out his hand to help her up. Instead of considerate, submissive, say complacent. Kindred words, mindful of, accommodating, attentive to, compliant. For example, it is necessary that we should be more than complaisant to the Count. Instead of problem, say complexity. Kindred words, difficulty, sticking point, quandary. For example, at once the whole of his picture lived before him in all the indescribable complexity of everything living. Instead of obedience, say compliance. Kindred words, deference. For example, ask for something specific, and it may doubtless be negotiated for you, on your compliance with the conditions. Instead of obedient, submissive, say compliant. Kindred words, subservient, obsequious, excessively so, complacent, amenable. For example, as the dwarf spoke, Dick's face relaxed into a compliant smile, and his brow slowly unbent. Instead of guilty, involved illegally, say complicit. Kindred words, culpable, blameworthy. Instead of goes with, say compliments. Kindred words, goes hand in hand with, is in keeping with, comports with, is consistent with the views of. For example, he says, I beg my respectful compliments to my lady, who, I hope, has benefited by the change. Instead of aspect, say component. Kindred words, facet, dimension, dynamic, feature. For example, to find component forces equal to the composite or resultant force, the sum of the components must equal the resultant. Instead of pieces, say components. Kindred words, elements, remnants, traces, fragments. For example, to find component forces equal to the composite or resultant force, the sum of the components must equal the resultant. Instead of calm behavior, written, say composed. Kindred words, unflappable, poised, sang-froid, self-possessed. For example, but feeling the hand upon her forehead, and seeing his busy and composed face, she quietly drops them again. Instead of combination, say composite. Kindred words, mix of, tapestry of, ultimate marriage of, synthesis. For example, the text I have used was a composite of more than 30 different First Folio editions best pages. Instead of behavior, say composure. Kindred words, decorum, conventions, governance, in her manner. For example, what power of cannon might it take to shake that rusty old man out of his immovable composure? Instead of intensifier, say compound. Kindred words, heighten the effect. For example, reason, in itself confounded, saw division grow together, to themselves yet either neither, simple were so well compounded. Instead of complete, say comprehensive. Kindred words, wholesale. For example, I tried to get some comprehensive account of the situation from him, but he would not give it. Instead of include, say comprise. Kindred words, extend to, incorporate, embrace. For example, 2 little breaths of words comprising it, 2 words, yet all from first to last comprised in it. Instead of consists of, is composed of, say comprises. For example, this figure probably comprises all the other corpses which were flung into this ravine the day after the combat. Instead of including, say comprising. Kindred words, encompassing, extending from, complete with, replete with. For example, 2 little breaths of words comprising it, 2 words, yet all from first to last comprised in it. Instead of endanger, put at risk, say compromise. Kindred words, imperil the safety of, imperil. For example, I was obliged to pick it up in order not to compromise him and the lady he loves. Instead of weakened, say compromised. Kindred words, undermined, enervated, enfeebled, abated. For example, the man grinned, and, looking doubtfully at Nicholas, compromised the matter by sticking the card in the chimney glass. Instead of embarrassing, say compromising. For example, finally he gave a faint single rat, and pepper, such was the compromising name of the avenging boy, announced Mr. Instead of required, say compulsory. Kindred words, vital, essential, the lifeblood of, obligatory. For example, an English gentleman who had lived some years in this region, said it was the cradle of compulsory education. Instead of regrets, say compunctions. Kindred words, misgivings. For example, he of course felt no compunctions for proposing a general as a sacrifice. Instead of hide, hide from, say conceal. Kindred words, obscure, ensconce, enshroud, belie. For example, thou art sworn as deeply to affect what we intend as closely to conceal what we impart. Instead of extended metaphor, say conceit. Kindred words, trope. For example, his wit's as thick as Tewkesbury mustard, there's no more conceit in him than is in a mallet. Instead of pompous talk or writing, say conceivable. Kindred words, turgid prose, grandiloquence. For example, he saw that the ground in the deep shadows was cluttered with men, sprawling in every conceivable posture. Instead of create, say conceive. Kindred words, fashion, render, give rise to, or shape. For example, the Duke is humorous, what he is indeed more suits you to conceive than I to speak of. Instead of originally written, say conceived. For example, at last Anne was at home again, and happier than anyone in that house could have conceived. Instead of idea, thought, say conception. Kindred words, construct, sentiment, abstraction, notion. For example, pray heaven it be state matters, as you think, and no conception nor no jealous toy concerning you. Instead of interest, say concern. Kindred words, engage the attention of, vested interest. For example, Pray heaven it be state matters, as you think, and no conception nor no jealous toy concerning you. Instead of coordinated, mutual, say concerted. For example, this bit of manual work in loading the silver was their last concerted action. Instead of front desk, say concierge. For example, the man, somewhat crestfallen by the rebuke he had received, repeated what the concierge had said. Instead of private meeting place, say conclave. For example, and once more in mine arms I bid him welcome, and thank the holy conclave for their loves. Instead of accompanying, say concomitant. Kindred words, attendant. For example, he points to creating as the surest salvation from the suffering which is a concomitant of all higher life. Instead of agreeing, say concordant. Kindred words, in accord with, in agreement, well disposed to. For example, you were to have universal concord, and were to get it by eliminating all the people who wouldn't, or conscientiously couldn't, be concordant. Instead of agreement, say concurrence. Kindred words, accommodation, consensus, accord, covenant. For example, and how suffer him to leave her without saying one word of gratitude, of concurrence, of common kindness. Instead of approve, say condone. For example, 4 years later, the Supreme Court condoned separate but equal laws in the famous Plessy versus. Instead of escort, run, say conduct. Kindred words, see your guest out, operate, preside, oversee. For example, will he conduct you through the heart of France and make the meanest of you earls and dukes? Instead of put together, say confected. Kindred words, cobbled together. Instead of candy, say confectionery. Kindred words, confections. For example, this Parisienne was always in debt, her salary being anticipated, not only in dress, but in perfumes, cosmetics, confectionery, and condiments. Instead of candy, sweets, say confections. Kindred words, confectionery. For example, Sicilian cookery and Attic confections and Corinthian courtesans, which are to gymnastic what Lydian and Ionian melodies are to music, must be forbidden. Instead of associate, say confederate. Kindred words, collaborator. For example, I trembled at that proposal, for hitherto I had had no confederates, nor any acquaintance among that tribe. Instead of give, grant, say confer. Kindred words, render, afford, bestow, lavish. For example, I'll leave you to confer of home affairs. When you have done, we look to hear from you. Instead of arrangement, say configuration. Kindred words, a certain geometry of purpose, a disposition of. For example, Quayle meant in intellectual beauty, and whether we were not struck by his massive configuration of brow. Instead of arrange, say configure. Kindred words, orchestrate, array. Instead of limits, say confines. Kindred words, bounds, verges, periphery. For example, a goodly one, in which there are many confines, wards, and dungeons, Denmark being one oath worst. Instead of merging, say confluent. For example, the chin is a still larger drop, the confluent dripping of the face. Instead of confuse, say confound. Kindred words, bewilder, befuddle, perplex, discombobulate. For example, now, for the love of love and her soft hours, let's not confound the time with conference harsh. Instead of face, say confront. Kindred words, come to grips with. For example, I started much more naturally then, to find myself confronted by a man in a sober grey dress. Instead of friendly, say congenial. Kindred words, affable, genial, kindly, amiable. For example, my friend's temper had not improved since he had been deprived of the congenial surroundings of Baker Street. Instead of deep-rooted, say congenital. Kindred words, inherent, deep-seated, innate. For example, a truce to Phrynes and Trentals and Jeremys and all such congenital defunctive music. Instead of gather, say congregate. For example, true, he said, but then the multitude is seldom willing to congregate unless they get a little honey. Instead of in agreement, say congruent. For example, I spoke it, tender juvenile, as a congruent epitheton appertaining to thy young days, which we may nominate tender. Instead of guess, speculation, say conjecture. Kindred words, largely a matter for speculation, open speculation. For example, I appreciated that point, and I conjectured that it was dropped by the murderer in his hurried flight. Instead of joined, say conjoined. For example, the elongated s's have been changed to small s's and the conjoined ae have been changed to ae. Instead of enthusiast, say connoisseur. Kindred words, disciple, fancier of, aficionado. For example, I had shown it to the best connoisseurs in Heidelberg, and they all said it was an antique. Instead of declare sacred, make sacred, say consecrate. Kindred words, sanctify. For example, an almost spiritual medium, like the electric telegraph, should be consecrated to high, deep, joyful, and holy missions. Instead of agreement, say consensus. Kindred words, accommodation, concurrence, accord, covenant. For example, in all these cases the children were too young to give any properly intelligible account of themselves, but the consensus of their excuses is that they had been with a blue-fur lady. Instead of permission, say consent. Kindred words, licensed to, carte blanche. For example, come, woo me, for now I am in a holiday humor, and like enough to consent. Instead of effects, fallout, say consequences. Kindred words, implications, repercussions, reverberations, serious implications. For example, why should I regret my incapacity for details and worldly affairs when it leads to such pleasant consequences? Instead of important, resulting, say consequential. Kindred words, pressing, of the highest distinction, figure prominently in, worthy of note. For example, he took up a paper fan and began to cool himself with a consequential air, while Charles Gould bowed and withdrew. Instead of as a result, therefore, say consequently. Kindred words, hence, thus, as a consequence, in consequence. For example, Water, M. Depine, and himself, and that the marriage of Valentine and Franz would consequently be broken off. Instead of greenhouse, say conservatory. For example, sitting down behind many layers of glass in a sort of green leather conservatory, we started to town. Instead of look at, notice, say consider. Kindred words, address, take up a central question. I set my gaze on. For example, but to win time to lose so bad employment, in the which I have considered of a course. Instead of a lot of, impressive, say considerable. Kindred words, a wealth of, a host of, extensive, a goodly number of. For example, Weevil languishing over tea and toast with a considerable expression on him of exhausted excitement and exhausted tobacco smoke. Instead of very, say considerably. Kindred words, you are nothing if not, terribly, desperately, all too. For example, by our arrival their expenses were considerably increased though their means for supplying them were then nearly exhausted. Instead of rewards, say consideration. Kindred words, requisitions, dividends, laurels, trophies. For example, if you are sure of that, on good consideration, send Charlie to me this night week for the letter. Instead of facts, things to think about, say considerations. Kindred words, circumstances, gleanings, credible information, unassailable truths. For example, the government obviously is guided by abstract considerations, and remains indifferent to the influence its measures may exercise. Instead of advisor, say consigliere. Instead of abandon, demote, say consign. Kindred words, abandon the sanctuary of, relinquish, forsake, forswear. For example, everyone spoke, harangued, and vociferated, swearing, cursing, and consigning the cardinal and his guards to all the devils. Instead of sympathy, say consolation. For example, Bucket, who was sitting in a corner by the door, good-naturedly offered such consolation as he could administer. Instead of come together, say consolidate. Kindred words. Coalesce. Bridge the differences that divide. Close ranks. For example, Pete, in the Rue Thérèse, number 4, was making the rough draft of his Privy Assembly to consolidate the monarchy. Instead of evident, noticeable, say conspicuous. Kindred words. In evidence. Pronounced. Marked. Salient. For example, nobody noticed their nakedness before. Perhaps, nobody can help noticing it now. The fig leaf makes it so conspicuous. Instead of noticeably, say conspicuously. For example, this puerile feature in a nature which was conspicuously manly had often given rise to comment and conjecture. Instead of nervousness, say consternation. Kindred words. Angst. Apprehension. For example, I was almost in consternation, so little had I expected any guest from the blocked-up Vale that night. Instead of supporter, say constituent. Kindred words. Adherent of, advocate, proponent, champion of. For example, the classification of the constituents of a chaos. Nothing less is here essayed. Instead of be seen as, say constitute. Kindred words. Amount to. For example, the walls were white, the tables were black. These two mourning colors constitute the only variety in convents. Instead of was, say constituted. Kindred words. It proved, became subject to, showed signs of, struck her as. For example, a few friends assembled twice a week about her widowed hearth, and these constituted a purely royalist salon. Instead of is equal to, say constitutes. Kindred words. Is by far, is, if nothing else, as is standard practice when, qualifies as. For example, a certain clever ignorance constitutes a force. You do not distrust it, and you are caught by it. Instead of limit, restrict, say constrain. Kindred words. Curtail. Frame it as narrowly as possible. Confine ourselves to the study of. Qualifier. For example, for with little external to constrain us, the innermost necessities in our being, these still drive us on. Instead of restricted, say constrained. Kindred words. Bound. For example, good my lord, to come thus was I not constrained, but did it on my free will. Instead of restriction, say constraint. Kindred words. Encumbrance. Trammel. For example, bloody constraint. For if you hide the crown even in your hearts, there will he rake for it. Instead of limitations, rules, say constraints. Kindred words. Strictures. Proscriptions. Bounds. Tenets. Instead of create, idea, say construct. Kindred words. Fashion. Render. Give rise to. Shape. For example, out of these precepts he was laboriously constructing a harmonious whole, which he desired to present to souls. Instead of interpret, say construe. Kindred words. View the issue through the lens of. For example, but all these poor forbiddings could not stay him. He in the worst sense construes their denial. Instead of messenger, say consul. Kindred words. Intermediary, emissary, attaché, internuncio. For example, they are worn, Lord Consul, so that we shall hardly in our ages see their banners wave again. Instead of embassy, say consulate. Kindred words. Ministry. For example, in Constantinople you ask, how far is it to the consulate, and they answer, about 10 minutes. Instead of read, say consult. Kindred words. Peruse. For example, now part them again, lest they consult about the giving up of some more towns in France. Instead of perfect, say consummate. Kindred words. Idyllic, ideal, infallible, made to order. For example, herself a consummate coquette, she could not have maneuvered better on meeting a man she wished to attract. Instead of disease, say contagion. Kindred words, affliction. For example, children are even more apt, if possible, than grown people, to catch the contagion of a panic terror. Instead of stop, say contain. Kindred words, put a stop to, draw to a close, put an end to, check. For example, for confirmation that I am much more than my out wall, open this purse, and take what it contains. Instead of thought, say contemplated. Kindred words, sentiment, conception, the whole tenor of his thoughts, it figured in his mind as, for example, the servants then dispersed, and so did the congregation, whom Celesta had contemplated all along Mr. Instead of thinking about, say contemplating. Kindred words, being occupied with thought. For example, in a leisurely manner, he did everything in a leisurely manner, he was contemplating trying on a pair of boots. Instead of others of that time, say contemporaries. For example, but to the old countess those contemporaries of her seemed to be the only serious and real society. Instead of hatred, say contempt. Kindred words, enmity, animosity, antipathy, aversion. For example, raise me this beggar, and denied that lord, the senator shall bear contempt hereditary, the beggar native honor. Instead of disrespectful, hateful, say contemptuous. Kindred words, impertinent, impudent, insolent, dismissive. For example, but for this prince he was an inferior, and his contemptuous and indulgent attitude to him revolted him. Instead of claim, say contend. Kindred words, contention, pronouncement, assertion. For example, busy yourselves in skill contending schools, debate where leisure serves with dull debaters, to trembling clients be you mediators. Instead of claim, say contention. Kindred words, pronouncement, assertion. For example, thus did the gods spur on both hosts to fight, and rouse fierce contention also among themselves. Instead of argumentative, controversial, say contentious. Kindred words, polemical, polarizing, provocative, divisive. For example, the pair were speeding away into the distant grey by the time that the contentious revelers became aware of what had happened. Instead of fought over, say contested. For example, I stand again in leaden rain, your flapping folds saluting, I sing you over all, flying beckoning through the fight, oh the hard contested fight. Instead of possible outcomes, say contingencies. For example, in their origin these laws were fashioned to embrace all contingencies which could lie in the future. Instead of chance, say contingency. Kindred words, a sporting chance that, for example, Judge Pinchin's neck is too precious to be risked on such a contingency as a stumbling steed. Instead of constant, say continual. Kindred words, invariable, habitual, incessant. For example, if I get a little thin, it is with anxiety about my prospects, yet unsettled my departure, continually procrastinated. Instead of stability, say continuity. For example, silence, absolute silence, had not fallen upon her companions, but their talk had an appearance of embarrassed continuity. Instead of shape, say contour. Kindred words, geometry, modeling. For example, his dark eyes fixed themselves on her again, drinking in her every contour, literally worshipping at her shrine. Instead of shaped, say contoured. Instead of edges, say contours. For example, he saw Marty standing in her doorway, a slim figure in meager black, almost without womanly contours as yet. Instead of shorten, say contract. Kindred words, abridge, truncate, abbreviate. For example, the truth is, she and I, long since contracted, are now so sure that nothing can dissolve us. Instead of oppose, say contravene. For example, it would have been to contravene these arrangements if Rosamond had consented to go away to Stone Court or elsewhere, as her parents wished her to do, especially since Mr. Instead of backlighting, say contre jour. Instead of give, say contribute. Kindred words: render, afford, bestow, lavish. For example, Harris was for contributing him to the British Museum, but I was for mailing him to his widow. Instead of contributing, say contributory. For example, it made me uneasy, as though the whole evening had been a trick of some sort to exact a contributory emotion from me. Instead of sorry, say contrite. Kindred words: remorseful, penitent, repentant. For example, as to all the rest, he was humble and contrite, and I never knew him complain. Instead of artificial device, say contrivance. Kindred words: deus ex machina, scheme. For example, it was protected from the weather by an ingenious little tarpaulin contrivance in the nature of an umbrella. Instead of schemes, say contrivances. Kindred words: machinations, maneuvers. For example, a crisis was approaching, mainly as a result of his contrivances, and it would have to be met. Instead of fake, made up, say contrived. Kindred words: to feign, a contrivance, apocryphal, pure invention. For example, how could one of his cross-grained, unfortunate, almost accursed stock have contrived to reach this pitch of niceness? Instead of get well, recover, say convalesce. For example, now, there is this noteworthy difference between savage and civilized, that while a sick, civilized man may be 6 months convalescing, generally speaking, a sick savage is almost half well again in a day. Instead of call together, say convene. Kindred words: summon, assemble. For example, Muriel was summoned by Napoleon to the Synod of the Bishops of France and Italy convened at Paris. Instead of custom, habit, say convention. Kindred words: wont, bent, proclivity, idiosyncrasy. For example, the member of the convention extended his hand to the bishop, but the bishop did not take it. Instead of usual, say conventional. Kindred words: customary, obligatory, wonted, stock. For example, Miusov took a cursory glance at all these conventional surroundings and bent an intent look upon the elder. Instead of behavior, say conventions. Kindred words: decorum, composure, governance, in her manner. For example, but among reasonable creatures, begun commonwealths, friendships, families, public meetings, and even in their wars, conventions, and truces. Instead of familiar with, say conversant. Kindred words: acquainted with, hauntingly familiar. For example, do you not yet bear away with you some of the things that then you were conversant withal? Instead of talk, say converse. Kindred words: confer. For example, the more you and I converse, the better, for while I cannot blight you, you may refresh me. Instead of on the other hand, say conversely. Kindred words: but then again, by comparison, per contra. For example, yes, but do not persons often err about good and evil? Many who are not good seem to be so, and conversely. Instead of talking, say conversing. For example, he was at the moment conversing cheerfully with Moral, but he was well prepared for what might happen. Instead of communicate, describe, say convey. Kindred words: correspond, share your thoughts, betray, unwittingly, characterize. For example, I will seek him, sir, presently, convey the business as I shall find means, and acquaint you with all. Instead of mode of transportation, vehicle, say conveyance. For example, in the evening I started, by that conveyance, down the road I had traversed under so many vicissitudes. Instead of expresses, like, say conveys. Kindred words: captures, conveys a sense of, gives the general impression of, recalls a certain. For example, Smallweed, approving of what is said before him, conveys intelligent benignity into his ancient eye and winks upon her. Instead of belief, say conviction. Kindred words: notion, sentiment, thoughts on the matter, faith. For example, Bagnet actually takes his pipe from his lips to express his conviction that he is a singer. Instead of complicated, confused, say convoluted. Kindred words, abstruse, defies comprehension, in a condition of such mental confusion, muddled. For example, the great mass of cloud filling the head of the gulf had long red smears amongst its convoluted folds of grey and black, as of a floating mantle stained with blood. Instead of violence between groups, say convulsions. Kindred words, sectarian violence, strife. For example, this then is life. Here is what has come to the surface after so many throes and convulsions. Instead of copycat, say copyist. For example, of the money the copyists will receive a четвертак apiece, and the rest will go to the government. Instead of flirt, say coquette. For example, herself a consummate coquette, she could not have maneuvered better on meeting a man she wished to attract. Instead of flirty, say coquettish. For example, they were spruce, shining, waved, lustrous, fluttering, dainty, coquettish, which did not at all prevent their wearing swords by their sides. Instead of friendly, say cordial. Kindred words, affable, genial, kindly, amiable. For example, Aramis held out his hand in a cordial manner to his young companion, and took leave of him. Instead of foundation, say cornerstone. Kindred words, underlying support, basis for, lay the foundation for, amid the ruins of. For example, see you yond point the capital, yond cornerstone. Instead of bodily, physical, say corporeal. For example, it was mournful, indeed, to witness the subjugation of that vigorous spirit to a corporeal infirmity. Instead of fat, say corpulent. Kindred words, stout, plethoric, well-nourished, Rubenesque. For example, since Prince Andrew had last seen him Kutuzov had grown still more corpulent, flaccid, and fat. Instead of connection between, relationship between, say correlation. For example, Kraken thought, who blinked and nodded, and seemed to intend a smile, which, by the correlation of forces, went off in small twitchings and noises. Instead of communicate, say correspond. Kindred words, share your thoughts, betray, unwittingly, convey. For example, of this mentor young Chichikov speedily appraised the mentality, wherefore he fashioned his behavior to correspond with it. Instead of hallway, say corridor. For example, she opened the door of the room and went into the corridor, and then she began her wanderings. Instead of confirm, say corroborate. Kindred words, attest to, bear witness to, substantiate. For example, no, it was a sense that, despite her love, as corroborated by Isa's admission, the facts had not changed. Instead of funeral procession, say cortege. For example, his cortege, what we should nowadays call his staff, of bishops and abbeys invaded the estrade in his train, not without causing redoubled tumult and curiosity among the audience. Instead of cosigner of a treaty, say consignatory. Instead of space, universe, say cosmos. Kindred words, the outermost reaches of, the expansive, world without end. Instead of assistants, clique, say coterie. Kindred words, retinue, entourage, cortege, camp. For example, this pastoral visit naturally furnished an occasion for a murmur of comment in all the little local coteries. Instead of advice, advise, say counsel. Kindred words, impress upon, caution. For example, vex not yourself, nor strive not with your breath, for all in vain comes counsel to his ear. Instead of advocate, facial expression, say countenance. Kindred words, espouse, proselytize, visage, the smile which played continually about her face. For example, lay hands on the villain, I believe a means to cozen somebody in this city under my countenance. Instead of take back, say countermand. Kindred words, withdraw, retract, recant. For example, Butler's action was approved, but Fremont's was hastily countermanded, and his successor, Halleck, saw things differently. Instead of opponent, say counterpart. Kindred words: rival, detractor, gainsayer, adversary. For example, is it not plain, from this, that the histories of Emmeline and Cassie may have many counterparts? Instead of counteract, say countervail. For example, yon night doth sit too melancholy, as if the entertainment in our court had not a show might countervail his worth. Instead of offsetting, say countervailing. For example, I sat staring before me, trying in vain to devise some countervailing thought. Instead of policy, way, say course. Kindred words: protocol, his manner, a way about her, a presence. For example, but to win time to lose so bad employment, in the which I have considered of a course. Instead of peers, say cousins. For example, Celesta's cousins, in the remotest degree, are so many murders in the respect that they will out. Instead of women's fashions, say couture. Instead of fashion designer, say couturier. Instead of agreement, promise, say covenant. Kindred words: accommodation, consensus, concurrence, accord. For example, there was a difference between the proposition and the covenant, which she had felt only too quickly. Instead of secret, say covert. Kindred words: discreet, behind a web of, posing as, behind a thin cover of. For example, towards him I made, but he was ware of me, and stole into the covert of the wood. Instead of desire, want, say covet. Kindred words: long for, pine for, want for, bay after. For example, Gripe Man, a schoolmaster in Lovegain, which is a market town in the county of Coveting, in the north. Instead of greedy, say covetous. Kindred words: rapacious, acquisitive, avaricious, esurient. For example, on the other hand, ministers, governors of provinces, covetous, ambitious, full of vanity, and anxious to inspire fear. Instead of made, say crafted. Kindred words: produced, rendered. Instead of insensitive, vulgar, say crass. Kindred words: callous, indelicate. For example, Macy, in deep disgust at the farrier's crass incompetence to apprehend the conditions of ghostly phenomena. Instead of cowardly, say craven. For example, Craven got no governess for her, nor no nurse, and I said, no, he hasn't, though Mrs. Instead of person, say creature. Kindred words: a soul, personage, being, a living being. For example, only you do lack that mercy which fierce fire and iron extends. Creatures of note for mercy lacking uses. Instead of believability, say credence. Kindred words: plausibility. For example, Cluppins worthy of credence, they would believe it, and, if they didn't, why, they wouldn't. Instead of trustworthy, say credible. For example, some of the townspeople declared that she did all this only from pride, but that is hardly credible. Instead of gullibility, say credulity. For example, nevertheless, the old sea traditions, the immemorial credulities, popularly invested this old Manxman with preternatural powers of discernment. Instead of animals, say creepers. Kindred words: beasts. For example, it was backed by a low cliff wooded on the brow, draped in creepers to the very foot. Instead of disappointed, say crestfallen. Kindred words: despondent. For example, 8 crestfallen creatures stood upon the shore, and oh, to think of it, this, after all that overmastering ecstasy. Instead of dark red, say crimson. Kindred words: scarlet, vermilion. For example, her face had been rising to a dull crimson fire while he spoke, but she did not answer. Instead of rude, say crisp. Kindred words: impertinent, insolent, brash, ill-mannered. For example, so out came the tarleton, looking older, limper, and shabbier than ever beside Sally's crisp new one. Instead of standard, say criterion. Kindred words. Caliber, touchstone, ideal. For example, though the certainty of this criterion is far from demonstrable, yet it has the savor of analogical probability. Instead of I can't talk, because I'm just as guilty, say criticize. For example, when the letters were posted, Jude mentally began to criticize them. He wished they had not been sent. Instead of grade, say critique. Kindred words. Appraise. For example, this critique, the justness of which was unfortunately lost on poor Catherine, brought them to the door of Mrs. Instead of cut, say cropped. For example, well, bear you well in this new spring of time, lest you be cropped before you come to crime. Instead of topped, say crowned. For example, even the top is not left bare, but is crowned with a flourishing group of trees and shrubs. Instead of obscure, technical, say cryptic. Kindred words. Arcane. Derrida would be proud. Talmudic. For example, a telegram to this effect would be cold and cryptic. A personal visit seemed each moment more impossible. Instead of food, say cuisine. Kindred words. Fare, sustenance. For example, your poor bachelor with his impersonal club fare, alternating with the equally impersonal cuisine of the dinner party. Instead of highest point, say culmination. Kindred words. Apex, pinnacle. For example, White Fang's snarling began with the movement, and increased as the movement approached its culmination. Instead of guilty, say culpable. Kindred words. Complicit, blameworthy. For example, that uncommonly strong fellow is a horse stealer, and guilty also, but compared with others not as culpable. Instead of develop, promote, say cultivate. Kindred words. Evolve, foster, advocate, champion. For example, let us cultivate it to the utmost in men, women, and children in our gardens and in our houses. Instead of grew, say cultivated. For example, for, my dear fellow, it's a very important matter to know on what side a man is cultivated. Instead of hard to handle, say cumbersome. For example, even the cumbersome German construction is not able to take the pathos out of that picture. Indeed, it somehow seems to strengthen it. Instead of cleverness, say cunning. Kindred words. Guile. For example, try thy cunning, Phidias, make thine own edict for thy pains, which we will answer as a law. Instead of greed, say cupidity. Kindred words. Excesses, avarice. For example, I never saw such an expression of cupidity as the flickering lamp revealed in those two countenances. Instead of control, say curb. Kindred words. Rein in, manage, harness, establish dominion over. For example, and resolution thus fubbed as it is with the rusty curb of old Father Antic the law. Instead of strange things, say curiosities. Kindred words. Little curios. For example, there were small Rajas, escorts coughing in the veranda, who came to buy curiosities such as phonographs and mechanical toys. Instead of strange, unsure, say curious. Kindred words. Peculiar, idiosyncratic, eccentric. He has his peculiarities. For example, you shall not find, though you be therein curious, the least cause for what you seem to fear. Instead of grouch, say curmudgeon. Instead of brief, say cursory. Kindred words. Momentary, fleeting, short-lived, ephemeral. For example, Miusov took a cursory glance at all these conventional surroundings and bent an intent look upon the elder. Instead of rude, say curt. Kindred words. Impertinent, insolent, brash, ill-mannered. For example, Gringoire tried to slip in some excuse between these curt words, which Roth rendered more and more jerky. Instead of limit, reduce, say curtail. Kindred words. Frame it as narrowly as possible. Confine ourselves to the study of, qualify, constrain. For example, a sudden fog came on, and she curtailed her walk, passing under the tree again on her return. Instead of regularly, usually, say customarily. Kindred words, oftentimes, not infrequently, tended to, more often than not. For example, he took the key, which was customarily given him as one of the family, ascended the stairs, and introduced Madam. Instead of common, often, say customary. Kindred words, familiar, at frequent intervals, as often as not, obligatory. For example, Rouncewell is in attendance and receives Celesta's customary shake of the hand with a profound curtsy. Instead of distrustful, say cynical. Kindred words, baneful. For example, he is incredulous, skeptical, cynical. He likes to impose on people, or rather to make fun of them. Instead of stupid, say daft. Kindred words, inane, bovine, none too bright, benighted. For example, it was Amory's dear old friend, his and the others, for the church was full of people with daft, staring faces, the most exalted seeming the most stricken. Instead of daily basis, incorrect usage. On a daily basis, incorrect usage, say daily. For example, oh what men dare do, what men may do, what men daily do, not knowing what they do. Instead of inconsequential event, say dalliance. For example, now all the youth of England are on fire, and silken dalliance in the wardrobe lies. Instead of taking her good time, say dallying. Kindred words, dawdling, lollygagging. For example, thus dallying with his souvenirs, he examined the writing and the style of the letters, as varied as their orthography. Instead of scratches, say damages. For example, suit for damages by legal influence or simulation of assault with evidence of injuries sustained, self-inflicted, not impossibly. Instead of darkness, say darkishness. Instead of old, say dated. Kindred words, dates from BCE, dates from times of the century. For example, how many a man has dated a new era in his life from the reading of a book. Instead of obstruct, say daunt. Kindred words, hamper, impede, encumber, fetter. For example, there was something about him like a wicked child or a half-witted person, that daunted me beyond expression. Instead of difficult, intimidating, say daunting. Kindred words, trying, strained, arduous, onerous. Instead of taking her good time, say dawdling. Kindred words, dallying, lollygagging. For example, they evoke our interests and affections, and keep the life of the spirit dawdling round them. Instead of morning, say daybreak. Kindred words, at first light, in the small hours of the morning. For example, at daybreak he was in the open country, the town of M lay far behind him. Instead of noisy, say deafening. Kindred words, resounding, in full cry, atonal. For example, little Gavroche marched in front with that deafening song which made of him a sort of trumpet. Instead of immortal, say deathless. For example, Spitz ran out his tongue and laughed again, and from that moment Buck hated him with a bitter and deathless hatred. Instead of disaster, failure, say debacle. Kindred words, calamity, abject failure, fiasco. Instead of say debase. Kindred words, belittle, speak harshly of, disparage, denigrate. For example, her worst offense for me was an occasional excursion into the smithy style of dressing, debased West Kensington. Instead of weakened, say debilitated. Kindred words, compromised, undermined, enervated, enfeebled. For example, the debilitated cousin says of her that she's beauty now, set up shop of women, but rather alarming kind, remendingman fact, inconvenient woman, who will getofbedandbawthstahlishmen Shakespeare. Instead of junk, say debris. Kindred words, detritus. For example, the most mediocre libertine has dreamed of sultanas, every notary bears within him the debris of a poet. Instead of expose as false, say debunk. Kindred words, discredit. Instead of dead person, say dissident. Kindred words, departed. Instead of absolutely, definitely, say decidedly. Kindred words, without question, without exception, without doubt, by any measure. For example, on the whole, however, there was something decidedly sluggish and insignificant about Jean Valjean in appearance, at least. Instead of virtually destroyed, say decimated. Kindred words, tattered. For example, the revolution came, events succeeded each other with precipitation, the parliamentary families, decimated, pursued, hunted down, were dispersed. Instead of very, say decisively. Kindred words, you are nothing if not, terribly, desperately, all too. For example, he removed his large Henry Clay decisively and his large fierce eyes scowled intelligently over all their faces. Instead of said, say declared. Kindred words, expressed, indicated, remarked, made clear that, for example, nay, some good folk had even declared the letters of Napoleon's name to constitute the apocalyptic cipher. Instead of did not want to, say declined. For example, she had one eye declined for the loss of her husband, another elevated that the oracle was fulfilled. Instead of rest, say decompress. Instead of behavior, manners, say decorum. Kindred words, conventions, composure, governance, in her manner. For example, Shelby, if you wish to communicate with me, you must observe something of the decorum of a gentleman. Instead of order, say decree. Kindred words, edict, precept, dictate. For example, give me the paper, let me read the same, and to the strictest decrees I'll write my name. Instead of figure, say deduce. Kindred words, surmise, infer, ascertain, assess. For example, put the figures and deduce the misery, you know, and put the other figures and deduce and so on. Instead of action, say deed. Kindred words, agency, instrumentality. For example, my father loved you, he said he did, and with his deed did crown his word upon you. Instead of actions, say deeds. Kindred words, doings, good offices. For example, they have had inkling this fortnight what we intend to do, which now we'll show 'em in deeds. Instead of think of, say deem. Kindred words, regard, consider, look upon as, reckon as. For example, sure, in that I deem you an ill husband, and am glad to have you therein my companion. Instead of built-in, deep-rooted, say deep-seated. Kindred words, inherent, innate, resident, congenital. Instead of weakness, say defect. Kindred words, shortcoming, failing, foible, drawback. For example, everywhere upon it we have the right of light, we contemplate its beauties, we lay bare its defects. Instead of avoid the question, say defer. Kindred words, hedge around the question. For example, I could not defer my pleasure, so I took a cabriolet and drove to the horse dealer's. Instead of obedience, say deference. Kindred words, compliance. For example, the officer alone went on board, where he was received with all the deference inspired by the uniform. Instead of humble, submissive, say deferential. Kindred words, unassuming, inglorious, innocuous, self-effacing. For example, Daria Alexandrovna liked her neatness, her deferential and obliging manners, but she felt ill at ease with her. Instead of faults, flaws, say deficiencies. Kindred words, human frailties, failings, shortcomings. For example, there are certainly odd deficiencies in the house, considering the extraordinary evidences of wealth which are round me. Instead of weakness, say deficiency. Kindred words, shortcoming, failing, defect, foible. For example, bitterly did he deplore a deficiency which now he could scarcely comprehend to have been possible. Instead of dirty, pollute, say defile. Kindred words, sully, vitiate. For example, Titian's Venus defiles and disgraces the tribune. There is no softening that fact, but his Moses glorifies it. Instead of skillful, say deft. Kindred words, adroit, artful. For example, the tragedy began quietly enough, and like many another talk, by the man's deft assertion of his superiority. Instead of deteriorate, say degenerate. Kindred words, calcify, devolve into, erode, lose ground. For example, can it be that so degenerate a strain as this should once set footing in your generous bosoms? Instead of glorify, idolize, say deify. Kindred words, lionize, idealize. For example, Rome deified the people in the state, and bequeathed the idea of the state to the nations. Instead of harmful, say deleterious. Kindred words, adverse, injurious, pernicious, nocious. For example, or might it suffice him that every wholesome growth should be converted into something deleterious and malignant at his touch? Instead of think about it, say deliberate. Kindred words, take into consideration, consult and consider, entertain the idea, ruminate. For example, true, he pondered over the incident, but in more deliberate fashion than a younger man would have done. Instead of thought about it, say deliberated. Kindred words, entertained the idea that, turned it over, after a few moments' reflection. For example, awaiting in her father's house the minute of her appointment with her husband, Grace Fitzpiers deliberated on many things. Instead of detail, say delicacy. For example, how could a woman of any intelligence, of any delicacy, put her sister in such a humiliating position? Instead of outline it, say delineate. For example, or that his nature, being such as we have delineated, is akin to the highest good. Instead of give, say deliver. Kindred words, render, afford, bestow, lavish. For example, let this be duly performed, with a thought that more depends on it than we must yet deliver. Instead of given, say delivered. Kindred words, invested with, accorded, extended, endowed. For example, a happiness that often madness hits on, which reason and sanity could not so prosperously be delivered of. Instead of draw a boundary, mark off, say demarcate. Kindred words, circumscribe. For example, not to exclude or demarcate, or pick out evils from their formidable masses, even to expose them, but add, fuse, complete, extend, and celebrate the immortal and the good. Instead of line between, say demarcation. For example, there are rudimentary bow windows, cornices, chimneys, demarcations of stories, etc. Instead of behavior, manner, say demeanor. Kindred words, decorum, conventions, composure, governance. For example, he now grew more composed in his demeanor, but his original air of enthusiasm had quite disappeared. Instead of insanity, mental disorder, say dementia. Kindred words, psychosis, neurosis. For example, I suspect that all things unspoken in our souls partake somewhat of the laxity of delirium and dementia. Instead of semi-dry, say demisec. Instead of destruction, say demise. Kindred words, vastation. For example, tell me what state, what dignity, what honor, canst thou demise to any child of mine? Instead of prove, show, say demonstrate. Kindred words, suggest that, attest, bear witness to, establish. For example, moreover, he was regular, and never went out except for well-demonstrated requirements of the orchard and vegetable garden. Instead of tells us that, say demonstrates. Kindred words, points to, indicates, suggests, seems to suggest. For example, now, I have had very little pleasure at our dear Richard's lately, and your practical sagacity demonstrates why. Instead of unreserved, say demonstrative. Kindred words, effusive. For example, I felt that if we had been at all demonstrative, he would have run away in a moment. Instead of object, raise doubts or objections. Say demur. Kindred words. Take issue with, take exception to, often in an offended way. For example, Charles, after a little demur, accepted the writing as genuine, and they passed on to the next point. Instead of modest, shy, say demure. Kindred words. Unassuming, without ceremony, self-effacing, retiring. For example, he saw a short word prepared for Emma, and given to her with a look sly and demure. Instead of bad mouth, diss, say denigrate. Kindred words. Speak harshly of, throw aspersions on, deride, refer to derisively. Instead of literal meaning of a word, say denotation. Kindred words. Lexical meaning. Instead of is a sign of, say denotes. Kindred words. Indicates. For example, 7 times the letter, that denotes the inward stain. He on my forehead with the blunted point of his drawn sword inscribed. Instead of end result, final outcome, say denouement. Kindred words. Ascertain. For example, but only stupidity could explain the lamentable denouement of some of her examples. Instead of condemn, say denounce. For example, Albert resumed his seat, and Beecham read, with more attention than at first, the lines denounced by his friend. Instead of accusation, say denunciation. Kindred words. Indictment. For example, you should have come in a little sooner, Arthur, to hear Joshua's denunciation of his neighbor Will Maskery. Instead of dead person, left, say departed. Kindred words. Dissident. Parted. Parted from. For example, Chichikov added a copper groat, and she departed well pleased with her ride in the gentleman's carriage. Instead of describe, show, say depict. Kindred words. Characterize. Draw a portrait. Tell of. Articulate. For example, in order to depict a battle, there is required one of those powerful painters who have chaos in their brushes. Instead of shown, say depicted. Kindred words. Featured. For example, Guppy, with his hair flattened down upon his head and woe depicted in his face, looking up at me. Instead of picture, say depiction. Kindred words. Tableau. Portrait. Instead of use up, say deplete. Kindred words. Draw down. For example, the depleted band drew a long breath of relief and gathered itself into a bunch to complete its trip. Instead of awful, not good, say deplorable. Kindred words. Reprehensible, reproachful, wretched, grievous. For example, it is deplorable ignorance of his character, child, and nothing else, which makes that dream enter your head. Instead of use, say deploy. Kindred words. Avail oneself of, draw on existing, apply, exploit. For example, later a second company marched through Chobham to deploy on the north side of the common. Instead of arranged, say deployed. For example, about 11 a company of soldiers came through Horsell, and deployed along the edge of the common to form a cordon. Instead of manners, say deportment. Kindred words. Decorum, social niceties. For example, nor will any regulations be needed for the lesser matters of life, rules of deportment or fashions of dress. Instead of storage place, say depository. For example, he is surrounded by a mysterious halo of family confidences, of which he is known to be the silent depository. Instead of awful, bad, say depraved. Kindred words. Reprehensible, reproachful, deplorable, wretched. For example, while she was considering him thus, tasting in her irritation a sort of depraved pleasure, Leon made a step forward. Instead of evilness, say depravity. Kindred words. Depraved indifference, malevolence, malice, moral turpitude. For example, without question, she is equally in the dark as to her soul, its present depravity, and future destiny. Instead of disrespect, say depreciate. Kindred words. Belittle, spurn, rebuff, discount. For example, to this, Mary very gravely replied, "Far be it from me, my dear sister, to depreciate such pleasures." Instead of downer, say depressant. Instead of obstruct, say derail. Kindred words: hamper, impede, encumber, fetter. For example, that which was passing in Javert was the fampaux of a rectilinear conscience, the derailment of a soul, the crushing of a probity which had been irresistibly launched in a straight line and was breaking against God. Instead of abandoned, broken down, say derelict. Kindred words: in disrepair, remiss, woebegone. For example, it was evidently the derelict remains of some vast structure, to what end built I could not determine. Instead of bad mouth, say deride. Kindred words: speak harshly of, throw aspersions on, refer to derisively, disparage. For example, like most grossly superstitious folk, the Cambot could not keep his tongue from deriding his church. Instead of mocking, say derisive. Kindred words: dismissive. For example, but thou pulledst me out with a golden angle, derisively didst thou laugh when I called thee unfathomable. Instead of copied from others, not original, say derivative. For example, for honor, 'tis a derivative from me to mine, and only that I stand for. Instead of get, say derive. Kindred words: glean, acquire, elicit, procure. For example, from the goodness of all about me I derived such consolation as I can never think of unmoved. Instead of go down, say descend. Kindred words: recede. For example, if you can behold it, I'll make the statue move indeed, descend, and take you by the hand. Instead of fall, family history, say descent. Kindred words: lineage, parentage. For example, and, by the glorious worth of my descent, this arm shall do it, or this life be spent. Instead of disrespect, say desecrate. Kindred words: belittle, spurn, rebuff, discount. For example, unexpectedly Mrs. Verloc had desecrated the unbroken reserved decency of her home by a shrill and terrible shriek. Instead of admirable, say deserving. Kindred words: laudable, commendable, praiseworthy. For example, for how do I hold thee but by thy granting, and for that riches where is my deserving. Instead of scheming, say designing. Kindred words: Machiavellian. For example, he took up his quarters at the Bush, and designing to postpone any communication by letter with Mr. Instead of want, say desire. Kindred words: favor, require, intend for, covet. For example, it beckons you to go away with it, as if it some impartment did desire to you alone. Instead of stop, say desist. Kindred words: put a stop to, draw to a close, contain, put an end to. For example, don't ask me to desist, there is a general principle involved here, which rises even above considerations of hospitality. Instead of office, say desk. Kindred words: bureau. For example, on festival days and Sundays 4 mother precentors intone the offices before a large reading desk with 4 places. Instead of deserted, say desolate. For example, the name of Henry V hails them to 100 mischiefs and makes them leave me desolate. Instead of very, say desperately. Kindred words: you are nothing if not, terribly, all too, most. For example, her husband woke up and fell upon Stepan, seized him by his throat, and struggled with him desperately. Instead of depressed, disappointed, say despondent. Kindred words: crestfallen, poignant, plaintive, doleful. For example, Alexei Alexandrovich sat down, and with a despondent and suffering face watched the nurse walking to and fro. Instead of rambling, say desultory. Kindred words: discursive, digressing. For example, that he was a desultory tentative student of something and everything might only have been predicted of him. Instead of group, say detail. Kindred words: entourage, camp, inner circle, coterie. For example, Why should I regret my incapacity for details and worldly affairs when it leads to such pleasant consequences? Instead of lock up, say detain. For example, yet fear her, O thou minion of her pleasure, she may detain, but not still keep her treasure. Instead of found, say detected. Kindred words: came upon, chanced upon, fell upon, came on. For example, I was asleep, but Luigi was awake, and he thought he detected a vague form nearing the bed. Instead of discourage, say deter. Kindred words: dissuade. For example, and because our reason violently deters us from the brink, therefore do we the most impetuously approach it. Instead of factor, limiting factor, say determinant. For example, after all of which I am not sure, either, that the immense amusement of the whole cluster of difficulties so arrayed may not operate, for the fond fabulist, when judicious not less than fond, as his best of determinants. Instead of motivate, say determine. Kindred words: provoke, whet the appetite for, rally behind, actuate. For example, I do not desire he should answer for me, and yet I determine to fight lustily for him. Instead of defense, say deterrent. Kindred words: preventative. Instead of opponent, say detractor. Kindred words: rival, counterpart, gainsayer, adversary. Instead of critics, enemy, say detractors. Kindred words: foe, nemesis, no friend to. For example, detractors are pleased to think it improbable that so illustrious a person should descend to give so great a mark of distinction to a creature so inferior as I. Instead of junk, say detritus. Kindred words: debris. For example, there is no guano comparable in fertility with the detritus of a capital. Instead of happy-go-lucky, say devil-may-care. Kindred words: improvident. Instead of create, say devise. Kindred words: fashion, render, give rise to, shape. For example, there lives more life in one of your fair eyes than both your poets can in praise devise. Instead of fan, say devotee. Kindred words: disciple of. For example, Lawrence, a very intelligent, very dignified lady, a convert to the church, and a great devotee of Monsignor's. Instead of spends his time, say devotes. For example, Jellyby's biography is a lady of very remarkable strength of character who devotes herself entirely to the public. Instead of eat, read voraciously, say devour. Kindred words: dine, feast, break bread, dispatch. For example, wipe thine eyes, the good years shall devour them, flesh and fell, ere they shall make us weep. Instead of committed, dedicated, say devout. Kindred words: undaunted, deeply anchored in the tradition of, dyed in the wool. For example, I became a monk, but I was not sufficiently devout, and then I'm a bad hand at drinking. Instead of mischievousness, witchcraft, say diablerie. Kindred words: villainy. Instead of jargon, language, say dialect. Kindred words: vernacular, in the parlance of, in the vernacular, jargon. For example, I knew this meant, in our local dialect, like two young thrushes, and received it as a compliment. Instead of exactly opposite, say diametrical. Kindred words: diametrically opposed. For example, these things and deeds are diametrically opposed, they are as distinct as is vice from virtue. Instead of verbal attack, say diatribe. Kindred words: tongue lashing, verbal drive-by, polemic. For example, he paused, flushed by his diatribe, and fixing on her a look in which resentment was the ingredient she least disliked. Instead of uncertain, say dicey. Kindred words: precarious, ambivalent, at a loss, infirm of purpose. Instead of division, say dichotomy. Kindred words: discord. Instead of sayings, say dicta. Instead of order, rule, say dictate. Kindred words: edict, decree, precept. warrant. For example, Jellyby, dictating, to inform him, in reference to his letter of inquiry on the African Project No. pp. Instead of rules, say dictates. Kindred words, tenets, constraints, accepted conventions, safeguards. For example, a woman dictates before marriage in order that she may have an appetite for submission afterwards. Instead of declaration, saying, say dictum. Kindred words, fiat, maxim, adage, aphorism. For example, apart from her studies and expanded socially, for Marilla, mindful of the Spencervale doctor's dictum, no longer vetoed occasional outings. Instead of moralistic, say didactic. For example, the man in the street heard the conclusions of dead genius through someone else's clever paradoxes and didactic epigrams. Instead of separate between, say differentiate. Kindred words, draw a distinction between. For example, also White Fang had early come to differentiate between the family and the servants of the household. Instead of different, say differing. Kindred words, far removed from, contrasted with, distinct, different from that of. For example, but you well know things of like value, differing in the owners, are prized by their masters. Instead of hard, say difficult. Kindred words, onerous, like herding cats, arduous. For example, it is difficult to offer aid to an independent man with that just kind of pride which he possesses. Instead of problem, trouble, say difficulty. Kindred words, complexity, sticking point, quandary, imposition. For example, I had some difficulty in finding his house, however, and it was nearly half past before I reached it. Instead of lacking self-confidence, self-deprecating, say diffident. Kindred words, unassuming, retiring, demure. For example, now that she had fallen to him so easily, he wondered why he had been so diffident. Instead of thin out, say diffuse. Kindred words, disperse. For example, she could not figure herself as anywhere but in a drawing room, diffusing elegance as a flower sheds perfume. Instead of spread, say diffused. Kindred words, widened, was exported to, proliferated. For example, some pictures, that looked old, and had a mellow tinge diffused through all their artful splendor hung on the walls. Instead of rambling, say digressing. Kindred words, discursive, desultory. For example, thy overflow of good converts to bad, and thy abundant goodness shall excuse this deadly blot in thy digressing son. Instead of aspect, say dimension. Kindred words, component, facet, dynamic, feature. For example, there are really 4 dimensions, 3 which we call the 3 planes of space, and a 4th, time. Instead of small, say diminutive. Kindred words, small scale, Lilliputian. For example, she had possession of the rocker, and she was busily engaged in sewing upon a diminutive pair of night drawers. Instead of loud noise, say din. Kindred words, yammer, uproar, hue and cry. For example, I went into the kitchen, the butler's pantry, the gun room, the billiard room, the drawing room, and finally the dining room. Instead of eat, say dine. Kindred words, feast, break bread, dispatch, dispose of. For example, they have half a buck from Northanger twice a year, and I dine with them whenever I can. Instead of urgent, say dire. Kindred words, imperative, pressing. For example, look, here he comes, and brings the dire occasion in his arms of what we blame him for. Instead of official order, rule, say directive. Kindred words, mandate, precept, warrant, convention. For example, which entertained, limbs are his instruments, in no less working than are swords and bows directive by the limbs. Instead of correct, say disabuse. Kindred words, remedy, redress, rectify, correct for the fact that, for example, and now look again, and see what will naturally follow if the prisoners are released and disabused of their error. Instead of disgruntled, say disaffected. For example, the humiliating taunts of the disaffected member spoiled the supper, and we dispatched it in angry silence and got away as soon as we could. Instead of make illegal, refuse to allow, say disallow. Kindred words, proscribe, forbid. For example, those we took from the cities have been awarded, we cannot disallow the awards that have been made already. Instead of that is not what will happen, say disappointed. For example, the father, who once worked in a factory himself, will be a little disappointed at first, very possibly. Instead of put at ease, say disarm. For example, as for us, when Providence intervenes and strikes, we let it work. 1812 commence to disarm us. Instead of charming, say disarming. Kindred words, beguiling, engaging. For example, but now she had grown more sensitive to criticism and less confident in her power of disarming it. Instead of confusion, say disarray. Kindred words, bedlam, disorder. For example, on the chairs in disarray, among those fading flowers, beneath those extinct lights, people have thought of joy. Instead of take apart, say disassemble. Kindred words, dismantle. Instead of deny an accusation, reject, say disavow. Kindred words, disavow any knowledge of, gainsay, disclaim, flatly reject. For example, the woman felt admits proudly, it's real, you know, or disavows pretension modestly and hastily, it's rot good. Instead of break apart, close down, say disband. Kindred words, splinter, rupture, shutter, dissolve. For example, I had also bestowed a shilling on the orphan, who was about to be disbanded. Instead of closing down, say disbanding. Kindred words, dissolving. For example, the voices of Edna's disbanding guests jarred like a discordant note upon the quiet harmony of the night. Instead of pay out, say disburse. For example, so also he disbursed 300 francs for a wooden leg that she thought proper to make a present of to Hippolyte. Instead of throw away, say discard. Kindred words, dispose of, jettison, cast away. For example, the paper with the discarded sketch on it was found, but it was dirty, and spotted with candle grease. Instead of see, say discern. Kindred words, behold, take a gander at, trace, make out. For example, all that Chichikov could discern through the thick veil of pouring rain was something which resembled a veranda. Instead of visible, say discernible. Kindred words, manifest. For example, however, all the mutations so increasingly discernible in village life did not originate entirely in the agricultural unrest. Instead of attentive, say discerning. For example, Rushworth's deference for him could prevent him from soon discerning some part of the truth that Mr. Instead of enthusiast, say disciple. Kindred words, fancier of, connoisseur, aficionado. For example, I little expected, in this enlightened and scientific age, to find a disciple of Albertus Magnus and Paracelsus. Instead of followers, say disciples. Kindred words, rank and file, acolytes, adherents. For example, they are generally the disciples of some eminent professor or sophist, whom they rather imitate than understand. Instead of school, say discipline. Kindred words, school of thought, field of. For example, then he resumed in his turn, discipline, Monseigneur, has, I hope, in no way been forgotten by us. Instead of deny an accusation, say disclaim. Kindred words, disavow any knowledge of, gainsay, flatly reject, repudiate. For example, curious it was, too, how this deeper question never forced itself to the surface despite effort and disclaimer. Instead of give out, reveal, say disclose. Kindred words, dispense, unfold, bring to light, lay bare. For example, and under such a supposition, which would have been most miserable, when time had disclosed all, too late. Instead of confuse, say discombobulate. Kindred words: bewilder, befuddle, perplex, confound. Instead of awkward, say discomfited. Kindred words: ill at ease. For example, but, though discomfited and disappointed, he could still do something for his own interest and his own enjoyment. Instead of troubled, say disconcerted. Kindred words: distressed, flustered, it caused some heartburn among, beleaguered. For example, thereupon the youth arose disconcerted, and said, I hear Zarathustra, and just now was I thinking of him. Instead of troubling, upsetting, say disconcerting. Kindred words: disquieting, a source of concern. For example, the prince went up to her, and Kitty detected that disconcerting gleam of irony in his eyes. Instead of unhappy, say disconsolate. Kindred words: disgruntled, discontented, displeased. For example, Bagnet removes his hand from his head as if the shower bath were over and looks disconsolately at Mr. Instead of unhappy, say discontented. Kindred words: disgruntled, disconsolate, displeased. For example, the constable hadn't anything handy to hit back with, so he discharged a discontented Smith, and said nothing. Instead of disagreement, division, say discord. Kindred words: fundamental divide, schism, rift, dissension. For example, by my troth, this is the old fashion, you two never meet but you fall to some discord. Instead of harsh, say discordant. Kindred words: unforgiving, acidulous, strident. For example, the voices of Edna's disbanding guests jarred like a discordant note upon the quiet harmony of the night. Instead of brush aside, dismiss, say discount. Kindred words: think no more of, dismiss, attach no importance to, relegate. For example, watch guards and toasting forks were alike at a discount, and pencil cases and sponges were a drug in the market. Instead of conversation, say discourse. Kindred words: repartee. For example, I doubt it not, and all these woes shall serve for sweet discourses in our time to come. Instead of expose as false, say discredit. Kindred words: debunk. For example, having long discredited the old systems of mysticism, he now began to discredit the old appraisements of morality. Instead of secret, tactful, say discreet. Kindred words: covert, behind a web of, posing as, behind a thin cover of. For example, to righteousness, in speaking the truth freely, and without ambiguity, and in doing all things justly and discreetly. Instead of diplomacy, will, say discretion. Kindred words: quiet diplomacy, volition, strength of will, inclination. For example, nay, these are almost thoroughly persuaded, for though abundantly they lack discretion, yet are they passing cowardly. Instead of available to use, say discretionary. Kindred words: at one's disposal. For example, it was one of those moments when he was exercising without control, but subject to all the scruples of a severe conscience, his redoubtable discretionary power. Instead of picky, say discriminating. Kindred words: finical. For example, such misdemeanors needed discriminating treatment, firm but reformatory, with no hint of injustice, and full proof of guilt. Instead of unfair, say discriminatory. Kindred words: unwarranted, invidious. Instead of rambling, say discursive. Kindred words: desultory, digressing. For example, the moment was too propitious for the display of that discursiveness which seemed the only bond of union among tempers so divergent. Instead of get off, say disembark. For example, the boat shot out of the harbor like a bird and the next morning Franz disembarked at Porto Ferrajo. Instead of second thoughts, say disenchantment. For example, just now, since his disenchantment with farming, Levin was particularly glad to stay with Sviazhsky. Instead of denied rights, say disenfranchised. Instead of withdraw, say disengage. For example, Sylvester has magnificently disengaged himself from the subject and retired into the sanctuary of his blue coat. Instead of fed up, unhappy, say disgruntled. Kindred words: disconsolate, discontented, displeased. Instead of discouraged, say disheartened. Kindred words: downhearted. For example, she was disheartened by Lady Bertram's silence, awed by Sir Thomas's grave looks, and quite overcome by Mrs. Instead of disappointing, say disheartening. For example, for this is one of those disheartening instances where truth requires full as much bolstering as error. Instead of dishonest, insincere, say disingenuous. Kindred words: less than forthcoming, insincere, mendacious. For example, but she accompanied the words with a sly glance of derision directed to me from the corner of her disingenuous eye. Instead of unbiased, say disinterested. Kindred words: impartial. For example, closed doors, windows, and shutters were to be seen everywhere, in the most distant and most disinterested quarters. Instead of force, say dislodge. Kindred words: compel, foist on, by force of, bring pressure to bear on. For example, at the same moment the cuff of one of his sleeves happened to dislodge another chessman from its position. Instead of take apart, say dismantle. Kindred words: disassemble. For example, the dwelling was dismantled, but we could see a white man had lived there not very long ago. Instead of upset, say dismayed. Kindred words: troubled, unnerved, distressed, rankled. For example, I was weakly dismayed at the ignorance, the poverty, the coarseness of all I heard and saw round me. Instead of brush aside, disrespect, say dismiss. Kindred words: think no more of, discount, belittle, spurn. For example, the dairyman, though he had thought of dismissing her soon, now made a great concern about losing her. Instead of disrespectful, mocking, say dismissive. Kindred words: impertinent, impudent, insolent, contemptuous. Instead of got off, say dismounted. For example, even as your horse bears your praises, who would trot as well, were some of your brags dismounted. Instead of uncooperative, say disobliging. Kindred words: less than forthcoming. For example, a phrase which has a disobliging air for you, but which was lugubrious only for me. Instead of confusion, sickness, say disorder. Kindred words: bedlam, disarray, malady, affliction. For example, I strode past her, and ascended to the sleeping chamber, which presented an appearance of the wildest disorder. Instead of rude, say disorderly. Kindred words: impertinent, insolent, brash, ill-mannered. For example, they were excessively bare and disorderly, and the curtain to my window was fastened up with a fork. Instead of bad mouth, say disparage. Kindred words: speak harshly of, throw aspersions on, deride, refer to derisively. For example, that without any affectation of disparaging such professional distinction as I may have attained, which our friend Mr. Instead of difference, say disparity. Kindred words: divergence, distinguished by the fact that, draw a distinction between, varying degrees of. For example, oh the sense of distance and disparity that came upon me, and the inaccessibility that came about her. Instead of defeat, eat, say dispatch. Kindred words: topple, vanquish, dine, feast. For example, if I do send, dispatch those centuries to our aid, the rest will serve for a short holding. Instead of drive off, say dispel. For example, the first vision of Rosamond would have been enough with most judges to dispel any prejudice excited by Mrs. Instead of made it go away, say dispelled. Kindred words: dispersed. For example, Micawber had latterly had her doubts on this point, but that he had dispelled them, and reassured her. Instead of give out, say dispense. Kindred words: render, afford, bestow, lavish. For example, this treasure, as in duty bound, I laid at the feet of Steerforth, and begged him to dispense. Instead of given out, say dispensed. Kindred words, apportioned. For example, and the power which the eye possesses is a sort of effluence which is dispensed from the sun. Instead of thin out, say disperse. Kindred words, diffuse. For example, the fog that was dispersing on the hill lay still more densely below, where they were descending. Instead of made it go away, say dispersed. Kindred words, dispelled. For example, but now is Cade driven back, his men dispersed, and now is York in arms to second him. Instead of discouraging, say dispiriting. For example, but both the young women were fairly cheerful. Such weather on a dry upland is not in itself dispiriting. Instead of replace, say displace. Kindred words, supersede, restore, replenish, supplant. For example, he waited in order to allow pure air to displace the foul atmosphere, and then went on. Instead of show, say display. Kindred words, depict, portray, demonstrate, tell us. For example, it was a noble turnout, and would have made a fine display if we had had thinner weather. Instead of has, say displays. Kindred words, presence, is endowed with, enjoys, suffers from. For example, my first displays the wealth and pomp of kings, lords of the earth, their luxury and ease. Instead of annoy, say displease. Kindred words, exasperate, tire, rankle. For example, but if I go on I shall displease you by saying what I think of persons you esteem. Instead of annoyed, unhappy, say displeased. Kindred words, piqued, vexed, disgruntled, disconsolate. For example, he was deeply displeased by what had occurred that day. Cordiality would not warm, nor tears move him. Instead of annoying, say displeasing. Kindred words, tiresome, vexing, incessant, irksome. For example, yielding to some influence, mesmeric or otherwise, an influence unwelcome, displeasing, but effective. I again glanced round to see if M. Instead of attitude, say disposition. Kindred words, manner, predisposition. For example, you promised, when you parted with the king, to lay aside life-harming heaviness and entertain a cheerful disposition. Instead of homeless, say dispossessed. For example, but the devil does not suffer himself to be easily dispossessed from a place in which he has fixed his garrison. Instead of disagree, say dispute. Kindred words, take issue with, are sharply divided, not everyone shared their admiration for, at odds with. For example, let us be thankful for that which is, and with you leave dispute that are above our question. Instead of anxiety, uneasiness, say disquiet. Kindred words, angst, apprehension. For example, she could not feel that she had done wrong herself, but she was disquieted in every other way. Instead of distressing, disturbing, say disquieting. Kindred words, vexing, unsettling, disconcerting, a source of concern. For example, was it merely the expression of her displeasure at Miss Bart's neglect, or had disquieting rumors reached her? Instead of undress, say disrobe. For example, oh, well did he become that lion's robe that did disrobe the lion of that robe. Instead of unsatisfactory, say dissatisfactory. Instead of divide, say dissect. For example, dissect him how I may, then, I but go skin deep, I know him not, and never will. Instead of scatter, say disseminate. Kindred words, intersperse, promulgate. For example, the omnibuses, carriages, cyclists, and innumerable people walking in their best clothes seemed scarcely affected by the strange intelligence that the news vendors were disseminating. Instead of conflict, disagreement, say dissension. Kindred words, factious infighting, amid a vortex of clamor, ferment. For example, during our long absence, it has suffered much from internal dissensions, and the withdrawal of my name, coupled with this and other circumstances, has occasioned its dissolution. Instead of different, say dissimilar. Kindred words, far removed from, contrasted with, distinct, different from that of. For example, he was interested in the sudden friendship between women so apparently dissimilar as Miss Bartlett and Miss Lavish. Instead of squandering of resources, say dissipation. For example, I acknowledged this compliment, and ordered the negus, which was soon produced. Quite an uncommon dissipation, said Mr. Instead of morally lax, say dissolute. Kindred words, licentious. For example, Bulstrode, in his usual subdued voice, an unfortunate dissolute wretch, whom I helped too much in days gone by. Instead of close down, say dissolve. Kindred words, shutter, disband. For example, seek for him, lest his ungoverned rage dissolve the life that wants the means to lead it. Instead of closing down, say dissolving. Kindred words, disbanding. For example, this twaddle about the Rue Blomet, Pamela, the barracks, the Lancer, had passed before Marius like a dissolving view. Instead of out of tune, say dissonant. For example, he was startled by the loud and dissonant voice of a man who was apparently dismounting at the door. Instead of discourage, persuade not to, say dissuade. Kindred words, deter. For example, in pity of the challenger's youth I would fain dissuade him, but he will not be entreated. Instead of unfriendly, say distant. Kindred words, remote, aloof, ill-disposed, offish. For example, thus he bore her off the premises in the direction of the river a few yards distant. Instead of swollen, say distended. Kindred words, tumid. For example, his poppy-colored cheeks were distended with his first big bite of bread and bacon, but he managed to smile encouragingly. Instead of different, say distinct. Kindred words, far removed from, contrasted with, different from that of, in contrast to that of. For example, it faced westward, and though gloom prevailed inside, there was still light enough without to see with distinctness. Instead of contrast, identify, say distinguish. Kindred words, draw a distinction, juxtapose, pinpoint, establish. For example, from distance to distance, one could distinguish on the gray surface, almost invisible loopholes which resembled black threads. Instead of impressive, say distinguished. Kindred words, striking, considerable, noteworthy, worthy of note. For example, prat about the great event of the day, the levee of the distinguished foreigners at Aunt Patsy Cooper's. Instead of troubled, upset, say distressed. Kindred words, disconcerted, flustered, it caused some heartburn among, beleaguered. For example, for some time after I went to bed, I could not sleep, a sense of anxious excitement distressed me. Instead of hesitate, say dither. Kindred words, waver. Instead of branched, say diverged. For example, we were taking the course I had begun with, and from which I had diverged in the mist. Instead of difference, say divergence. Kindred words, disparity, distinguished by the fact that, draw a distinction between, varying degrees of. For example, it is the very demon for conveying similarities of sound that are miracles of divergence from similarity of sense. Instead of varied, say diverse. Kindred words, sundry, manifold. For example, the most diverse suppositions as to what he was about to speak of to her flashed into her brain. Instead of distracting, say diversionary. Instead of get rid of, say divest. Kindred words, divorce oneself of, dispense with, dispose of, eradicate. For example, and all those are mine equals who give unto themselves their will, and divest themselves of all submission. Instead of benefits, rewards, say dividends. Kindred words, profits, gifts, requisitions, consideration. For example, I have not heard that any of them have called for their dividends yet. Instead of figure, say divine. Kindred words: surmise, infer, ascertain, assess. For example, Tess was trying to lead a repressed life, but she little divined the strength of her own vitality. Instead of controversial, say divisive. Kindred words: contentious, polarizing, provocative, volatile. Instead of make known, say divulge. Kindred words: convey, impart, bring to light, air. For example, I, Greek, and that shall be divulged well in characters as red as Mars, his heart inflamed with Venus. Instead of friendly of animals, tame, say docile. Kindred words: companionable, domesticate. For example, the archdeacon had in Quasimodo the most submissive slave, the most docile lackey, the most vigilant of dogs. Instead of altered, say doctored. For example, Jo disgraced herself by nearly fainting away, and had to be doctored by Laurie in the china closet. Instead of ideological, say doctrinaire. For example, no wonder that mankind have been in the habit of calling statesmen of this class pedants, sophisters, doctrinaires, visionaries. Instead of belief, teachings, say doctrine. Kindred words: notion, conviction, sentiment, thoughts on the matter. For example, I've never changed. I'm a plain churchman now, just as I used to be before doctrines came up. Instead of get undressed, say doff. Kindred words: shed. For example, almost every time a new carriage drove up, a whisper ran through the crowd and caps were doffed. Instead of firmly, say doggedly. Kindred words: rooted fast in, steadfastly. For example, it may be that he pursues her doggedly and steadily, with no touch of compunction, remorse, or pity. Instead of persistence, say doggedness. Kindred words: tenacity. Instead of crude poem, say doggerel. For example, they have told me since that I was singing some insane doggerel about the last man left alive. Instead of belief, say dogma. Kindred words: notion, conviction, sentiment, thoughts on the matter. For example, they had wit, they had silence, their political dogma was suitably impregnated with arrogance, they should have succeeded. Instead of narrow-minded, say dogmatic. Kindred words: provincial. For example, next the tourist looked at the Massachusetts farmer, who was delivering a dogmatic harangue on the iniquity of Sunday mails. Instead of actions, say doings. Kindred words: deeds, good offices. For example, Grant's wasteful doings to overlook, left her very little occasion to be occupied in fears for the absent. Instead of sad, say doleful. Kindred words: poignant, despondent, plaintive, heartrending. For example, and what is more, exclaimed young John, surveying him in a doleful maze, he appears to mean it. Instead of area, region, say domain. Kindred words: sphere, dominion, sphere of influence, theater of war. For example, here thou art not at home, but in my domain, and therein shall no one receive any hurt. Instead of tame, say domesticate. For example, when it reached the house it domesticated itself at once, and became immediately a great favorite with my wife. Instead of main, say dominant. Kindred words: leading, principal, foremost. For example, the one, austere, high-nosed, eagle-eyed, and dominant, was none other than the illustrious Lord Bellinger, twice Premier of Britain. Instead of area, region, say dominion. Kindred words: sphere, domain, sphere of influence, theater of war. For example, in the beginning of his reign he attacked Granada, and this enterprise was the foundation of his dominions. Instead of put on, say don. For example, I don't know where my thoughts had wandered when they were recalled by a tap at the door. Instead of asleep, hidden, say dormant. Kindred words: cloaked, harbored, ensconced, latent. For example, they alone are capable of giving ideas of relation, and of arousing the dormant energies of thought. Instead of file, say dossier. For example, Malta corbeau, sur un dossier perché, tenet dans son bec un saisi exécutoire, Malta renard. Par el auger à l'eche, lui fit à peu près cette histoire, hey bonjour. Instead of certain, certainly, say doubtless. Kindred words, beyond dispute, assured, no doubt. For example, his colleagues looked at him, and doubtless pitied his prospects, blighted under the perfumed breath of a woman. Instead of gloomy, say dour. Kindred words, sullen, somber, Stygian, hellish, leaden. For example, he managed to continue work till 9 o'clock, and then marched dumb and dour to his chamber. Instead of put out the fire, say douse. Kindred words, tamp it down. Of a controversy, extinguish. For example, the jibs I speedily doused and brought tumbling to the deck, but the mainsail was a harder matter. Instead of end of, say downfall. Kindred words, mark the end of. For example, the Duke is virtuous, mild, and too well given to dream on evil or to work my downfall. Instead of discouraged, say downhearted. Kindred words, disheartened. For example, and there's no cause to be downhearted, for he'll very soon get better, very soon. Instead of reduce in importance, say downplay. Kindred words, dismiss, marginalize, consign, relegate. Instead of low class, say downscale. Kindred words, lowbrow, ill-bred. Instead of cruel, say draconian. Kindred words, inhuman, depraved. Instead of create, write, say draft. Kindred words, fashion, render, give rise to, shape. For example, this is it on the blue paper, and these slips, as I have explained, are the rough draft. Instead of harassed, say dragooned. Kindred words, hampered, bedeviled, beleaguered, beset. For example, they believed that foreigners were dragooned and bayoneted, and though they certainly got their own skulls promptly fractured if they showed any ill humor, still it was with a blunt instrument, and that didn't count. Instead of hangover, say drape. For example, beware his hair filled with wrath, is epic, his blouse drapes itself like the folds of a chlamys. Instead of attract, call, say draw. Kindred words, appeal to, collect, invite, rest. For example, best draw my sword, and if mine enemy but fear the sword, like me, he'll scarcely look on't. Instead of disadvantage, weakness, say drawback. Kindred words, shortcoming, failing, defect, foible. For example, apart from debts and duns and all such drawbacks, I am not fit even for this employment. Instead of fear, say dread. Kindred words, angst, worry, foreboding, apprehension. For example, or if they sing, 'tis with so dull a cheer, that leaves look pale, dreading the winter's near. Instead of disastrous, say dreadful. Kindred words, fateful, ruinous. For example, how canst thou urge God's dreadful law to us, when thou hast broke it in such dear degree? Instead of gloomy, say dreary. Kindred words, dour, sullen, somber, Stygian, hellish. For example, the far-reaching world of the moor itself looked softly blue instead of gloomy purple black or awful dreary grey. Instead of brought out, say drew. Kindred words, elicited, incurred. For example, I did inquire it, and have my learning from some true reports that drew their swords with you. Instead of blown, say driven. For example, but now is Cade driven back, his men dispersed, and now is York in arms to second him. Instead of speak in a boring manner, say drone. For example, the droning sound swelled louder upon our ears until it became one long, deep wail of distress. Instead of beating, say drubbing. Kindred words, shellacking. For example, what art thou here, and not dead of the countless drubbings that have fallen on thy ribs? Instead of confused, say drug-addled. Kindred words, convoluted, in a condition of such mental confusion, muddled. Instead of call, name something, say dub. Kindred words, refer to as, have a name for, what one could term. For example, at the mouth of the Takina, one night after supper, Dub turned up a snowshoe rabbit, blundered it, and missed. Instead of doubtful, false, say dubious. Kindred words, raising doubts, equivocal, suspect, fallacious. For example, his manners, however, must have been unmarked, wavering, dubious, or she could not have been so misled. Instead of trick, say dupe. Kindred words, hoodwink. For example, Pickwick had been duped, deceived, and wronged by the destitute outcast who was now wholly in his power. Instead of betrayal, deceit, say duplicity. Kindred words, subterfuge, guile, perfidy. For example, the maneuvers of selfishness and duplicity must ever be revolting, but I have heard nothing which really surprises me. Instead of shadowy, say dusky. For example, the bright dawn flooded the room and swept the fantastic shadows into dusky corners, where they lay shuddering. Instead of home, say dwelling. Kindred words, habitat, abode. For example, he observed his own inconsistencies in dwelling upon accidents in Tess's life as if they were vital features. Instead of weakened, say dwindled. Kindred words, compromised, undermined, enervated, enfeebled. For example, she had a sense of deeper impoverishment, of an inner destitution compared to which outward conditions dwindled into insignificance. Instead of dedicated, say dyed in the wool. Kindred words, deeply anchored in the tradition of devout. Instead of aspect, say dynamic. Kindred words, component, facet, dimension, feature. For example, but he had found that humdrum world in a terribly dynamic condition, in which even badinage and lyrism had turned explosive, and the first day of this visit had become the most fatal epoch of his life. Instead of forces, say dynamics. Kindred words, tectonic plates of, for example, to accomplish the great desideratum of aerial navigation, it was very generally supposed that some exceedingly complicated application must be made of some unusually profound principle in dynamics. Instead of allocate, set aside, say earmark. Kindred words, apportion, appropriate, assign. For example, why? He had all the earmarks of a typewriter copyist, if you leave out the disposition to contribute uninvited emendations of your grammar and punctuation. Instead of seriousness, say earnestness. Kindred words, gravity, enormity, gravitas, sobriety. For example, he denied it, however, with the utmost earnestness, and I am convinced that he was speaking the truth. Instead of disappear, taper off, say ebb. Kindred words, vanish from the scene, wane, melt, thaw and dissolve itself, pass from sight. For example, as it ebbs, the seedsman upon the slime and ooze scatters his grain, and shortly comes to harvest. Instead of optimistic in speech, say ebullient. For example, he was extremely nervous and extremely jealous of other tenors, and he covered his nervous jealousy with an ebullient friendliness. Instead of flaky, strange, say eccentric. Kindred words, idiosyncratic, peculiar, curious. He has his peculiarities. For example, this was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. Instead of quirk, say eccentricity. For example, there are some trees, Watson, which grow to a certain height, and then suddenly develop some unsightly eccentricity. Instead of church-related, religious, say ecclesiastical. Kindred words, exegetical. For example, the highest ecclesiastical court for 2 viceroyalties sat here in the olden time. She instructed him with animation. Instead of rank, say echelon. Kindred words, station, hierarchy, stature, distinctions of rank. For example, he distinguished himself at Austerlitz in that admirable march in echelons effected under the enemy's fire. Instead of agrees with, goes with, say echoes. kindred words, is in keeping with, comports with, is consistent with the views of, reflects. For example, the line of the sewer echoes, so to speak, the line of the streets which lie above it. Instead of wide-ranging, say eclectic. For example, his habitual touch was that of the eclectic, who lightly turns over and compares, and she was moved by this sudden glimpse into the laboratories where his faiths were formed. Instead of surpassed, say eclipsed. For example, sensitive femininity was eclipsed by self-effacing purpose, and that it was a husband who stood there was forgotten. Instead of simplicity, say economy. Kindred words, irreducible simplicity. For example, the street lantern, situated directly opposite, cast some light on the stairs, and thus effected some economy in illumination. Instead of paradise-like, say Edenic. Instead of order, say edict. Kindred words, decree, precept, dictate. For example, try thy cunning, Phidias, make thine own edict for thy pains, which we will answer as a law. Instead of moralizing, say edifying. Kindred words, sanctimonious, sententious. For example, it was quite an edifying little picture to be hung on the line in the National Gallery. Instead of bring about, cause, say effect. Kindred words, engender, raise, conjure up, summon. For example, she is fueled with a most false effect, and either true or so to be false with her. Instead of for the most part, pretty much, say effectively. Kindred words, in large measure, predominantly, on the whole, by and large. For example, Baden-Baden sits in the lap of the hills, and the natural and artificial beauties of the surroundings are combined effectively and charmingly. Instead of effective, helpful, say effectual. Kindred words, of use, obliging, conducive to, salutary. For example, while he spoke thus, I commenced the passes which I had already found most effectual in subduing him. Instead of nerve, say effrontery. Kindred words, audacity, moxie, mettle, pluck. For example, it consisted of enormous voids of stone catch basins sometimes surrounded by stone posts, with monumental effrontery. Instead of grateful, unreserved, say effusive. Kindred words, beholden to, demonstrative. For example, the hurry babu of his knowledge, early, effusive, and nervous was gone, too, was the brazen drug vendor of overnight. Instead of flagrant, shockingly bad, say egregious. Kindred words, execrable. For example, and this error is so egregious that I am confounded at the universality with which it has been received. Instead of both, say either. Kindred words, both of which, respectively, the two, it is at once and. For example, Signor Balthasar, either at flesh or fish a table full of welcome makes scarce one dainty dish. Instead of happy, say elated. Kindred words, blithe, sanguine, scarcely able to contain his joy. For example, the heart breaks when, after having been elated by flattering hopes, it sees all its illusions destroyed. Instead of ecstasy, euphoria, say elation. Kindred words, rapture, cheer, felicity. For example, for a time this pursuing recollection of the tattered man took all elation from the youth's veins. Instead of old person, say elder. For example, to humor your guilty elder son, you have exposed your innocent younger son to imminent and unnecessary danger. Instead of old, say elderly. Kindred words, dates from BCE, dates from times of the century. For example, Herodes was a widower, but he had engaged a lady housekeeper, a very respectable, elderly person, called Mrs. Instead of oldest, say eldest. For example, that we our largest bounty may extend where nature doth with merit challenge. Goneril, our eldest born, speak first. Instead of sorrowful, say elegiac. For example, he pressed Lucy in his arms, he left her, he came back, he seemed desperate, he had outbursts of rage, then elegiac gurglings of infinite sweetness, and the notes escaped from his bare neck full of sobs and kisses. Instead of sad poem, say elegy. For example, here one shepherd is sighing, there another is lamenting, their love songs are heard, here despairing elegies. Instead of simple, say elemental. Kindred words: provincial, modest, Spartan, straightforward and unadorned. For example, he come on moonlight rays as elemental dust, as again Jonathan saw those sisters in the castle of Dracula. Instead of pieces, say elements. Kindred words: remnants, components, traces, fragments. For example, bite elements. If e'er again I meet him beard to beard, he's mine or I am his. Instead of elephant-like, huge, say elephantine. Kindred words: beyond measure, immeasurable, monumental, commanding. For example, old 6-foot Snodgrass looms on high, with elephantine grace, and beams upon the company, with brown and jovial face. Instead of bring about, cause, say elicit. Kindred words: engender, raise, conjure up, summon. For example, Brooke's failure to elicit a companion's ideas, or from Celia's criticism of a middle-aged scholar's personal appearance. Instead of brought out, generated, say elicited. Kindred words: drew, incurred. For example, it appreciated fully the chain of national circumstances which had elicited this tribute from Montenegro's warm little heart. Instead of cure-all, say elixir. Kindred words: philosopher's stone. For example, I found him, if not exactly intoxicated, then at least flushed with the elixir at his lips. Instead of absent, everywhere else, say elsewhere. Kindred words: unaccounted for, in absentia. For example, for thee watch I, whilst thou dost wake elsewhere, from me far off, with others all too near. Instead of explain this, say elucidate. Kindred words: shed some light on, expound on, attribute that to, give an account of. For example, the right whale will be elsewhere treated of at some length, with reference to elucidating the sperm whale. Instead of hard to catch, scarce, say elusive. Kindred words: is at a premium, a rarity. For example, I had pursued an elusive gleam of beauty to the disregard of all else, and it had failed me. Instead of elusive, say illusory. Instead of skinny, say emaciated. Kindred words: skeletal, of slight figure. For example, it is the figure of a youth whose face is hollow and whose eyes have an emaciated glare. Instead of being attacked, fighting off, say embattled. Kindred words: beset upon, much maligned, beset by, subject to. For example, presently the embattled tower and square turret of the church rose into the sky, and then the schoolhouse. Instead of exaggerate, say embellish. Kindred words: lay it on thick, aggrandize. For example, the famous air gun of von Herder will embellish the Scotland Yard Museum, and once again Mr. Instead of decoration, say embellishment. Kindred words: flourish. For example, and, indeed, the character of the Syrian monarch does by no means stand in need of any adventitious embellishment. Instead of accessories, say embellishments. Kindred words: accoutrements, trappings. For example, the difficulty is to detach the framework of fact, of absolute undeniable fact, from the embellishments of theorists and reporters. Instead of illustrated, say embodied. Kindred words: brought home, served as an example of. For example, the latter clause of Ralph's argument might have seemed incoherent, but it embodied his conviction that if Mr. Instead of represent, say embody. Kindred words: personify, reflect, are the personification of, are found. For example, it will be proper that I submit to the reader some passages which embody the suggestion alluded to. Instead of encourage, say embolden. Kindred words: invite, welcome, embrace, exhort. For example, he was now more sure than ever of his ground, and so emboldened to proceed in his task. Instead of accept, encourage, say embrace. Kindred words: invite, welcome, embolden, exhort. For example, embrace we then this opportunity, as fitting best to quittance their deceit contrived by art and baleful sorcery. Instead of including, say embracing. Kindred words: comprising, encompassing, extending from, complete with. For example, she raised her eyes, and 2 steps away saw Anatole embracing the French woman and whispering something to her. Instead of involve, say embroil. Kindred words: entail. For example, school solitude, conventual silence and stagnation. Anything seemed preferable to living embroiled with dr. Instead of appear, come about, say emerge. Kindred words: present oneself, shows itself in, surface, make an appearance. For example, sometimes we emerged upon a wider thoroughfare or came to a larger building than the generality, well lighted. Instead of beginning, emerging, say emergent. Kindred words: the inception, the onset, the emergence. Instead of retired, say emeritus. Instead of famous, say eminent. Kindred words: famed for its, renowned, fabled, noted. For example, he had the advice of an eminent oculist, and he eventually recovered the sight of that one eye. Instead of messenger, representative, say emissary. Kindred words: intermediary, consul, attaché, internuncio. For example, Count Nostitz, the Austrian general occupying the advanced posts, believed Murat's emissary and retired, leaving Bagration's division exposed. Instead of emotional, say emotive. Kindred words: moving, visceral. Instead of passionate, say emphatic. Kindred words: impassioned, passional, vehement, torrid. For example, the merest acquaintance would have said something more emphatic than "I will, thank you, goodbye," to such a request. Instead of use, say employ. Kindred words: avail oneself of, draw on existing, apply, exploit. For example, but to win time to lose so bad employment, in the which I have considered of a course. Instead of help, say empower. Kindred words: enable, facilitate, accommodate, address the needs of. For example, I am empowered to advance the cost of your preparations for your marriage out of that fund. Instead of copy, say emulate. Kindred words: mimic, parrot. For example, I said she was discovering to me a kindly trait in the Germans which was worth emulating. Instead of allow, help, say enable. Kindred words: play host to, perpetuate, facilitate, accommodate. For example, the student by whose courtesy we had been enabled to visit the dueling place, wore the white cap, Prussian corps. Instead of delightful, say enchanting. For example, Hari Babu deferred to these views with enchanting politeness, so that the Lama called him a courteous physician. Instead of circle, surround, say encircle. Kindred words: gird, envelope. For example, an instant afterwards the door opened, she felt 2 arms encircle her, and a mouth pressed her forehead. Instead of groupings, say enclaves. Instead of close, say enclose. Kindred words: hedge in. For example, below, enclosed within an ample dike, stretches a sheet of water which glistens like copper in the sunlight. Instead of including, say encompassing. Kindred words: comprising, extending from, complete with, replete with. For example, he passed again and again amid whirring blades and sweet odors of grass, encompassing with narrowing circles the sacred center of the field. Instead of run into, say encounter. Kindred words: chance upon, come upon, fall among. For example, Ned Poins and I will walk lower. If they escape from your encounter, then they light on us. Instead of ran into, seen, say encountered. Kindred words: chanced upon, came upon, happened on, faced. For example, do you know I have fancied that he sometimes feels some particular disappointment or misfortune encountered in it. Instead of intrude, say encroach. Kindred words. Trespass on your privacy. For example, do not be afraid of my running into any excess, of my encroaching on your privilege of universal goodwill. Instead of get in the way, obstruct, say encumber. Kindred words. Intervene, hamper, impede, fetter. For example, I do not then see why, without real necessity, I should encumber my life with a perpetual companion. Instead of restriction, say encumbrance. Kindred words. Constraint, trammel. For example, she had not been able to conceal from herself that he was a terrible encumbrance, that poor Stevie. Instead of charm, say endear. Kindred words. Talisman, amulet. For example, speak to them the language of truth and soberness, and away with the lullaby strains of condescending endearment. Instead of project, say endeavor. Kindred words. Enterprise, undertaking. For example, one day, when he had an appointment with a duchess, he endeavored even to borrow it of Athos. Instead of activities, say endeavors. Kindred words. Affairs, proceedings, goings on, pursuits. For example, as no better man advances to take this matter in hand, I hereupon offer my own poor endeavors. Instead of over, say ended. For example, see who it is, and, now the battle's ended, if friend or foe, let him be gently used. Instead of native to, say endemic. Kindred words. Aboriginal. Instead of give, say endow. Kindred words. Render, afford, bestow, lavish. For example, I do not think so fair an outward and such stuff within endows a man but he. Instead of given, say endowed. Kindred words. Invested with, accorded, delivered, extended. For example, his singleness of purpose and resolution, and his elevated piety, endowed him, without his knowledge, with perennial youth. Instead of free gift, incorrect usage, say endowment. Kindred words. Gift. For example, it is not personal, but mental endowment they have given you. You are formed for labor, not for love. Instead of continue, hurt, say endure. Kindred words. Perpetuate, persist, stretch past, afflict. For example, it will toast cheese, and it will endure cold as another man's sword will, and there's an end. Instead of continues, say endures. Kindred words. Persists. For example, she passes, she endures you, she ignores you, she is the severe and dishonored figure. Instead of continuing, endless, say enduring. Kindred words. Interminable, perennial, without end, unfailing. For example, such a penance as I have been enduring, while you were sitting here so composed and so happy. Instead of weakened, say enervated. Kindred words. Compromised, undermined, enfeebled, abated. For example, enervated, prostrate, and breathless. He became unconscious of outward objects. He seemed to be entering that vague delirium preceding death. Instead of weakened, say enfeebled. Kindred words. Compromised, undermined, enervated, abated. For example, a quick vision of death smote her soul, and for a second of time appalled and enfeebled her senses. Instead of attract attention to, say engage. Kindred words. Draw their gazes, accentuate, invite attention. For example, except that no such attendant could have shown him Charlie's youthful face, which seemed to engage his confidence. Instead of hired, say engaged. Kindred words. Commissioned. For example, the doctors know that he is best with her, and when not actively engaged about him, stand aloof. Instead of attractive, charming, say engaging. Kindred words. Inviting, beguiling, disarming. For example, the greatest degree of rational consistency could not have been more engaging, and they talked with mutual satisfaction. Instead of bring about, cause, say engender. Kindred words. raise, conjure up, summon, invite. For example, O error, soon conceived, thou never come street unto a happy birth, but kill street the mother that engendered thee. Instead of interesting, say engrossing. Kindred words, of interest, compelling, likely to be of interest, arresting. For example, and, lips, owe you the doors of breath, seal with a righteous kiss a dateless bargain to engrossing death. Instead of swallow up, say engulf. For example, by this time the sea was running inches high, and threatening every moment to engulf the frail bark. Instead of swamped, say engulfed. For example, from every side resounded acclamations of welcome, and Chichikov felt himself engulfed in a sea of embraces. Instead of mystery, say enigma. Kindred words, paradox. For example, solve unto me the enigma that I then beheld, interpret unto me the vision of the lonesomest one. Instead of mysterious, strange, say enigmatic. Kindred words, inscrutable, arcane, peculiar, idiosyncratic. For example, he had simply babbled on, uttering empty phrases, letting slip a few enigmatic words and again reverting to incoherence. Instead of encourage, urge, say enjoin. Kindred words, invite, welcome, embrace, embolden. For example, weep I cannot, but my heart bleeds, and most accursed am I to be by oath enjoined to this. Instead of had, say enjoyed. Kindred words, had at her disposal a. For example, although he did not suspect the fact, the mayor of M. Sir M enjoyed a sort of celebrity. Instead of has, say enjoys. Kindred words, presents, displays, is endowed with, suffers from. For example, the windows of the sumptuous restaurant stand open, and one breakfasts there and enjoys the passing show. Instead of energize, say enliven. Kindred words, help bolster. For example, to the champagne succeeded Hungarian wine, which had the effect of still further heartening and enlivening the company. Instead of hatred, say enmity. Kindred words, animosity, antipathy, aversion, contempt. For example, he trod the water, whose enmity he flung aside, and breasted the surge most swollen that met him. Instead of dignify, say ennoble. For example, already, she has ennobled me in my own estimation, and made me 3 times better, wiser, greater than I was. Instead of boredom, tiredness, say ennui. Kindred words, tedium, languor, lassitude, lethargy. For example, after the ennui of this disappointment her heart once more remained empty, and then the same series of days recommenced. Instead of seriousness, say enormity. Kindred words, gravity, gravitas, earnestness, sobriety. For example, Topsy always made great capital of her own sins and enormities, evidently considering them as something peculiarly distinguishing. Instead of fascinated, say enraptured. Kindred words, rapt. For example, Mr. Blandois being enraptured, they walked through other garrets and passages, and came down the staircase again. Instead of hide, say ensconce. Kindred words, obscure, enshroud, belie, cloak. For example, let us ensconce ourselves in the vestibule of the sanctuary, he will be here anonymous. Instead of established, hidden, say ensconced. Kindred words, are now well in place, ingrained, entrenched, enshrined. For example, back in the yard was a room for servants, in which old Celestin had been ensconced. Instead of put on a pedestal, say enshrine. Kindred words, sacralize. For example, warlike and martial Talbot, Burgundy enshrines thee in his heart, and there erects thy noble deeds as valor's monuments. Instead of established, say enshrined. Kindred words, are now well in place, ingrained, entrenched, ensconced. For example, lowest of all, a compact leaden vault enshrined the sweet wine and a stock of cordials, whence issued whispers of Seville orange, lemon, almond, and caraway seed. Instead of hide, say enshroud. Kindred words: obscure, ensconce, belie, cloak. For example, he was quite alone. On one side was the vast wilderness of the Saint Lazare, on the other, Paris enshrouded in darkness. Instead of catch, say ensnare. Kindred words: snare. For example, this was the man who had been foremost in the plot to ensnare me, and grasp my wealth. Instead of trapped, say ensnared. For example, once thus ensnared, unless the protecting hand of God snatched him thence, all is over, and his struggles but tend to hasten his destruction. Instead of happen, occur, say ensue. Kindred words: befall, come about, is borne out, come to pass. For example, nor here, nor what ensues, but have a fog in them that I cannot look through. Instead of involve, say entail. Kindred words: embroil. For example, Decessert, who esteemed D'Artagnan, made him offers of help, as this change would entail expenses for equipment. Instead of caught up in, say entangled. For example, we closed with him, the yards entangled, the cannon touched, my captain lashed fast with his own hands. Instead of affair, say entanglement. Kindred words: liaison. For example, it is the only right thing, dearest, it is the only way of escaping from this wretched entanglement. Instead of cooperation, say entente. Instead of project, say enterprise. Kindred words: undertaking, endeavor. For example, a trim exploit, a manly enterprise, to conjure tears up in a poor maid's eyes with your derision. Instead of mesmerized, say enthralled. Kindred words: spellbound, transfixed. For example, here he ended, and the guests sat all of them enthralled and speechless throughout the covered cloister. Instead of completely, say entirely. Kindred words: wholly, altogether, thoroughly, well and truly. For example, Jellyby's biography is a lady of very remarkable strength of character who devotes herself entirely to the public. Instead of assistants, group, say entourage. Kindred words: retinue, coterie, cortege, camp. For example, the rather insignificant and unattractive Brantin was enormously rich, and she liked and required the entourage which wealth could give her. Instead of guts, say entrails. Kindred words: viscera. For example, what hath thy fiery heart so parched thine entrails that not a tear can fall for Rutland's death? Instead of desserts, say entremets. Instead of established, settled in, say entrenched. Kindred words are now well in place, ingrained, enshrined, ensconced. For example, invisible combatants were entrenched at every corner of the street, snares of the sepulchre concealed in the density of night. Instead of give, say entrust. Kindred words: render, afford, bestow, lavish. For example, for heaven's sake, let us examine sacredly whether there is any wrong entrusted to us to set right. Instead of twisted, say entwined. Kindred words: intertwined. For example, the muscular hand broke from my custody, my arm was seized, my shoulder, neck, waist I was entwined and gathered to him. Instead of list, say enumerate. Kindred words: reel off, spell out, catalogue. For example, Higginson enumerates, among the many felicities of his distinguished parishioner's earthly career, the happy seasonableness of his death. Instead of spelled out, say enunciated. For example, a very important principle in Nietzsche's philosophy is enunciated in the first verse of this paragraph. Instead of circle, say envelope. Kindred words: encircle, gird. For example, so ended the first part, which had been afterwards put into an envelope, containing nearly as much more. Instead of imagine, think of, say envisage. Kindred words: conjure up, call up, conceived an image in her mind, regard. For example, in Lionel Marx's antique salad shop window haughty Henry Lionel Leopold dear Henry Flower earnestly Mr. Leopold Bloom envisaged battered candlesticks melodian oozing maggoty blowbags. Instead of representative, say envoy. Kindred words. Voice for proxy, emissary, spokesperson. For example, nevertheless he accounted for it even while he was shaking hands, by saying, I come as an envoy, Mrs. Instead of brief, short-lived, say ephemeral. Kindred words. Cursory, momentary, fleeting, short-lived. For example, it seems as though man's lodging partook of his ephemeral character, and God's house of his eternity. Instead of connoisseur, gourmet, say epicure. Kindred words. Voluptuary, bon vivant. For example, with the health that Pompey gives him, else he is a very epicure. Instead of luxury loving, say Epicurean. Kindred words. Self-indulgent. For example, you're an Epicurean like myself. I see. You don't want to see all those goddesses gobbling terrapin. Instead of flash of insight, moment of insight, say epiphany. For example, it was a grand farewell dinner, as he and Denisov were leaving to join their regiment after Epiphany. Instead of like, say epitomizes. Kindred words. Recalls a certain, much like, reminiscent of, marked by. Instead of beaten, say equaled. Kindred words. Surpassed. For example, such grandeur of design, and such grace of execution, as one sees in the temples of Baalbek, have not been equaled or even approached in any work of men's hands that has been built within 20 centuries past. Instead of calmness, say equanimity. Kindred words. Presence of mind, tranquility. For example, the giant Chance has hitherto played with the puppet man. This is the fact he cannot contemplate with equanimity. Instead of balance, say equilibrium. Kindred words. Strike a balance. For example, it was social elements entering into strife, while awaiting the day when they should enter into equilibrium. Instead of fair, say equitable. For example, some ill-conditioned growling fellow may say to me, what's the use of these legal and equitable abuses? Instead of doubtful, say equivocal. Kindred words. Dubious, raising doubts. For example, I learned, moreover, at intervals, and through broken and equivocal hints, another singular feature of his mental condition. Instead of answer evasively, hedge, say equivocate. Kindred words. Parry. Instead of destroy, get rid of, say eradicate. Kindred words. Put an end to, obliterate, lay waste to, vanquish. For example, I find that the image which I did suppose had been eradicated from my earth is not eradicated. Instead of therefore, say ergo. Kindred words. Thus, accordingly, consequently, hence. For example, light is an effect of fire, and fire will burn. Ergo, light wenches will burn. Instead of deteriorate, say erode. Kindred words. Calcify, devolve into, lose ground, degenerate. Instead of sexual desire, say eros. Kindred words. Libido. For example, my queen and Eros have by their brave instruction got upon me a nobleness in record. Instead of straying, trespassing, say errant. For example, the knight lies here below, ill-errant and bruised sore, whom Rocinant bore in his wanderings to and fro. Instead of incorrect, say erroneous. Kindred words. Flies in the face of. For example, almost everyone has known some enthusiastic half-educated person, who sees everything at false distances, and in erroneous proportions. Instead of artificial, fake, say ersatz. Kindred words. Faux, to feign, pseudo, so-called. Instead of former, say erstwhile. Kindred words. Quondam. For example, the wound then began which the earth-dwelling dragon erstwhile had wrought him 20 to burn and to swell. Instead of knowledgeable about, well-educated, say erudite. Kindred words. Learned in, conversant in, well-informed. well read. For example, Cadwallader had slipped again into the library to chew a cud of erudite mistake about cushioned Mizraim. Instead of goes beyond, say escapes. Kindred words, transcends, extends far beyond. For example, we know who the author of the revolting business is, although one of the victims still escapes us. Instead of shunning, say eschewing. Kindred words, balking at. For example, in fine, of this whole dusty heap of literature I tossed aside all the sacred part, and felt myself none the less a Christian for eschewing it. Instead of walk, say escort. Kindred words, stride, file into, amble, mosey. For example, they were strengthened into certainty when I beheld the aged enter at a side door, escorting a lady. Instead of limited in appeal, understood by only a few, say esoteric. Kindred words, arcane. For example, to be intoxicated by a single glass of wine. I have experienced this pleasure when I have drunk the liquor of the esoteric doctrines. Instead of spying, say espionage. Kindred words, the great game. For example, Jude immediately moved into more commodious quarters, as much to escape the espionage of the suspicious landlady who had been one cause of Sue's unpleasant experience as for the sake of room. Instead of advocate, say espouse. Kindred words, proselytize, countenance. For example, when I left college, I was sent out to Jamaica to espouse a bride already courted for me. Instead of required, say essential. Kindred words, compulsory, vital, the lifeblood of, obligatory. For example, that I had not that delicate knowledge of the heart which must be essential to such a work. Instead of begin, determine, say establish. Kindred words, arise, commence, inaugurate, set about. For example, there is in London, I hope, some establishment like that of the Magdalens, or of the repentant daughters. Instead of began, say established. Kindred words, we got down to it, embarked on, begun its course. For example, he said the society had been in existence 4 years, and already had 2 members, and was firmly established. Instead of greedy, say esurient. Kindred words, covetous, rapacious, acquisitive, avaricious. Instead of forever, say eternal. Kindred words, lasting, enduring, perennial, abiding. For example, your part in her you could not keep from death, but heaven keeps his part in eternal life. Instead of always, say eternally. Kindred words, never hesitates to, on every occasion, evermore, ever. For example, all things separate, all things again greet one another, eternally true to itself remaineth the ring of existence. Instead of airy, angelic, say ethereal. Kindred words, cherubic, otherworldly, vaporous, veiled. For example, with his native susceptibility of happy influences, he inhales the slight, ethereal rapture into his soul, and expires. Instead of belief, spirit or mood of a culture or time, say ethos. Kindred words, notion, conviction, sentiment, thoughts on the matter. Instead of defecation, say evacuation. For example, the French evacuation began on the night between the 6th and 7th of October. Kitchens and sheds were dismantled, carts loaded, and troops and baggage trains started. Instead of fade away, say evanesce. Kindred words, turn to dust. Instead of fading, short-lived, say evanescent. Kindred words, waning, failing, ephemeral, transient. For example, although this event failed not of a vivid effect upon my disordered imagination, yet was it evanescent as vivid. Instead of always, say ever. Kindred words, never hesitates to, on every occasion, eternally, evermore. For example, yet do thy worst, old time, despite thy wrong, my love shall in my verse ever live young. Instead of forever, say everlasting. Kindred words, lasting, enduring, perennial, eternal. For example, to whom, with all submission, on my knee, I do bequeath my faithful services and true subjection everlastingly. Instead of always, say evermore. Kindred words. Never hesitates to, on every occasion, eternally, ever. For example, he hath evermore had the liberty of the prison, give him leave to escape hence, he would not. Instead of show, say evidence. Kindred words. Depict, portray, demonstrate, tell us. For example, Holmes, which gave us one of the few bits of positive evidence that came out at the inquest. Instead of documents, say evidences. Kindred words. Gives proof. For example, there are certainly odd deficiencies in the house, considering the extraordinary evidences of wealth which are round me. Instead of cut to pieces, gut, say eviscerate. Instead of cause, make us think of, say evoke. Kindred words. Basis for, precipitant, call to mind, summon up images of. For example, these sudden congealments in the state of reverie, which a single word suffices to evoke, do occur. Instead of like, say evokes. Kindred words. Recalls a certain, much like, reminiscent of, marked by. For example, Skimpole, full of the brightest visions of the future, which he evokes out of the darkness of chancery. Instead of create, develop, say evolve. Kindred words. Fashion, render, give rise to, shape. For example, the superadded circumstance which would evolve the genius had not yet come, the universe had not yet beckoned. Instead of make things worse, say exacerbate. Kindred words. Further compound. For example, he said nothing, however, and his conduct greatly astonished me, yet I thought it prudent not to exacerbate the growing moodiness of his temper by any comment. Instead of demanding, meticulous, say exacting. Kindred words. Fastidious, exhaustive, intensive, painstaking. For example, I know that had I been a sanguine, brilliant, careless, exacting, handsome, romping child, though equally dependent and friendless MRS. Instead of respected, say exalted. Kindred words. Revered, illustrious, venerable, hold a high place in the public esteem. For example, shall we weep for all the innocent, all martyrs, all children, the lowly as well as the exalted? Instead of annoy, frustrate, say exasperate. Kindred words. Tire, rankle, displease, bedevil. For example, the two gentlemen were exasperated, they had had a long ride, and were dying with hunger and thirst. Instead of dig, say excavate. Kindred words. Unearth, uncover, exhume. For example, they did all kinds of men's work by preference, including well sinking, hedging, ditching, and excavating, without any sense of fatigue. Instead of extremely, very, say exceedingly. Kindred words. Fearfully, most, terribly, to an extreme. For example, she was a favorite with the officers, and exceedingly proud of their joking and friendly way with her. Instead of not included, say accepted. For example, Lemon's favorite pupil, who by general consent, Fred's accepted, was a rare compound of beauty, cleverness, and amiability. Instead of except for, not including, say accepting. Kindred words. Apart from, exclusive of, save for, notwithstanding. For example, excepting one, I would he were the best in all this presence that hath moved me so. Instead of very, say exceptionally. Kindred words. You are nothing if not, terribly, desperately, all too. For example, but, further, she saw in him an exceptionally kind and tender heart, as well as a noble mind. Instead of greed, say excesses. Kindred words. Avarice, cupidity. For example, slaves and mobs have always indulged themselves in the same excesses, when once they broke loose from authority. Instead of too much, say excessive. Kindred words. In excess, an embarrassment of. For example, they were excessively bare and disorderly, and the curtain to my window was fastened up with a fork. Instead of cut out, remove, say excise. Kindred words, obviate, expunge, dispose of, tariff. For example, they talked about the excise duty, about business in the Senate, about salaries, about promotions, about His Excellency, and the best means of pleasing Him, and so on. Instead of cause, say excite. Kindred words, basis for, precipitant. For example, Weevil languishing over tea and toast with a considerable expression on him of exhausted excitement and exhausted tobacco smoke. Instead of scold, say excoriate. Kindred words, chide, berate, chastise, rebuke. For example, from the old bridge we eyed the pack, who came from t'other side towards us, like the rest, excoriate from the lash. Instead of prove innocent, say exculpate. Kindred words, exonerate. For example, Stepan did not try to exculpate himself, and bore patiently his sentence, which was 3 days in the punishment cell, and after that solitary confinement. Instead of trip, say excursion. Kindred words, jaunt, outing. For example, Sir Henry had numerous papers to examine after breakfast, so that the time was propitious for my excursion. Instead of very bad, say execrable. Kindred words, egregious. For example, I play upon that execrable scoundrel with a fire engine until the breath is nearly driven out of his body. Instead of artist, say executant. For example, naturally, from a canine chorus of such executants it might reasonably be inferred that the establishment was one of the utmost respectability. Instead of religious, say exegetical. Kindred words, ecclesiastical. Instead of ideal model, say exemplar. For example, on the stage, modern or Shakespearean, exemplars, Charles Wyndham, high comedian, Osmond Turle, 1901, exponent of Shakespeare. Instead of represent, say exemplifier. Kindred words, personifier, reflect, are the personification of, are found. For example, it was the quantity of make-believe involved and so vividly exemplified that most disagreed with his spiritual stomach. Instead of apply pressure, say exert. Kindred words, bring to bear. For example, her cares are over, and she feels that she may exert all her powers of pleasing without suspicion. Instead of gone, used up, say exhausted. For example, Weevil languishing over tea and toast with a considerable expression on him of exhausted excitement and exhausted tobacco smoke. Instead of thorough, say exhaustive. Kindred words, intensive, painstaking, rigorous, exacting. For example, at this point Ippolit Kirillovich broke off to discuss exhaustively the suspected connection of Smerdyakov with the murder. Instead of display, show, say exhibit. Kindred words, bear, showcase, radiate, exude. For example, somewhere within their walls shall all that forwards perfect human life be started, tried, taught, advanced, visibly exhibited. Instead of encourage, say exhort. Kindred words, invite, welcome, embrace, embolden. For example, they exhorted him, worked upon him, drummed at him incessantly, till at last he solemnly confessed his crime. Instead of urging, say exhortation. For example, this was what Dinah had been trying to bring about, through all her still sympathy and absence from exhortation. Instead of dig, say exhume. Kindred words, excavate, unearth, uncover. For example, in short, every possible item of evidence was exhumed, and the whole of his previous history investigated. Instead of requirement, say exigency. Kindred words, requisite, prerequisite. For example, one may, in a case of exigency, introduce the reader into a nuptial chamber, not into a virginal chamber. Instead of prove innocent, say exonerate. Kindred words, exculpate. For example, the jury returned a verdict in accordance with the medical evidence and exonerated Lenin from all blame. Instead of drive out, say exorcise. Kindred words, oust, expel. For example, finis the potent word that exorcises from the house of life the haunting shadow of fate. Instead of introduction, say exordium. Kindred words. Preamble, prelude. For example, before he had finished the exordium, the perspiration was starting from his brow, and his eyes from his head. Instead of exotic things, say exotica. Instead of increase, say expand. Kindred words. Accession of. For example, he tried to put away from him the occurrence, and to expand, and to enjoy himself once more. Instead of area, large area, say expanse. Kindred words. Sphere, dominion, domain, sphere of influence. For example, then there was a desolate space covered with a white sand, and then another expanse of tangled bushes. Instead of fast track, say expedite. For example, sometimes I thought that the fiend followed me and might expedite my remissness by murdering my companion. Instead of in a timely fashion corporation cliché, say expedited. Kindred words. With all deliberate speed. Instead of fast, say expeditious. Kindred words. Fleet-footed, at a breakneck pace. For example, but I dressed and wrapped up expeditiously without waking Charlie or anyone and went down to Mr. Instead of drive out, say expel. Kindred words. Oust, exorcise. For example, that earth which kept the world in awe should patch a wall to expel the winter's flaw. Instead of spend, say expend. For example, there were in all 6,000 piastres, but of these 6,000 Albert had already expended 3,000. Instead of not important, say expendable. Kindred words. Of little use. Instead of expenses, money spent, say expenditures. Kindred words. Outlays. For example, it becomes necessary to pour out more soldiers than one would like, a series of expenditures which are the unforeseen. Instead of skill, say expertise. Instead of die, say expire. Kindred words. Yield to death. For example, I am not yet 21, and Eugenie is only 17, but the 2 months expire next week. Instead of obscenities, swear words, say expletives. Kindred words. Colorful language, language in full technicolor. Profane expressions. For example, when they were out of the village they began talking again as loud as before, interlarding their talk with the same aimless expletives. Instead of explainable, say explicable. For example, a friend explains himself. The earth is explicable, from her we came, and we must return to her. Instead of obvious, say explicit. Kindred words. Conspicuous, goes without saying, axiomatic, manifest. For example, Fairfax either could not, or would not, give me more explicit information of the origin and nature of Mr. Instead of action, take advantage of, say exploit. Kindred words. Agency, instrumentality, avail herself of, seize upon. For example, time, thou anticipate street my dread exploits, the flighty purpose never is o'ertook unless the deed go with it. Instead of supporter, say expositor. Kindred words. Adherent of, constituent, advocate, proponent. Instead of said, say expressed. Kindred words. Indicated, remarked, made clear that, said with a touch of. For example, his heart, like an agate, with your print impressed, proud with his form, in his eye pride expressed. Instead of look on her face, say expression. Kindred words. Visage. For example, Weevil languishing over tea and toast with a considerable expression on him of exhausted excitement and exhausted tobacco smoke. Instead of phrases, say expressions. Kindred words. Verbiage. For example, Bennett invited him to dine with them, but, with many expressions of concern, he confessed himself engaged elsewhere. Instead of take away property, take possession of, say expropriate. Instead of remove, say expunge. Kindred words. excise, obviate, dispose of. For example, without debate, we expunged Billfinger as Billfinger, and called him Ferguson. Instead of beautiful, fine, say exquisite. Kindred words, breathtaking, striking, stunning, handsome. For example, altogether, this dwelling, which was attended to by the two women, was exquisitely clean from top to bottom. Instead of in existence, remaining, say extant. For example, it is popularly supposed to be extinct society, but I have written notes to show it is still extant. Instead of off the cuff, say extemporaneous. Kindred words, impromptu, in passing, perfunctory. For example, the style of preaching he had chosen was the extemporaneous, which was held little short of the miraculous in rural parishes like King's Lorton. Instead of give, offer, say extend. Kindred words, render, afford, bestow, lavish. For example, only you do lack that mercy which fierce fire and iron extends. Creatures of note for mercy lacking uses. Instead of given, say extended. Kindred words, invested with, accorded, delivered, endowed. For example, a sort of tiled veranda extended along one side of it, lined by several windows and two doors. Instead of a lot of, say extensive. Kindred words, a wealth of, a host of, a goodly number of, a fair amount of. For example, I am sorry to say that my patronage ends with this, and my interest is hardly more extensive. Instead of range, say extent. Kindred words, gamut, purview, spectrum. For example, beyond its extent the environment might be corn, straw, or chaos. It was all the same to him. Instead of put out the fire, say extinguish. Kindred words, tamp it down. Of a controversy, douse. For example, candles and lamps were being put out everywhere. She could inwardly behold the extinguisher and the extended hand. Instead of take from, say extract. Kindred words, glean, draw on. For example, the inferior man was quiet in him now, but it was surely not extracted, nor even entirely subdued. Instead of does not matter, say extraneous. Kindred words, it matters not, neither here nor there, of little consequence, a moot point. For example, thenceforth all extraneous thoughts and considerations were laid aside in favor of preparing for the coming function. Instead of guess, predict, say extrapolate. Kindred words, conjecture, foretell, bode, portend. Instead of fancy, say extravagant. Kindred words, more elaborate, stately, pretentious, pompous. For example, Bulstrode's remonstrance subsided into pity for poor Rosamond, whose extravagant education she had always foreseen the fruits of. Instead of display, say exude. Kindred words, bear, exhibit, showcase, radiate. For example, hefts of the moving world at innocent gambols silently rising freshly exuding, scooting obliquely high and low. Instead of look at, say I. Kindred words, consider, address, take up a central question, set my gaze on. For example, O learn to read what silent love hath writ, to hear with eyes belongs to love's fine wit. Instead of famous, say fabled. Kindred words, famed for its, renowned, eminent, noted. For example, at Rome my life was passed beneath the mild Augustus, in the time of fabled deities and false. Instead of structure, say fabric. Kindred words, framework. For example, but now 'tis odds beyond arithmetic, and manhood is called foolery when it stands against a falling fabric. Instead of made-up stories, say fabrications. Kindred words, apocryphal tales. Instead of appearance, say facade. Kindred words, outward show, visage, a pretense, mean. For example, densities, growth, facades, strata of mountains, cells, rocks, giant trees, far born, far dying, living long, to leave, eidolons everlasting. Instead of scene, say faced. Kindred words, encountered. For example, George, he says to the trooper, squarely standing faced about towards him with his broadsword in his hand. Instead of aspect, say facet. Kindred words, component, dimension, dynamic, feature. For example, in the larger and older duels every facet may stand for a bloody deed. Instead of inappropriate humor, say facetious. Kindred words, flippant. For example, it is a fine piece of irony. It is the only facetious remark in the Bible, I believe. Instead of help, say facilitate. Kindred words, enable, accommodate, address the needs of, ease the workload of. For example, further, it facilitates matters when the prince, having no other state, is compelled to reside there in person. Instead of group, say faction. Kindred words, entourage, camp, inner circle, coterie. For example, if she have time to breathe, be well assured her faction will be full as strong as ours. Instead of facts, say factors. Kindred words, considerations, circumstances, gleanings, credible information. For example, but, first of all, I must keep you in touch with some of the other factors in the situation. Instead of fading, moral defect, say failing. Kindred words, waning, evanescent, blemish, shortcoming. For example, some would say, perhaps, that with us it is rather a failing than anything to be boasted of. Instead of faults, flaws, say failings. Kindred words, human frailties, deficiencies, shortcomings. For example, he understood our little failings, understood the weakness of our poor fallen nature, understood the temptations of this life. Instead of slight, say faint. Kindred words, remote. For example, the trees by the way should have borne men, and expectation fainted, longing for what it had not. Instead of slightly, say faintly. Kindred words, somewhat. For example, she did not look round, but the high scalloped collar, that reached her little pink ear, trembled faintly. Instead of pretty, say fairly. Kindred words, somewhat. For example, so, now you're fairly seated gentlemen, the penance lies on you if these fair ladies pass away frowning. Instead of belief, say faith. Kindred words, notion, conviction, sentiment, thoughts on the matter. For example, faith, sir, has an English name, but his physiognomy is more hotter in France than there. Instead of false, unsound, say fallacious. Kindred words, dubious, suspect, groundless, patently false. For example, and how can they be fortified by habits when they are proved to be fallacious by example? Instead of not perfect, say fallible. For example, do not satisfy your resolution with hopes that are fallible. Instead of high-pitched, say falsetto. For example, Stephen rose from his seat, and sauntered to the piano, humming in falsetto, graceful consort, as he turned over the volume of the Creation which stood open on the desk. Instead of fat and jolly, say Falstaffian. Instead of slow, say faltering. Kindred words, halting, hesitant. For example, it was but a momentary faltering, and considering what you have been to me, it was natural enough. Instead of family related, say familial. For example, this was a half-paralyzed old man, whose long white locks fell down to his shoulders, an heirloom taken up by Charles Gould's familial piety. Instead of common, say familiar. Kindred words, customary. For example, sir, the king is a noble gentleman, and my familiar, I do assure ye, very good friend. Instead of ever, say famously. For example, the correspondence flourished famously, and letters flew to and fro with unfailing regularity all through the early spring. Instead of unrealistic, say fanciful. For example, tears came to his eyes as he remembered her childlike look, and winsome fanciful ways, and shy tremulous grace. Instead of important, widespread, say far-reaching. kindred words, pressing, of the highest distinction, figure prominently in, worthy of note. Instead of joke, say farce. For example, by this I mean the pure Creole families, who take no part in the miserable farce of governments. Instead of comical, say farcical. For example, this is a farcical waste of time, but still, if nothing else will satisfy you, it shall be done. Instead of food, offerings, say fare. Kindred words, sustenance, cuisine, creature comforts, amenities. For example, I have known thee these 29 years, come peace cod time, but an honester and truer-hearted man well, fare thee well. Instead of radical rightist, say fascist. Kindred words, reactionary, intransigent. Instead of create, say fashion. Kindred words, render, give rise to, shape, draft. For example, by my troth, this is the old fashion, you two never meet but you fall to some discord. Instead of fashionable person, say fashionista. Kindred words, fashion plate. Instead of detail-oriented, meticulous, say fastidious. Kindred words, meticulous, exacting. For example, wherefore, it seems to me you had best not be too fastidious in your curiosity touching this Leviathan. Instead of doomed, say fated. For example, now all the plagues that in the pendulous air hang fated o'er men's faults light on thy daughters. Instead of disastrous, say fateful. Kindred words, dreadful, ruinous. For example, this fateful visit, which was the first step leading to so many consequences, I never fully explained to myself. Instead of fatigue, say fatigues. For example, Mrs. Marlowe fatigues me to death every time I see her by her tiresome conversations about you and Eloisa. Instead of southern life, say Faulknerian. Kindred words, Tara-like grandeur. Instead of criticize, say fault. Kindred words, chastise, rebuke, be highly critical of, deliver a harsh critique of. For example, therefore I lie with her, and she with me, and in our faults by lies we flattered be. Instead of animal life, say fauna. For example, I am going on both with the fauna and flora, but I have at least done my insects well. Instead of artificial, fake, say faux. Kindred words, ersatz, to feign, dubious, suspect. For example, I have interrogated my brother with regard to the information which you desire on the subject of the faux family. Instead of believe in, benefit, say favor. Kindred words, hew, adhere to, hold to, would profit by. For example, I hope I shall gain Renee's favor easily by obeying the first command she ever imposed on me. Instead of favorite, say favored. Kindred words, beloved, darling of. For example, the lion bit the hand thus favored, and at the end of 24 hours, the bite was mortal. Instead of brown-nosing, say fawning. For example, he received me in his usual fawning way, and pretended not to have heard of my arrival from Mr. Instead of extremely, very, say fearfully. Kindred words, exceedingly, most, terribly, to an extreme. For example, then he suddenly remembered how he had tried to join their hands, and he felt fearfully ashamed again. Instead of doable, say feasible. Kindred words, viable. For example, upon further discussion, this appeared the safest and most feasible mode of proceeding that could possibly be adopted. Instead of eat, say feast. Kindred words, dine, break bread, dispatch, dispose of. For example, see it done, and feast the army, we have store to do't, and they have earned the waste. Instead of aspect, call attention to, say feature. Kindred words, component, facet, dimension, dynamic. For example, your case has certainly some features of great interest, and I shall be delighted to look into it. Instead of shown, say featured. Kindred words, depicted. For example, he was watching Cranley's firm-featured suffering face, lit up now by a smile of false patience. Instead of clueless, incompetent, say feckless. Kindred words: unavailing, tenuous, precarious, inert. For example, I thought men were too feckless to have curtains without a woman. Instead of pretend, say feign. Kindred words: affect. For example, one god is god of both, as poets feign. One knight loves both, and both in thee remain. Instead of pretending to, say feigning. Kindred words: affecting, under the pretense of, under the guise of, with a facade of. For example, dear me, this is too atrocious, exclaimed Pot, at this juncture, still feigning to be absorbed in his reading. Instead of pretends to, say feigns. For example, Champmatthew feigns astonishment. Don't play the innocent dodge, says Brevet, you are Jean Valjean. Instead of fake attack, say feint. For example, he recognizes what is played through feint, by the manner with which it is thrown upon the table. Instead of appropriate for, well chosen for the occasion, say felicitous. Kindred words: in keeping with, most suited for, lends itself to, apropos. For example, he looked clever and ill, a combination by no means felicitous, and he wore a brown velvet jacket. Instead of happiness, say felicity. Kindred words: cheer, elation. For example, Anne could do no more, but her heart prophesied some mischance to damp the perfection of her felicity. Instead of struck down, say felled. For example, he took it away into a lonely place, and sat down on a felled elm to open it. Instead of criminal behavior, say felonious. Kindred words: illicit, nefarious. For example, unless it were a bloody murderer, or foul felonious thief that fleeced poor passengers, I never gave them condign punishment. Instead of thought, say felt. Kindred words: sentiment, conception, the whole tenor of his thoughts. It figured in his mind as, for example, I put my hand into the bed and felt them, and they were as cold as any stone. Instead of conflict, grow, say ferment. Kindred words: dissension, factious infighting, amid a vortex of clamor. For example, there was not much time for preparation, and the house was in a ferment till Amy was off. Instead of devoted, enthusiastic, say fervent. Kindred words: ardent, spirited. For example, and yet how many meek and humble monks there are, yearning for solitude and fervent prayer in peace. Instead of bad smelling, say fetid. Kindred words: noisome odor, putrid. For example, his instinct perceived the fetidness of poverty, but no longer ferreted out the deeper evils in pride and sensuality. Instead of obstruct, say fetter. Kindred words: hamper, impede, encumber, derail. For example, these beings had been fettered and coupled pell-mell, in alphabetical disorder, probably, and loaded haphazard on those carts. Instead of excited, say fevered. Kindred words: a fire over. For example, the changes of a fevered room are slow and fluctuating, but the changes of the fevered world are rapid and irrevocable. Instead of failure, say fiasco. Kindred words: abject failure, debacle. For example, Freddie was at his wittiest, referring to Cecil as the fiasco family-honored pun on fiancé. Instead of declaration, say fiat. Kindred words: dictum. For example, of public opinion, of a calm and cool fiat sooner or later, how impassive, how certain and final. Instead of imaginary, made up, say fictitious. Kindred words: fictive, chimerical, a contrivance, contrived. For example, the quadroon was following them with little quick steps, having assumed a fictitious animation and alacrity for the occasion. Instead of imaginary, say fictive. Kindred words: fictitious, chimerical. For example, I have always fondly remembered a remark that I heard 4 years ago from the lips of Ivan Turgenev in regard to his own experience of the usual origin of the fictive picture. Instead of pureness, say fidelity. For example, the incorruptible fidelity, piety and honesty of Uncle Tom had more than one development to her personal knowledge. Instead of devil, say fiend. For example, the man was an intermittent drunkard, and when he had the fit on him he was a perfect fiend. Instead of very, say fiercely. Kindred words, you are nothing if not, terribly, desperately, all too. For example, but now the fires of her old wrongs flamed up in her breast and began to burn fiercely. Instead of not literally, say figuratively. Kindred words, metaphorically speaking, in a manner of speaking. For example, he went off into a far corner, and coming back, he, figuratively speaking, turned to rend me. Instead of objects, say figures. For example, near the box was a pile of banknotes and a piece of paper covered with figures in pencil. Instead of steal, say filch. Kindred words, make off with, pilfer, siphon, misappropriate. For example, many a one hath said, there hath surely a god filched something from me secretly whilst I slept. Instead of banker, say financier. Kindred words, investment banker, merchant banker. For example, a short railway journey and a shorter walk brought us to Fairbank, the modest residence of the great financier. Instead of get, say find. Kindred words, glean, acquire, elicit, derive. For example, but thence I learn and find the lesson true, drugs poisoned him that so fell sick of you. Instead of conclusions, say findings. Instead of clothing, expensive clothes, say finery. Kindred words, attire, garb, regalia, trappings. For example, there's that Bessie Cranage, she'll be flaunting my new finery 3 weeks after you're gone, I'll be bound. Instead of avoid, say finesse. Kindred words, circumvent, avert, steer clear, give a wide berth. For example, however, I have no doubt that with a little delicacy and finesse the end may be attained. Instead of picky, say finical. Kindred words, discriminating. For example, because you have finical poppets of mistresses who hide under the bed when you put on a big voice, forsooth. Instead of defeated, say finished. Kindred words, done for, met his Waterloo. For example, and you'd have finished your days a pauper nobody, instead of being an actually launched and recognized lawyer today. Instead of advocate, say firebrand. Kindred words, espouse, proselytize, countenance. For example, Mary, my lord, Althea dreamt she was delivered of a firebrand, and therefore I call him her dream. Instead of battle, say firestorm. Kindred words, take the fight to, have at, join the fray. Instead of personal, say first hand. Instead of obsessed, say fixated. Kindred words, preoccupied, consumed by. Instead of flabby, say flaccid. For example, since Prince Andrew had last seen him, Kutuzov had grown still more corpulent, flaccid, and fat. Instead of battle, say flashpoint. Kindred words, take the fight to, have at, join the fray. Instead of atmosphere, mood, say flavor. Kindred words, an air of, a note of, with distinct undertones, aura. For example, tasting a mystery resembles getting the first flavor of a scandal. Sainted souls do not detest this. Instead of yellow, say flaxen. Kindred words, primrose, saffron. For example, a tall, flaxen-haired, slim young fellow opened it, and made us welcome when he understood our errand. Instead of criticize severely, say flay. Kindred words, assail, lambaste, lampoon, light into. For example, so why should I let them flay the skin off me as well, and to no good purpose. Instead of new, say fledgling. Kindred words, novel, newly minted, newfangled, recent. For example, she brought her young husband home one day, and they and their young fledglings have their nest upstairs. Instead of run away, say flee. For example, he rode on to the region where the greatest number of men had perished in fleeing from Pratzen. Instead of fast, say fleet-footed. Kindred words, expeditious, at a breakneck pace. Instead of brief, momentary, say fleeting. Kindred words, cursory, momentary, short-lived, ephemeral. For example, Tom hinted at things he had to attend to, things that must be done, and time was fleeting. Instead of inappropriate humor, say flippant. Kindred words, facetious. For example, contrasted with the inconceivable antiquity of this modest fossil, those other things were flippantly modern, jejune, mere matters of day before yesterday. Instead of plant life, say flora. For example, to watch, teach, form little flora would too evidently be the making of a happy and useful life. Instead of grow, show confusion, say flounder. For example, I must sprawl and flounder, comment and theorize, if I am to get the thing out I have in mind. Instead of struggling, say floundering. Kindred words, grappling with, beleaguered, beset. For example, a little floundering across the sand, which was heavy, brought me to the door, and I went in. Instead of decoration, grow, say flourish. Kindred words, embellishment, ferment, evolve, thrive. For example, but go thy ways, go, give that changing piece to him that flourished for her with his sword. Instead of thriving, say flourishing. For example, even the top is not left bare, but is crowned with a flourishing group of trees and shrubs. Instead of empty compliments, flattery, say flummery. Kindred words, puffery. For example, but her father, who is quite as opposed to such flummery as I, says that can be cured. Instead of nervous, say flurried. Kindred words, pensive, on edge, ill at ease. For example, I was so sure of his meaning that I said, quite flurried, you are very welcome, sir. Instead of troubled, say flustered. Kindred words, disconcerted, distressed, it caused some heartburn among, beleaguered. For example, Dron Zakharich, you meek and flustered voices here and there were heard calling and caps began to come off their heads. Instead of subject, say focus. Kindred words, subject matter, topic, line of inquiry. For example, it seemed as if the very light of the candles was focused on those two happy faces alone. Instead of enemy, say foe. Kindred words, nemesis, detractors, no friend to. For example, lascivious grace, in whom all ill well shows, kill me with spites yet we must not be foes. Instead of weakness, say foible. Kindred words, shortcoming, failing, defect, drawback. For example, he knew that this was like the sudden impulse of a madman, incongruous even with his habitual foibles. Instead of obstruct, prevent, say foil. Kindred words, hamper, impede, encumber, fetter. For example, if he were felled, why, then we do our main opinion crush and taint of our best man. Instead of times, say fold. For example, thy niece and I, poor creatures, want our hands, and cannot passionate our tenfold grief with folded arms. Instead of customs, tradition, say folklore. Kindred words, mores. For example, snapshot photography, comparative study of religions, folklore relative to various amatory and superstitious practices, contemplation of the celestial constellations. Instead of foolishness, say folly. Kindred words, foolhardiness. For example, oh, too much folly is it, well I wot, to hazard all our lives in one small boat. Instead of incite, stir up trouble, say foment. Kindred words, stir the embers. For example, the maid had entered with us, and began once more to foment the bruise upon her mistress's brow. Instead of foolish actions, say fooleries. For example, toys and fooleries at home, wars abroad, sometimes terror, sometimes torpor, or stupid sloth. this is thy daily slavery. Instead of foolishness, say foolhardiness. Kindred words, folly. For example, how I cursed the cowardice of the neighbors, how I blamed my poor mother for her honesty and her greed, for her past foolhardiness and present weakness. Instead of search, say forage. Kindred words, prospect, scour, scent out the truth, troll for example, Madame Antoine had cooked little else than the mullets, but while Edna slept Robert had foraged the island. Instead of attack, say foray. Kindred words, incursion, onslaught, barrage, salvo. For example, with what heart can any of the Achaeans do your bidding, either on foray or in open fighting? Instead of avoid, say forbear. Kindred words, circumvent, avert, steer clear, give a wide berth. For example, gentlemen, for shame, forbear this outrage. Tybalt, Mercutio, the prince expressly hath forbid this bandying in Verona streets. Instead of avoidance, forgiveness, say forbearance. Kindred words, clemency, restraint, temperance, abstinence. For example, he pressed for the strictest forbearance and silence towards their niece. She not only promised, but did observe it. Instead of forgiving, patient, say forbearing. Kindred words, stoic, indulgent to indulgent. For example, this, however, is mine other manly prudence. I am more forbearing to the vain than to the proud. Instead of make illegal, say forbid. Kindred words, proscribe, disallow. For example, or what strong hand can hold his swift foot back, or who his spoil of beauty can forbid. Instead of threatening, say forbidding. For example, and then you wonder that such a charming moth could come from such a forbidding shell as that. Instead of front, say for. Kindred words, facade. For example, for thinking this, I have already fit, 'tis in my cloak bag, doublet, hat, hose, all that answer to them. Instead of ancestors, say forebears. Kindred words, antecedents. Instead of fear, forewarning, say foreboding. Kindred words, angst, worry, dread, apprehension. For example, their meat became smeared with blood, their eyes filled with tears, and their hearts were heavy with forebodings. Instead of rule out, say foreclose. Instead of sacrificing, say foregoing. Kindred words, forfeiting. For example, however, in spite of the distressfulness of the foregoing possibilities, it is time that I return to my hero. Instead of leading, main, say foremost. Kindred words, dominant, leading, principal. For example, foremost among the 32 was he, seated, that he might get breath enough to keep life in him. Instead of art of debate, say forensics. For example, Holmes inspired Twain to add a component of forensics to this story. Instead of pioneer, say forerunner. For example, there comes with them a forerunner, my lord, which bears that office, to signify their pleasures. Instead of plan on, see, say foresee. Kindred words, intend on, have every intention, behold, discern. For example, she said this with such great significance that Ada and I glanced at one another, foreseeing something more. Instead of predictable, say foreseeable. Kindred words, formulaic, so paint by numbers. Instead of warn, say foreshadow. Kindred words, caution, foretell, presage, forewarn. For example, Fairbrother's mind, which foreshadowed what was soon to be loudly spoken of in Middlemarch as a necessary putting of 2 and 2 together. Instead of sign, say foreshadowing. Kindred words, harbinger, in what may be a telling sign of, precursor. For example, the friend who knew most of Eva's own imaginings and foreshadowings was her faithful bearer, Tom. Instead of obstruct, prevent, say forestall. Kindred words, hamper, impede, encumber, fetter. For example, and what's in prayer but this twofold force, to be forestalled ere we come to fall, or pardoned being down. Instead of predict, warn, say foretell. Kindred words, bode, portend, had the forethought to venture to predict. For example, dead though he was, Hector still spoke to him saying, Patroclus, why should you thus foretell my doom? Instead of forever, say forevermore. Kindred words, lasting, enduring, perennial, eternal. For example, Craven found out about the open door, he would be fearfully angry and get a new key and lock it up forevermore. Instead of warn, say forewarn. Kindred words, caution, foretell, presage, foreshadow. For example, yet in spite of all this seduction milady might fail, for Felton was forewarned, and that against the least chance. Instead of sacrificing, say forfeiting. Kindred words, foregoing. For example, Jennings only exchanged one form of delight for another, and still without forfeiting her expectation of the first. Instead of create, say forge. Kindred words, fashion, render, give rise to, shape. For example, but now behold, in the quick forge and working house of thought, how London doth pour out her citizens. Instead of do without, say forego. Kindred words, forswear. For example, will not my tongue be mute, my frail joints shake, mine eyes forego their light, my false heart bleed. Instead of create, say form. Kindred words, fashion, render, give rise to, shape. For example, wisdom and fortune combating together, if that the former dare but what it can, no chance may shake it. Instead of rules, say formalities. Kindred words, tenets, constraints, accepted conventions, safeguards. For example, but later, though the formalities were not relaxed, exceptions were made for some, at least, of Mitire's visitors. Instead of rule, stiffness, say formality. Kindred words, precept, warrant, convention, precedent. For example, when this formality was ended, as her duties called her to chapel, she left the two young women alone. Instead of early, say formative. Kindred words, preliminary, nascent, early on, premature, too early. Instead of before, say formally. Kindred words, beforehand. For example, formerly they believed themselves sprung from Jupiter, and shielded by their birth, but nowadays they are not inviolable. Instead of difficult, powerful, say formidable. Kindred words, daunting, trying, strained, arduous. For example, a man of deep character, a man with an alert mind, grim, ascetic, self-contained, formidable, so I read Dr. Instead of predictable, say formulaic. Kindred words, foreseeable, so paint by numbers. Instead of create, say formulate. Kindred words, fashion, render, give rise to, shape. For example, then the judges proceeded to put the questions and began to ask both sides to formulate their conclusions. Instead of abandon, say forsake. Kindred words, abandon the sanctuary of, consign, relinquish, forswear. For example, of old I know them, rather with their teeth the walls they'll tear down than forsake the siege. Instead of unloved, say forsaken. For example, your little one will see from heaven that you have forsaken his father, and will weep over you. Instead of abandon, deny an accusation, say forswear. Kindred words, abandon the sanctuary of, consign, relinquish, forsake. For example, oh we are spoiled, and yonder he is, deny him, forswear him, or else we are all undone. Instead of direct, straight talker, say forthcoming. Kindred words, pointed, forthright. For example, Amory suspected that advice was forthcoming, but he determined to be courteous, because this Mr. Instead of direct, honest, say forthright. Kindred words, pointed, forthcoming, principled, candid. For example, they were very lean, mere skin bags stretched over bony frames, with strings for muscles so lean that Henry found it in his mind to marvel that they still kept their feet and did not collapse forthright in the snow. Instead of now, say forthwith. Kindred words, at this point, here and now, at once, at present. For example, now, Ulysses, I begin to relish thy advice, and I will give a taste thereof forthwith to Agamemnon. Instead of courage in pain, say fortitude. For example, will he have the fortitude, with my other friends, to take a last look at my pale countenance? Instead of lucky find, say fortuitous. Kindred words, a chance find. For example, Minchin in return was quite sure that man was not a mere machine or a fortuitous conjunction of atoms, if Mrs. Instead of conference, place, say forum. Kindred words, colloquy, symposium, summit, arena. For example, what is called eloquence in the forum is commonly found to be rhetoric in the study. Instead of send, say forward. Kindred words, unleash, dispatch, send along. For example, my good Camillo, she is as forward of her breeding as she is I rear our birth. Instead of cause, promote, say foster. Kindred words, basis for, precipitant, cultivate, advocate. For example, do not foster these prejudices, and they will naturally fall into their subordinate, yet respectable station in life. Instead of easily irritated, say fractious. For example, Omer, to keep a fractious old lady company, they didn't very well agree, and she didn't stop. Instead of fall apart, piece, say fragment. Kindred words, fall into ruin, remnant. For example, he had returned with the prize, but had left a fragment in the grasp of his opponent. Instead of pieces, say fragments. Kindred words, elements, remnants, components, traces. For example, the spot where the fragments of the bust had been found was only a few hundred yards away. Instead of structure, say framework. Kindred words, fabric. For example, I now lay upon my back, and at full length, on a species of low framework of wood. Instead of upfront, say frank. Kindred words, candid, forthright, veracious. For example, oh, were it but my life, I'd throw it down for your deliverance as frankly as a pin. Instead of frantic, say frenetic. Instead of go to, say frequent. For example, for a good hour to come frequent reports shook the island, and balls kept crashing through the woods. Instead of hung out at, say frequented. Kindred words, habituated. For example, the days when I frequented that miserable corner which my dear girl brightened can never fade in my remembrance. Instead of corroded, say fretted. For example, these doubts fretted and harassed him, growing weaker or stronger from time to time, but never leaving him. Instead of dancing around, say frolicking. Kindred words, cavorting, waltzing about. For example, we are man and woman now, with sober work to do, for playtime is over, and we must give up frolicking. Instead of front, say frontal. Kindred words, facade. For example, conversely the nasal and frontal formation was derived in a direct line of lineage which, though interrupted, would continue at distant intervals to more distant intervals to its most distant intervals. Instead of cheap, say frugal. Kindred words, miserly. For example, at least I could maintain a household, for I am frugal and active and intelligent and steadfast. Instead of useless, say fruitless. Kindred words, of no use, of no avail, futile, weary, stale, flat and unprofitable. For example, after some hours of fruitless search, they arrived at the unwelcome conclusion that they must go home without him. Instead of block, say frustrate. Kindred words, stymie, thwart, check. For example, the words were hard, but this was not the first time that Lidgett had been frustrated by her. Instead of cause, promote, say fuel. Kindred words, basis for, precipitant, cultivate, foster. For example, ginger is ginger the sort of fuel you use, doughboy, to kindle a fire in this shivering cannibal. Instead of overflowing, say full freshet. Instead of loud-voiced, say full-throated. Instead of official, say functionary. For example, and they both set forward as fast as they could toward the country house of the worthy functionary. Instead of key, say fundamental. For example, for fear, that is man's original and fundamental feeling. Through fear everything is explained, original sin and original virtue. Instead of furniture, say furnishings. Kindred words, appointments. For example, he pulled himself erect, went to it and, spinning it on its axle, viewed its shape and brass furnishings. Instead of more, say further. Kindred words, all the more. For example, pursue him to his house, and pluck him thence, lest his infection, being of catching nature, spread further. Instead of advancement, progress, say furtherance. Kindred words, progression, make headway, make inroads. For example, to his house, then, did Minerva hie in furtherance of the return of Ulysses. Instead of in addition, say furthermore. Kindred words, add that, for good measure. For example, and furthermore tell him, we desire to know of him, of whence he is, his name and parentage. Instead of secretive, sneaky, say furtive. Kindred words, surreptitious, clandestine, sub rosa. For example, Claire arose in the light of a dawn that was ashy and furtive, as though associated with crime. Instead of pretentious, say fustian. Kindred words, stagey. For example, drunken speak parrot and squabble swagger swear and discourse fustian with one's own shadow. Instead of musty, old-fashioned and outdated, say fusty. Kindred words, antediluvian, outmoded, old school. For example, Hector shall have a great catch and knock out either of your brains, a whereas good crack a fusty nut with no kernel. Instead of useless, say futile. Kindred words, of no use, fruitless, of no avail, weary, stale, flattened and profitable. For example, Pumblechook's very limited dressing glass, in the futile endeavor to see my legs, it seemed to fit me better. Instead of annoying person, say gadfly. For example, the wind, that seemed to blow as they drove, dropped when the carriage stood still. Gadflies settled on the steaming horses that angrily shook them off. Instead of dumb move, say gaff. Kindred words, faux pas, howler. For example, like that Peter or Denny's or James Carey that blew the gaff on the Invincibles. Instead of get, say gain. Kindred words, glean, acquire, elicit, derive. For example, it is but foolery, but it is such a kind of gain-giving as would perhaps trouble a woman. Instead of productive, say gainful. Kindred words, prolific, prodigious. For example, this they wish, and this contrive, and will ere long effectuate, there, where gainful merchandise is made of Christ, throughout the livelong day. Instead of deny an accusation, say gainsay. Kindred words, disavow any knowledge of, disclaim, flatly reject, repudiate. For example, there was no gainsaying this difficulty, and we relinquished all thoughts of pursuing Aulic at that time. Instead of opponent, say gainsayer. Kindred words, rival, counterpart, detractor, adversary. Instead of irritate, say gall. Kindred words, pique, vex. For example, you have the honey still, but these the gall, so to be valiant is no praise at all. Instead of balcony, say gallery. For example, these being drawn to opposite ends of the gallery, the trooper makes his own bed and Phil makes his. Instead of French, say Gallic. For example, what have they given us in return for all this Gallic history, for all this Gothic art? Instead of irritating, say galling. Kindred words, grating. For example, Trenner's unconsciousness of the real stress of the situation had the effect of making it more galling to Lily. Instead of maneuver, risk, say gambit. For example, gambit, a practitioner just a little lower in status than wrench or tola, and especially esteemed as an accoucher, of whose ability Mr. Instead of range, say gamut. Kindred words, purview, extent, spectrum. For example, happy, therefore, the man who may choose from among the gamut of human passions one which is noble. Instead of clothing, say garb. Kindred words, attire, finery, regalia, trappings. For example, he was an aged man, clad in seafaring garb, with an old pea jacket buttoned up to his throat. Instead of tacky, say garish. Kindred words, lurid, meretricious. For example, every gaudy color that fluttered in the air from carriage seat and garish tent top, shone out in its gaudiest hues. Instead of get, say garner. Kindred words, glean, acquire, elicit, derive. For example, there is no wind strong enough to sweep them away. Infinite space will not garner them from our sight. Instead of earned, say garnered. For example, what other changes have come upon me, besides the changes in my growth and looks, and in the knowledge I have garnered all this while? Instead of decorated with, say garnished. Kindred words, adorned with, embellished with. For example, are they all in love, that every one her own hath garnished with such bedecking ornaments of praise? Instead of talkative, wordy, say garrulous. Kindred words, windy, loquacious, turgid, prolix. For example, she was an old garrulous woman, a pawnbroker's widow, who collected used stamps for some pious purpose. Instead of figure out, learn, say gather. Kindred words, appreciate, grasp, glean, acquire an understanding of. For example, he delivered his errand, and said the clans were already gathering in the big hall over the market house. Instead of crude, say gauche. Kindred words, coarse, bawdy, base, boorish. Instead of looked at, say gazed. Kindred words, looked upon, eyes rested upon, fixed my gaze. For example, he gazed about him on every side, but the darkness was too dense for the eye to pierce. Instead of spirit or mood of a culture or time, say geist. Kindred words, zeitgeist, genius loci, local god, ethos. Instead of sex, say gender. For example, and thou treble-dated crow, that thy sable gender mac saint with the breath thou give street and tack street, mongst our mourners shalt thou go. Instead of years, say generations. For example, gorgeous clouds of the sunset drench with your splendor me, or the men and women generations after me. Instead of not specific, say generic. For example, the accursed shark alone can in any generic respect be said to bear comparative analogy to him. Instead of friendly, say genial. Kindred words, affable, kindly, amiable, congenial. For example, I believe it was an inspiration rather than a temptation. It was very genial, very soothing, I know that. Instead of category, style, say genre. Kindred words, species, of its kind, approach, convention. For example, but he had found a girl, he'd show her to Vronsky, a marvel, exquisite, in the strict oriental style, genre of the slave Rebecca, don't you know? Instead of euphemism, say gentilism. Instead of real, say genuine. Kindred words, bona fide, substantive, tangible, appreciable. For example, Yeats is having a pleasant journey, as he walked with him to the hall door, were given with genuine satisfaction. Instead of really, say genuinely. Kindred words, in actual fact, in truth, it is in point of fact, in any real sense. For example, they genuinely adored their Katia, thought her far above them and waited on her hand and foot. Instead of artistic, say geometric. Kindred words, aesthetic, symmetric. Instead of shape, say geometry. Kindred words, contour, modeling. For example, Lind would say, the sun will go on rising and setting whether I fail in geometry or not. Instead of greater than the sum of its parts, say Gestalt. Kindred words, a synergism. Instead of development, early development, say gestation. For example, when we come to the phenomena of artistic conception, artistic gestation, and artistic reproduction, I require a new terminology and a new personal experience. Instead of action, say gesture. Kindred words, agency, instrumentality. For example, Bertuccio, without answering, pointed to Villefort with something of the gesture Macbeth uses to point out Banquo. Instead of free gift, incorrect usage, say gift. Kindred words, endowment. For example, the cause of this fair gift in me is wanting, and so my patent back again is swerving. Instead of good at, smarts, say gifted. Kindred words, has an eye for, accomplished, sharp wit, cerebral. For example, and may we not say, adamantus, that the most gifted minds, when they are ill-educated, become preeminently bad. Instead of gift giving, say gifting. Kindred words, largesse. Instead of benefits, say gifts. Kindred words, dividends, profits. For example, for to no other pass my verses tend, than of your graces and your gifts to tell. Instead of coat with gold, say gild. For example, if he do bleed, I'll gild the faces of the grooms withal, for it must seem their gild. Instead of circle, say gird. Kindred words, encircle, envelope. For example, an unbearable ill humor settled on the ship, men, mates, and master, girding at one another all day long. Instead of provide you with, say give. Kindred words, provide for the, afford, offer up. For example, presume not on thy heart when mine is slain, thou gav'st treat me thine not to give back again. Instead of greet warmly, say glad hand. Instead of swampland, say glade. Kindred words, swale. For example, here, he shouted to a frightened groom, who had appeared at the edge of the glade. Instead of liberal, say Gladstonian. Instead of get, learn, say glean. Kindred words, acquire, elicit, derive, procure. For example, what harm can your bison conspectuities glean out of this character, if I be known well enough, to? Instead of facts, say gleanings. Kindred words, considerations, circumstances, credible information, unassailable truths. Instead of jet set, say glitterati. Instead of traveling, say globetrotting. Kindred words, itinerant, nomadic. Instead of great, say glorious. Kindred words, monumental, remarkable. For example, and, by the glorious worth of my descent, this arm shall do it, or this life be spent. Instead of stare, say glare. For example, meanwhile, the infant ruffian continued sucking, and glowered up at me defyingly, as he slavered into the jug. Instead of short and clever, wise and pithy, say gnomic. Kindred words, aphoristic. For example, if before going to the d'Urberville she had vigorously moved under the guidance of sundry gnomic texts and phrases known to her and to the world in general, no doubt she would never have been imposed on. Instead of religious intuition, say gnosis. Instead of friendly, say good-humored. Kindred words, affable, genial, kindly, amiable. Instead of facts, say gospel. Kindred words, considerations, circumstances, gleanings, credible information. For example, when I was in Ceylon, a wise seeker confirmed that from the gospel which is written in Pali. Instead of control, say govern. Kindred words, rein in, manage, harness, establish dominion over. For example, I say again, thy spirit is all afraid to govern thee near him, but, he away, 'tis noble. Instead of behavior, say governance. Kindred words: decorum, conventions, composure, in her manner. For example, fair governance was yet an art well prized by him of Pressa. Galileo showed the gilded hilt and pommel, in his house. Instead of traits, say graces. For example, Fanny's beauty of face and figure, Fanny's graces of manner and goodness of heart, were the exhaustless theme. Instead of slow, say gradient. For example, having no urgent destiny, it strolled downhill or up as it wished, taking no trouble about the gradients, nor about the view, which nevertheless expanded. Instead of bribery, say graft. For example, born a Gascon but bred a Norman, he grafted upon his southern volubility the cunning of the court choice. Instead of big shot, say grandee. For example, these are life-size statues of old-time emperors, electors, and similar grandees, clad in mail and bearing ponderous swords. Instead of greatness, say grandeur. For example, Marthoi, Jenny Verpoint que vous abaissez votre grandeur en basant la main d'honneur, notre seigneur in ein serviteur. Instead of pompous talk or writing, say grandiloquence. Kindred words: turgid prose, conceivable. Instead of fancy, say grandiose. Kindred words: more elaborate, extravagant, stately, pretentious. For example, in the meantime, let there be no halt, no hesitation, no pause in the grandiose onward march of minds. Instead of give, say grant. Kindred words: render, afford, bestow, lavish. For example, how I came by the crown, O God, forgive, and grant it may with thee in true peace live. Instead of awarding, say granting. For example, for how do I hold thee but by thy granting, and for that riches where is my deserving. Instead of figure out, say grasp. Kindred words: gather, appreciate. For example, she made no reply to this beyond that of grasping him more tightly, and straight inland they went. Instead of grass, say grasses. For example, evening had fallen when he woke and the sand and arid grasses of his bed glowed no longer. Instead of irritating, say grating. Kindred words: galling. For example, if he were to reach another outlet, he would find it obstructed by a plug or a grating. Instead of free of charge, say gratis. For example, I'll give you half of the first cargo for yourself. Free gratis for nothing, just to make a good start. Instead of serious, say grave. Kindred words: sobering, grievous. For example, our rash faults make trivial price of serious things we have, not knowing them until we know their grave. Instead of seriousness, say gravitas. Kindred words: gravity, enormity, earnestness, sobriety. Instead of seriousness, say gravity. Kindred words: enormity, gravitas, earnestness, sobriety. For example, here he produced a card and read, with much gravity and a little trouble, through his eyeglass, Mr. Instead of sociable, say gregarious. For example, snookses, gregarious specimens of a single type, she was happy to meet. Instead of complaint, gripe, say grievance. For example, I am solicited, not by a few, and those of true condition, that your subjects are in great grievance. Instead of awful, serious, say grievous. Kindred words: reprehensible, reproachful, deplorable, wretched. For example, you say he has been thrown in the rivers, and has been grievously beaten as an old oman. Instead of determination, say grit. Kindred words: resolve, dogged style. For example, Durdles unfeelingly takes out his 2-foot rule, and measures the lines calmly, alloying them with stone grit. Instead of comprehend completely, say grok. Instead of trained, say groomed. Kindred words: trained in the tradition of, well schooled in, practiced in, seasoned. For example, the well-groomed chestnut horse and 2 beautiful setters could leave no doubt that the rider was Sir James Chetham. Instead of training, say grounding. For example, I went on through the plantations and out upon the downs, and thence I saw Kothoke with a new glider of his own design soaring downwind to my old familiar grounding place. Instead of false, unproven, say groundless. Kindred words: dubious, suspect, fallacious, patently false. For example, but all their apprehensions turned out to be groundless. It was just the young ladies who did come. Instead of bleacher bums, say groundlings. For example, canvas climbers who sailed with Drake chew their sausages among the groundlings. Instead of justification, say grounds. Kindred words: rationale, under the banner of, done in the name of, on what basis. For example, mists hide in the avenues, veil the points of view, and move in funeral wise across the rising grounds. Instead of build up, say groundswell. Instead of become, say grow. Kindred words: grow to be, led to, cross the border into. For example, this told, I joy, but then no longer glad, I send them back again and straight grow sad. Instead of complaining, say grumbling. For example, he was wearing a coarse and patched coat, and was walking in zigzags, grumbling and swearing to himself. Instead of cautious, say guarded. Kindred words: prudent, assiduous, mindful, prudential. For example, two sides of this place were guarded by railings, to keep people from being blown over the precipices. Instead of cleverness, craftiness, say guile. Kindred words: cunning, subterfuge, duplicity. For example, can this be so, that in alliance, amity, and oaths, there should be found such false dissembling guile? Instead of outward appearance, say guise. For example, my Lord of Suffolk, say, is this the guise, is this the fashion in the court of England? Instead of teacher, say guru. Kindred words: mentor. For example, I drank the beer and ate the bread of Guru Chwan. Instead of energy, say gusto. Kindred words: vigor, verve, elan. For example, this was evidently local pleasantry, for the old man cackled over it, and his cronies joined in with gusto. Instead of environment, home, say habitat. Kindred words: hotbed, landscape, in your element, a medium. For example, as for a habitat, if I were not permitted still to squat, I might purchase 1 acre at the same price for which the land I cultivated was sold, namely, $8.08. Instead of constant, say habitual. Kindred words: invariable, continual, incessant. For example, and as he said this, the eye severe of the magistrate had lost nothing of its habitual arrogance. Instead of on a regular basis, incorrect usage, say habitually. Kindred words: regularly. For example, Milady was habitually pale, her complexion might therefore deceive a person who saw her for the first time. Instead of hung out at, say habituated. Kindred words: frequented. For example, habituated to the paletot and bonnet grec, the neighborhood of these garments seemed no longer uncomfortable or very formidable. Instead of boring, overused, say hackneyed. Kindred words: tedious, mundane, warmed over a treads of, fairly sleepy. For example, the view thence of Florence is most beautiful, far better than the hackneyed view of Fiesole. Instead of exhausted, tired looking, say haggard. Kindred words: spent, zombish. For example, anyone might have seen in her haggard face that there was no suppression or evasion so far. Instead of call out for, praise, say hail. Kindred words: sing her praises, kudos, speak well of, vaunt. For example, this is the sergeant who, like a good and hardy soldier, fought against my captivity. Hail, brave friend. Instead of approved of, championed, say hailed. Kindred words: welcomed, applauded, rapturously received, was supportive of. For example, they hailed from every corner of the globe, for instruction is cheap in Heidelberg, and so is living, too. Instead of pilgrimage, say hajj. Instead of inadequate, say half measures. Kindred words fall short of tinkering around the edges. Instead of symbol, trademark, say hallmark. Kindred words icon, totem, token, standard. For example, it is the necessary hallmark of a man who wants to do anything in teaching. Instead of sacred, say hallowed. Kindred words sacrosanct, Ark of the Covenant. For example, many hidden corners and heights in the landscapes round about Nice are hallowed to me by unforgettable moments. Instead of stop, say halt. Kindred words put a stop to, draw to a close, contain, put an end to. For example, Bazin followed him upon a roan, holding by the halter a vigorous Mecklenburg horse. This was D'Artagnan's mount. Instead of slow, say halting. Kindred words hesitant, faltering. For example, he slipped stealthily down the narrow stair, his hair rising and his pulses halting at the slightest creak. Instead of obstruct, say hamper. Kindred words impede, encumber, fetter, derail. For example, for the first time Lydgate was feeling the hampering thread-like pressure of small social conditions, and their frustrating complexity. Instead of harassed, say hampered. Kindred words bedeviled, beleaguered, beset, dragooned. For example, but in these great endeavors we are gravely hampered by the political institutions of today. Instead of crippled, say hamstrung. Instead of beautiful, say handsome. Kindred words breathtaking, exquisite, striking, stunning. For example, it was a handsome, lively, quick face, full of change and motion, and his hair was a silvered iron gray. Instead of casual, random, say haphazard. Kindred words perfunctory, leisurely, indiscriminate. For example, this fact, which has been very clearly made out, proves conclusively that it was no mere haphazard burglary. Instead of by chance, say happenstance. Kindred words serendipity. Instead of sign, say harbinger. Kindred words foreshadowing, in what may be a telling sign of precursor. For example, and lo, wonder of metempsychosis, it is she, the everlasting bride, harbinger of the day star, the bride, ever virgin. Instead of hold, protect, say harbor. Kindred words safeguard. For example, the boat shot out of the harbor like a bird and the next morning Franz disembarked at Porto Ferraggio. Instead of hidden, say harbored. Kindred words cloaked, ensconced, latent, dormant. For example, in the next room she slept, and in the third and last she harbored a gasoline stove on which she cooked her meals when disinclined to descend to the neighboring restaurant. Instead of cynical, say hardboiled. Kindred words sardonic. Instead of having difficulties, say hard-pressed. Kindred words burdened, beset with. Instead of never, say hardly. Kindred words on no occasion, having never anything of the sort, seldom. For example, they are worn, Lord Consul, so that we shall hardly in our ages see their banners wave again. Instead of control, say harness. Kindred words rein in, manage, establish dominion over, wield control. For example, lead thou, attire and all, through proof of harness to my heart, and there ride on the pants triumphing. Instead of bum looking, overwhelmed, say harried. Kindred words unkempt, bedraggled, inundated. For example, after he has been ruling for 50 years, his own neighborhood were fully harried by a fire-spewing dragon. Instead of severe, say harsh. Kindred words acute, austere, with severity. For example, now, for the love of love and her soft hours, let's not confound the time with conference harsh. Instead of speed, say haste. Kindred words with deliberate speed, celerity, breakneck speed. For example, my haste may not admit it, nor need you, on mine honor, have to do with any scruple. Instead of arrogant, say haughty. Kindred words, imperious. For example, and when your soul becometh great, then doth it become haughty, and in your sublimity there is wickedness. Instead of arrogance, say hauteur. For example, John briefly, but with no sort of hauteur, he seemed quite to understand the Rosine or Grisette character. Instead of safe place, say haven. Kindred words, sanctuary, place of refuge, out of harm's way, refuge. For example, and by the way tell me how Wales was made so happy as to inherit such a haven. Instead of tried out on, say hawked. For example, and, in fact, Bilibin's witticisms were hawked about in the Viennese drawing rooms and often had an influence on matters considered important. Instead of dangers, say hazards. Kindred words, inherent dangers. For example, I will, upon all hazards, well believe thou art my friend, that no street my tongue so well. Instead of cliff overlooking the sea, say headland. Kindred words, promontory. For example, at this rate the flat would fill and sink long before it could drift to the lower headland. Instead of cheer up, say hearten. Kindred words, take heart. For example, to the champagne succeeded Hungarian wine, which had the effect of still further heartening and enlivening the company. Instead of sincere, say heartfelt. Kindred words, artless, unaffected, unpretending. For example, Pickwick expressed his heartfelt delight at every additional suggestion, and his eyes beamed with hilarity and cheerfulness. Instead of very, say heartily. Kindred words, you are nothing if not, terribly, desperately, all too. For example, I wonder where that boat was built. Laughing heartily, I would not venture over a horse pond in it. Instead of sad, say heartrending. Kindred words, poignant, despondent, plaintive, doleful. For example, my wickedness, she cried, in a heartrending voice, bathed in tears, stretching out her clasped hands towards them. Instead of feels good, say heartwarming. Kindred words, uplifting, touching. Instead of angry, say heated. Kindred words, acrimonious, indignant, incensed, seething. For example, I heard a sharp rustle, the night air blew into the heated room, and the Avenger was gone. Instead of up, say heavenward. Kindred words, upwards, skywards. For example, Jean Valjean felt himself caught, as in a net, which was slowly contracting. He gazed heavenward in despair. Instead of bullied, say hectored. Instead of obey, pay attention to, say heed. Kindred words, adhere to, are in accordance with, are in obedience to, abide by. For example, I will debate this matter at more leisure, and teach your ears to list me with more heed. Instead of escape, say hedgerow. Instead of increase, say heighten. Kindred words, accession of. For example, Valentine, with a color still heightened by emotion, entered the room just after her parents had quitted it. Instead of evil, say heinous. Kindred words, unhallowed, unholy, depraved. For example, Augustine is not always clear of offense, and John Bunyan himself exaggerates venial peccadillos into heinous sins. Instead of slave, say helot. Kindred words, captive, serf. For example, in the Spartan state there had been enfranchisement of helots and degradation of citizens under special circumstances. Instead of as a result, so, say hence. Kindred words, consequently, thus, as a consequence, in consequence. For example, and that thou teachest how to make one twain, by praising him here who doth hence remain. Instead of from now on, say henceforth. Kindred words, hereafter. For example, you may see, Lepidus, and henceforth know, it is not Caesar's natural vice to hate our great competitor. Instead of guide, say herd. Kindred words, shepherd, mentor, usher. For example, Anon, a careless herd, full of the pasture, jumps along by him and never stays to greet him. Instead of from now on, say hereafter. Kindred words, henceforth. For example, how worthy he is I will leave to appear hereafter, rather than story him in his own hearing. Instead of so, say hereby. Kindred words, as such, hence, thus, hereupon. For example, parties are hereby warned against buying tickets of speculators, they will not be good at the door. Instead of in this book, say herein. For example, herein we see a phenomenon not infrequently observed, the phenomenon of the Chichikovs of this world becoming temporarily poets. Instead of against the rules, say heresy. Kindred words, at odds with, at variance with, flies in the face of. For example, the cure marveled at this humor, although Emma's religion, he thought, might, from its fervor, end by touching on heresy, extravagance. Instead of concerning, say hereto. Kindred words, with regard to, in light of, we look to, apropos of, for example, which the rather we shall be blessed to do if he remember a kinder value of the people than he hath hitherto prized them at. Instead of before now, until now, say heretofore. Kindred words, thus far. For example, he met the scowl of old Hepzibah without apparent alarm, as having heretofore encountered it and found it harmless. Instead of so, say hereupon. Kindred words, as such, hence, thus, hereby. For example, as no better man advances to take this matter in hand, I hereupon offer my own poor endeavors. Instead of with this letter, say herewith. For example, and I herewith also leave her my regret that I ever made fun of old Joanna. Instead of sealed, say hermetic. For example, the fiery archdeacon did not allow him to finish, and I have studied medicine, astrology, and hermetics. Instead of slow, unsure, say hesitant. Kindred words, halting, faltering, reluctant, curious. For example, all my aunts and uncles talked it over as if they were choosing a prep school for me, and finally said, why yes, with very grave, hesitant faces. Instead of believe in, say hew. Kindred words, adhere to, favor, hold to. For example, what thou wilt, thou rather shalt enforce it with thy smile than hew to tea with thy sword. Instead of spend time in the winter at, say hibernate. Kindred words, we winter in. Instead of inactive, say hibernating. Kindred words, standing idly by, sedentary, torpid. Instead of rank, status, say hierarchy. Kindred words, station, echelon, stature, distinctions of rank. For example, Anna Pavlovna greeted him with the nod she accorded to the lowest hierarchy in her drawing room. Instead of priestly, say hieratic. For example, during the contact of that unexpected and lingering kiss Mr. Verloc, gripping with both hands the edges of his chair, preserved a hieratic immobility. Instead of bossy, say high-handed. Kindred words, imperious, magisterial, officious. Instead of noble, say high-minded. Kindred words, lofty. Instead of talk about, say highlight. Kindred words, speak of, point to, cite, note. Instead of demonstrates, say highlights. Kindred words, underscores. For example, so much I saw then, all vaguely for the flickering of the lightning, in blinding highlights and dense black shadows. Instead of very, say highly. Kindred words, you are nothing if not, terribly, desperately, all too. For example, there is a shepherd, youth, a friend of mine, who transmutes them into something highly fascinating to my simplicity. Instead of laughter, say hilarity. Kindred words, mirth, cackling. For example, Pickwick expressed his heartfelt delight at every additional suggestion, and his eyes beamed with hilarity and cheerfulness. Instead of prevent, say hinder. Kindred words, foul, forestall, preclude, avert. For example, it seems his sleeps were hindered by thy railing, and thereof comes it that his head is light. Instead of tiny bit, say hint. Kindred words, scintilla, trace. For example, I shall be surprised at least if you ever received a hint of it, for I never did. Instead of stories, say histories. Kindred words, incidents. For example, more vividly than all the written histories, the Colosseum tells the story of Rome's grandeur and Rome's decay. Instead of story, say history. Kindred words, narrative, account, saga, parable. For example, is it but this, a tardiness in nature which often leaves the history unspoke that it intends to do? Instead of theatrics, say histrionics. Kindred words, melodrama. Instead of anarchist philosophy, say Hobbesian. Instead of have, say hold. Kindred words, are endowed with, come equipped with, are in receipt of, carry with them. For example, or what strong hand can hold his swift foot back, or who his spoil of beauty can forbid. Instead of ugly, say homely. Kindred words, unflattering. For example, he thought no more about the girl now that she was beautiful than he had when she was homely. Instead of larger than life, say Homeric. Kindred words, of epic proportions. For example, the result of all this study was a beautiful and short Homeric epic in prose, called Taras Bulba. Instead of unsophisticated, say homespun. Kindred words, provincial, untraveled. For example, old farmers, a spare leathern-faced race, in homespun coats and breeches, blue stockings, huge shoes, and magnificent pewter buckles. Instead of sermon, say homily. For example, it shows itself in acts rather than in words, and has more influence than homilies or protestations. Instead of same kind, say homogeneous. Instead of get better, sharpen, say hone. For example, this weapon is always kept as sharp as possible, and when being used is occasionally honed, just like a razor. Instead of trick, say hoodwink. Kindred words, dupe. For example, away, boy, from the troops, and save thyself, for friends kill friends, and the disorders such as war were hoodwinked. Instead of excitement, say hoopla. Kindred words, with great fanfare. Instead of large group, say horde. Kindred words, throng. For example, we never saw a human being on the whole route, much less lawless hordes of Bedouins. Instead of bargaining, say horse trading. Kindred words, negotiating. Instead of friendly, say hospitable. Kindred words, affable, genial, kindly, amiable. For example, Rounsewell is full of hospitable cares, for Celesta and my lady are coming home from Paris. Instead of environment, say hotbed. Kindred words, habitat, landscape, in your element, a medium. For example, at one time it was reported about the town that our little circle was a hotbed of nihilism, profligacy, and godlessness, and the rumor gained more and more strength. Instead of however, say howbeit. Kindred words, nevertheless, nonetheless, howsoever, that said. For example, howbeit, they come at last into the hall, where a lamp is burning, and so into Mr. Instead of even if it was, no matter how, say however. Kindred words, however much, however many. For example, who dares not stir by day must walk by night, and have his have, however men do catch. Instead of dumb move, say howler. Kindred words, faux pas, gaffe. For example, A engaged in stifling another yawn, half nervousness, not forgetting the usual crop of nonsensical howlers of misprints. Instead of however, say howsoever. Kindred words, nevertheless, nonetheless, howbeit, that said. For example, Pompey, you are partly aboard, Pompey, howsoever you color it in being a tapster, are you not? Instead of overconfidence, pride, say hubris. Kindred words, complacency, an act of presumption. Instead of mankind, archaic, say humankind. For example, the book treats of the weakness of humankind, and is in little esteem, except among the women and the vulgar. Instead of quickly, say hurriedly. Kindred words, with deliberate speed, with all deliberate speed, in relatively short order, in an instant. For example, Bagnet, hurriedly drying her eyes on the hem of her grey cloak, but I am uneasy for him. Instead of conserve, say husband. For example, so think thou wilt no second husband wed, but die thy thoughts when thy first lord is dead. Instead of administering, say husbanding. Instead of quiet, say hushed. Kindred words, stoic, taciturn, reserved. For example, yet can I not of such tame patience boast as to be hushed and naught at all to say. Instead of Greek three-handled water vessel, say hydria. Instead of panic, say hysteria. For example, I mastered the rising hysteria, lifted up my head, and took a firm stand on the stool. Instead of symbol, say icon. Kindred words, totem, token, hallmark, standard. For example, the nurse lit the gilt candles before the icons and sat down by the door with her knitting. Instead of rabble-rouser, say iconoclast. For example, do you know that I looked upon our iconoclasts with spite, from envy of their hopes? Instead of perfect, standard, say ideal. Kindred words, idyllic, infallible, made to order, irreproachable. For example, religious remorse, fury at adverse criticism, and despair at not reaching ideal perfection are among the reasons given. Instead of not practical, say idealistic. Kindred words, academic. For example, he is prematurely bald from self-abuse, perversely idealistic in consequence, a reformed rake, and has metal teeth. Instead of worship, say idealize. Kindred words, deify, lionize. For example, her own life builded and molded itself upon the child. He tinged her every dream and idealized her every effort. Instead of perfectly, say ideally. Kindred words, to brilliant effect. For example, a new character was revealed whom all had misjudged, a character, almost ideally severe in his standards. Instead of ways, say ideals. Kindred words, traditions, respects. For example, but I do entreat you to endeavor to keep as much as possible in touch with moral ideals. Instead of theoretical, say ideological. Kindred words, academic, notional. Instead of extremist, say ideologue. Kindred words, zealot. Instead of belief, say ideology. Kindred words, notion, conviction, sentiment, thoughts on the matter. For example, under this reign of splendid matter, the ideal had received the strange name of ideology. Instead of language, say idiom. Kindred words, in the parlance of dialect, in the vernacular, jargon. For example, the idiom above treated runs through Old Saxon, and other Teutonic languages, and should be noticed in the lexicons. Instead of habit, say idiosyncrasy. Kindred words, convention, bent, proclivity, second nature. For example, and when ordinary fellows like you and me attempt to cope with their idiosyncrasies, the result is bungling. Instead of flaky, strange, say idiosyncratic. Kindred words, eccentric, peculiar, curious. He has his peculiarities. For example, it is to the absence of idiosyncratic organs, therefore, that we must attribute the nearly unlimited perception of the ultimate life. Instead of not working, say idle. Kindred words, ineffectual. For example, besides, virginity is peevish, proud, idle, made of self-love, which is the most inhibited sin in the canon. Instead of perfect, picturesque, say idyllic. Kindred words, ideal, infallible, made to order, irreproachable. For example, my fellow creatures, from whom I was thus separated, began to assume idyllic virtue and beauty in my memory. Instead of although, say if. kindred words, albeit, but then again, even if. For example, who will believe my verse in time to come if it were filled with your most high deserts? Instead of mean-spirited, say ignoble, kindred words, caustic, blood-drawing. For example, when in Bologna the low artisan, and in Fanza yon Bernardin sprouts, a gentle scion from ignoble stem. Instead of humiliating, shameful, say ignominious, kindred words, abject, inglorious. For example, the punishment seemed to me in a high degree ignominious, especially for so great a girl she looked 13 or upwards. Instead of public shame, say ignominy. For example, this preparation for bonds, and the additional ignominy it inferred, took a little of the excitement out of me. Instead of bad idea, dumb idea, say ill-advised, kindred words, inadvisable, a non-starter, no chance of success, ill-conceived, lacks the intellectual sophistication of. Instead of low class, say ill-bred, kindred words, lowbrow, downscale. Instead of dumb idea, foolish, say ill-conceived, kindred words, ill-advised, lacks the intellectual sophistication of, misbegotten, imprudent. Instead of unwise, say ill-considered, kindred words, ill-advised, imprudent, ill-conceived, ill-fated. Instead of vague, say ill-defined, kindred words, nebulous, amorphous, imprecise, indistinct. Instead of unfriendly, say ill-disposed, kindred words, remote, aloof, offish, distant. Instead of unwise, say ill-fated, kindred words, ill-advised, imprudent, ill-conceived, ill-considered. Instead of bad-tempered, grouchy, say ill-humored, kindred words, ill-tempered, irascible, morose, querulous. Instead of rude, say ill-mannered, kindred words, impertinent, insolent, brash, unceremonious. Instead of low-paid, say ill-paid. Instead of unprepared, say ill-prepared. Instead of bad-tempered, grouchy, say ill-tempered, kindred words, ill-humored, irascible, morose, querulous. Instead of hatred, say ill-will, kindred words, enmity, animosity, antipathy, aversion. Instead of criminal behavior, say illicit, kindred words, nefarious, felonious. For example, as is indeed not unfrequent with women of unimpeachable virtue, weary of the monotony of respectable existence, at a distance she not only excused illicit love, she positively envied it. Instead of explain this, say illuminate, kindred words, shed some light on, expound on, attribute that to, give an account of. For example, Bladisova illuminates England. It has become all that is spacious, dignified, pretentious, and truly conservative in English life. Instead of lit up, say illuminated, kindred words, bathed in light. For example, the whole chamber was bathed in that mist of places which are sparely illuminated, which adds to horror. Instead of deceptive, not real, say illusory. For example, you had said you knew so well that kind of thing. It's illusory satisfaction. It's unavoidable deception. Instead of show, say illustrate, kindred words, depict, portray, demonstrate, tell us. For example, a picture from an illustrated weekly was upon the logged walls, and 3 rifles were paralleled on pegs. Instead of distinguished, respected, say illustrious, kindred words, inspires respect, revered, exalted, venerable. For example, I am sure, my dear Albert, whatever may be your career, you will soon render that name illustrious. Instead of confused misunderstanding, say imbroglio. For example, I blush to confess it, but if one's a dramatist, one's a dramatist, and the latter imbroglio is liable on occasion to strike me as really the more objective of the two. Instead of give, saturate, say imbue, kindred words, render, afford, bestow, lavish. For example, From my infancy I was imbued with high hopes and a lofty ambition, but how am I sunk? Instead of unimportant, say immaterial. Kindred words: inconsequential, negligible, trifling, of no consequence. For example, I help myself to material and immaterial. No guard can shut me off, no law prevent me. Instead of huge, say immeasurable. Kindred words: beyond measure, monumental, commanding, elephantine. For example, forthwith I returned. Fain would I, if tea were possible. Mine eyes of Briareus immeasurable gained experience next. Instead of closest, say immediate. Kindred words: nearmost, proximate. For example, he creates Lucius proconsul, and to you, the tribunes. For this immediate levy, he commands his absolute commission. Instead of very, say immensely. Kindred words: you are nothing if not, terribly, desperately, all too. For example, such will, of course, immensely simplify our labor, and the sooner the matter is attended to the better. Instead of about to happen, say imminent. Kindred words: poised to, in the offing, impending, approaching. For example, to humor your guilty elder son, you have exposed your innocent younger son to imminent and unnecessary danger. Instead of forever, say immortal. Kindred words: lasting, enduring, perennial, eternal. For example, Venice, as a people, will live again. England, the aristocracy, will fall, but England, the nation, is immortal. Instead of stubborn, say immovable. Kindred words: steadfast, intransigent, obdurate, intractable. For example, what power of cannon might it take to shake that rusty old man out of his immovable composure? Instead of obstruct, say impair. Kindred words: hamper, impede, encumber, fetter. For example, Pocket very early in life, he had impaired his prospects and taken up the calling of a grinder. Instead of give, make known, say impart. Kindred words: render, afford, bestow, lavish. For example, it beckons you to go away with it, as if it some impartment did desire to you alone. Instead of unbiased, say impartial. Kindred words: disinterested. For example, the late Senor Hirsch, erect and shadowy against the stars, seemed to be waiting attentive, in impartial silence. Instead of teaching, say imparting. Kindred words: instilling, helping others to. For example, here, I thought, is one of those whose joy imparting smiles are bestowed on all but me. Instead of argument, deadlock, say impasse. Kindred words: quarrel, great divide, source of antagonism between. Instead of passionate, say impassioned. Kindred words: passional, vehement, emphatic, torrid. For example, they threw themselves into committees in the most impassioned manner and collected subscriptions with a vehemence quite extraordinary. Instead of emotionless, not showing emotion, say impassive. Kindred words: stoic. For example, of public opinion, of a calm and cool fiat sooner or later, how impassive, how certain and final. Instead of layers, say impasto. Instead of perfect, say impeccable. Kindred words: idyllic, ideal, infallible, made to order. For example, one wonders whether this was perhaps that supreme opportunity, that last and satisfying test for which I had always suspected him to be waiting, before he could frame a message to the impeccable world. Instead of obstruct, say impede. Kindred words: hamper, encumber, fetter, derail. For example, Honeychurch, who looked cross, was tying them up, while Miss Bartlett, unsuitably dressed, impeded her with offers of assistance. Instead of cause, say impel. Kindred words: basis for, precipitant. For example, but to man doth it ever impel me anew, my fervent creative will, thus impelleth it the hammer to the stone. Instead of about to happen, coming soon, say impending. Kindred words: poised to, in the offing, approaching, looming. For example, The interest of the impending pursuit not only absorbed the general attention, but even made my sister liberal. Instead of important, urgent, say imperative, kindred words, pressing, of the highest distinction, figure prominently in, worthy of note. For example, there was imperative need to be constantly alert, for these dogs and men were not town dogs and men. Instead of instincts, say imperatives. Instead of hard to see, say imperceptible. For example, after a brief space, the convulsion grew almost imperceptible, and finally subsided into the depths of his nature. Instead of put at risk, say imperil. Kindred words, compromise. For example, the Creole woman does not take any chances which may be avoided of imperiling her health. Instead of arrogant, bossy, say imperious. Kindred words, haughty, magisterial, officious, high-handed. For example, when he had rapped, he lifted up his voice and called Cosette. Cosette, he cried. Cosette, he repeated imperiously. Instead of forever, never-ending, say imperishable. Kindred words, lasting, enduring, perennial, eternal. For example, Marx is monumental. It is an imperishable remembrancer of the profound and simple piety of the Middle Ages. Instead of absolute power, say imperium. For example, probably he thinks of nothing apart from his mind, of his imperium in imperio. Instead of temporary, say impermanent. Kindred words, ephemeral, fleeting, transitory, for a time. For example, the necessity to counteract by impermanent sojourn the permanence of arrest. Instead of nerve, say impertinence. Kindred words, audacity, effrontery, moxie, metal. For example, there is an impertinence in ornaments that rebuffs affection, because love always clings round the idea of home. Instead of disrespectful, rude, say impertinent. Kindred words, impudent, insolent, dismissive, contemptuous. For example, Lurgan Saab had made E23 what E23 was, out of a bewildered, impertinent, lying, little Northwest province man. Instead of indestructible, thick-skinned, say impervious. Kindred words, impregnable, unassailable, invulnerable. For example, but Rossdale's natural imperviousness to hints made it easy for him to brush such resistance aside. Instead of unthinking, say impetuous. Kindred words, in the heat of the moment, knee-jerk. For example, he was then the most impetuous boy in the world, and he is now the most impetuous man. Instead of rashly, say impetuously. Kindred words, precipitately. For example, he had acted impetuously, according to his wont, having a despot turned slave, but a single thought, to satisfy Marius. Instead of motivation, say impetus. Kindred words, incentive, inducement. For example, John, veneration so strong that its impetus thrust me at once to the point I had so long shunned. Instead of mischievous, say impish. Kindred words, cheeky, puckish. For example, the little schoolboy, aided by the impish figure of the Negro dancer, had wrought an irreparable ruin. Instead of relentless, say implacable. Kindred words, will stop at nothing, inexorable. For example, he renewed against Danglars, Fernand, and Villefort the oath of implacable vengeance he had made in his dungeon. Instead of unbelievable, say implausible. Kindred words, I find that hard to accept. Frankly, it stretches credulity, incredulous, scarcely to be imagined. Instead of put in place, tool, say implement. Kindred words, install, instate, institute, station. For example, the tower contained implements, such as spades, rakes, watering pots, hung against the wall. This was all the furniture. Instead of blame, rat out, say implicate. Kindred words, point an accusatory finger, apportion blame. The fault lay in part with, hold to account for. For example, we regard this case as one of murder, and the evidence may implicate not only your friend Mr. Instead of effects, say implications. Kindred words, repercussions, reverberations, consequences. For example, then it was that his implications and expectations loomed up for Strether as almost pathetically gross. Instead of implied, unspoken, say implicit. Kindred words, told in so many words, tacit, unsounded. For example, Pierre, having made up his mind to obey his monitress implicitly, moved toward the sofa she had indicated. Instead of beg, request, say implore. Kindred words, plead, supplicate, plea, summon. For example, anointed, I implore so much expense of thy royal sweet breath as will utter a brace of words. Instead of said, say implored. Kindred words, expressed, indicated, remarked, made clear that. For example, I implored the colonel to let me out, but the remorseless clanking of the levers drowned my cries. Instead of unwise, say impolitic. Kindred words, ill-advised, imprudent, ill-conceived, ill-considered. Instead of variables, say imponderables. Instead of importance, say import. Kindred words, with an air of gravity. For example, and among other importunate and most serious designs, and of great import indeed, too, but let that pass. Instead of dominate, enforce, say impose. Kindred words, hold sway, compel, foist on, by force of. For example, he doesn't impose upon me the necessity of rolling myself up like a hedgehog with my points outward. Instead of impressive, intimidating, say imposing. Kindred words, striking, considerable, noteworthy, worthy of note. For example, the plantations of Dougherty County in slavery days were not as imposing and aristocratic as those of Virginia. Instead of trouble, say imposition. Kindred words, difficulty, adversity. For example, Eager objected, saying that here was the thin edge of the wedge, and one must guard against imposition. Instead of powerless, say impotent. Kindred words, inert. For example, the severest pointed harpoon, the sharpest lance darted by the strongest human arm, impotently rebounds from it. Instead of lacking, say impoverished. Kindred words, wanting, bereft of, deficient in, devoid of. For example, he was known to belong to a good family persecuted and impoverished during the tyranny of Guzman Bento. Instead of vague, say imprecise. Kindred words, ill-defined, nebulous, amorphous, indistinct. For example, he scratched imprecisely with his right hand, though insensible of prurition, various points and surfaces of his partly exposed, wholly abluted skin. Instead of indestructible, unconquerable, say impregnable. Kindred words, unassailable, impervious, invulnerable. For example, fallen is the wall on which we relied as an impregnable bulwark both for us and our fleet. Instead of master, say impresario. For example, to submit himself to the criticisms of an obtuse middle class which entrusted its morality to policemen and its fine arts to impresarios. Instead of approval, say imprimatur. Kindred words, assent, adoption, approbation. Instead of off the cuff, unplanned, say impromptu. Kindred words, in passing, perfunctory, extemporaneous. For example, gradually and imperceptibly the interlude melted into the soft opening minor chords of the Chopin impromptu. Instead of bad acts, say improprieties. Kindred words, indiscretions, transgressions, misdeeds, wrongs. For example, this was the sum of my speech, delivered with great improprieties and hesitation. Instead of misbehavior, social mistake, say impropriety. Kindred words, faux pas. For example, much beyond impropriety it has sunk him. I cannot say how it has sunk him in my opinion. Instead of happy-go-lucky, thoughtless, say improvident. Kindred words, devil may care. For example, I wonder he should be so improvident in a point of such common, such natural, concern. Instead of rash, unwise, say imprudent. Kindred words: ill-advised, ill-conceived, ill-considered, ill-fated. For example, my father and mother knew nothing of that, they only felt how imprudent a match it must be. Instead of nerve, say impudence. Kindred words: audacity, effrontery, moxie, mettle. For example, there was extraordinary impudence in his expression, and yet, strange to say, at the same time there was fear. Instead of disrespectful, hasty, say impudent. Kindred words: impertinent, insolent, dismissive, contemptuous. For example, you call honorable boldness impudent sauciness. If a man will make curtsy and say nothing, he is virtuous. Instead of challenge the truth of, question, say impugn. Kindred words: take to task, call into question. For example, and now we three have spoke it skills not greatly who impugns our doom. Instead of unintentional, say inadvertent. For example, a moment after speaking as he had just done he felt he had inadvertently rather cheapened Mrs. Instead of bad idea, say inadvisable. Kindred words: ill-advised, a non-starter, no chance of success. For example, highly unlikely. Of course there was even a shadow of truth in the stones, and, even supposing, he thought a return highly inadvisable, all things considered. Instead of female lover, say inamorata. For example, the anger which fired the eyes of the musketeer, in spite of his efforts to suppress it, terrified his sensitive inamorata. Instead of dumb, stupid, say inane. Kindred words: of questionable intellect, benighted, obtuse, bovine. For example, it is an inane town, filled with sham, and petty fraud, and snobbery, but the baths are good. Instead of not relevant, say inapplicable. For example, this inapplicable answer might have been too much for the comprehension of many, but it did not puzzle Mrs. Instead of not paying attention, say inattentive. For example, Raskolnikov muttered in reply, but with such a preoccupied and inattentive air that Downier gazed at him in perplexity. Instead of begin, start, say inaugurate. Kindred words: arise, commence, establish, set about. For example, I am for those who walk abreast with the whole earth, who inaugurate one to inaugurate all. Instead of spell, say incantation. For example, Hagar, the witch, chanted an awful incantation over her kettle full of simmering toads, with weird effect. Instead of out of action, say incapacitated. Kindred words: hors de combat. For example, I called on the king, but he made me wait in his hall, and conducted like a man incapacitated for hospitality. Instead of inability, say incapacity. For example, why should I regret my incapacity for details and worldly affairs when it leads to such pleasant consequences? Instead of personification of, say incarnate. Kindred words: it is the embodiment of. For example, again, your platform resource of representing me as reveling in the horrors of a battlefield like a fiend incarnate. Instead of embodiment, say incarnation. Kindred words: personification, avatar. For example, you became to me the visible incarnation of that unseen ideal whose memory haunts us artists like an exquisite dream. Instead of instigating, radical, say incendiary. Kindred words: provocative, rabid. For example, with regard to legal matters, immediately after the fires he gave orders to find and execute the incendiaries. Instead of anger, say incense. Kindred words: malevolence, animosity, animus. For example, Alarbus' limbs are locked, and entrails feed the sacrificing fire, whose smoke like incense doth perfume the sky. Instead of angry, say incensed. Kindred words: heated, acrimonious, indignant, seething. For example, no, my good lords, it is not that offense, it is not that hath incensed the Duke. Instead of motivation, say incentive. Kindred words: impetus, inducement. For example, Lastly, among such conditions of life there are few incentives to make the laborer become a better farmer. Instead of annoying, constant, say incessant, kindred words, tiresome, vexing, displeasing, irksome. For example, I would not have all those superfluities, crying incessantly in my ears, there are people who are hungry. Instead of just begun, say inchoate, kindred words, nascent, incipient. For example, what inchoate corollary statement was consequently suppressed by the host? Instead of by the way, say incidentally, kindred words. If I may say, it may be added that, for example, it was not seemly that the lama, and incidentally himself, should be thrown aside for such an one. Instead of stories, say incidents, kindred words, histories. For example, would it not seem dangerous to you to make so very close a relation between the two incidents? Instead of beginning, just begun, say incipient, kindred words, the inception, the onset, the emergence, nascent. For example, indeed, there was much of incipient madness in the calm survey which I began to take of my situation. Instead of carve, say incise, kindred words, inscribe. For example, its walls were surmounted by a battlemented parapet, but the grey-lead roofs were quite visible behind it, with their gutters, laps, rolls, and skylights, together with incised letterings and shoe patterns cut by idlers thereon. Instead of keen, say incisive, kindred words, acute, penetrating. For example, Philip was slow to reply, and when he spoke, his tone had a more incisive quietness and clearness than ever. Instead of habit, will, say inclination, kindred words, convention, bent, proclivity, idiosyncrasy. For example, but the usual fate of Anne attended her, in having something very opposite from her inclination fixed on. Instead of disguised, say incognita, kindred words, in the guise of, incognito, assumed a disguise. Instead of disguised, say incognito, kindred words, in the guise of, incognita, assumed a disguise. For example, his incognito, which had as many holes as a sieve, was not meant to hide a personality but a fact. Instead of unaware, say incognizant. For example, we cannot suppose him, on the night of the fatal Sunday, both innocent himself and incognizant of an outrage committed. Instead of unclear, say incoherent. Kindred words, incomprehensible, ambiguous, obscure. For example, men were shaking hands, it did not matter with whom, and bubbling over in a general incoherent babel. Instead of not able to communicate, unable to communicate, say incommunicado. Instead of best, say incomparable. Kindred words, unparalleled, in a class by itself, unrivaled, unsurpassed. For example, it must have been a young man, and an active one, too, besides being an incomparable actor. Instead of unclear, say incomprehensible. Kindred words, incoherent, ambiguous, obscure. For example, that was all, but brief as it was, and to me incomprehensible, it filled the squire and dr. Instead of up in the air, say inconclusive. For example, finally, we have the evidence of a combination of facts very suggestive, though, I admit, inconclusive. Instead of out of place, say incongruous. Kindred words, among the alien corn. For example, but here again she was undeceived by anomalous and incongruous conduct on the part of Mr. Panks himself. Instead of unimportant, say inconsequential. Kindred words, immaterial, negligible, trifling, of no consequence. For example, I felt so injured by the inconsequential nature of this charge, that it gave me courage to be grave. Instead of contradiction, say inconsistency. Kindred words, paradox, discrepancy in logic. For example, he observed his own inconsistencies in dwelling upon accidents in Tess's life as if they were vital features. Instead of not noticeable, unnoticed, say inconspicuous. Kindred words, unobtrusive, nondescript. For example, behind them, inconspicuous as a cat, ambled a small fat person who looked like a lawyer's tout. Instead of indisputable, say incontrovertible. Kindred words, uncontroversial. For example, the principle expressed is incontrovertible, but there may be something beyond it. Instead of include, use, say incorporate. Kindred words, extend to, embrace, comprise, avail oneself of. For example, no possible way for him to digest that jackknife, and fully incorporate it into his general bodily system. Instead of hopeless, say incorrigible. Kindred words, an exercise in futility, irredeemable, tilting at windmills. For example, the incorrigible old man's heart throbbed with excitement. He paced up and down his empty rooms listening. Instead of doubting, unbelievable, say incredulous. Kindred words, I find that hard to accept, implausible, frankly it stretches credulity, scarcely to be imagined. For example, still I did not answer, and still I writhed myself from his grasp, for I was still incredulous. Instead of step by step, say incrementally. Kindred words, chronologically. Instead of not curious, say incurious. For example, curiosity being one of the forms of self-revelation, a systematically incurious person remains always partly mysterious. Instead of brought out, say incurred. Kindred words, drew, elicited. For example, some few years before, a Negro woman, who had incurred Legree's displeasure, was confined there for several weeks. Instead of attack, invasion, say incursion. Kindred words, foray, onslaught, barrage, salvo. For example, when thou art forth in the incursions, thou strikest as slow as another. Instead of bad taste, say indecorous. Kindred words, in bad form, off color, in poor form. For example, a crash, a cry, and a laugh from Laurie, accompanied by the indecorous exclamation, Jupiter Ammon. Instead of absolutely, definitely, say indeed. Kindred words, without question, without exception, without doubt, by any measure. For example, indeed, good lady, the fellow has a deal of that too much, which holds him much to have. Instead of permanently, say indelibly. For example, but the commentary upon it now indelibly written in his handsome face made it far more distressing than it used to be. Instead of insensitive, vulgar, say indelicate. Kindred words, callous, crass. For example, a painting in the dining hall verged upon the indelicate, but then the Margravine was herself a trifle indelicate. Instead of insure, say indemnify. For example, but afterwards, when we were all again assembled in the drawing room, I was indemnified for so much suffering by a few delightful minutes of conversation with Mr. Instead of unknown, say indeterminate. Kindred words, obscure, alien to. For example, both science and experience show that the period of their rising is, and necessarily must be, indeterminate. Instead of show, say indicate. Kindred words, depict, portray, demonstrate, tell us. For example, it is possible that I may be in a position then to indicate some course of action. Instead of said, say indicated. Kindred words, expressed, remarked, made clear that, said with a touch of. For example, she indicated the twins with a nod of her head, and tucked it back out of sight again. Instead of is a sign of, tells us that, say indicates. Kindred words, denotes, points to, demonstrates, suggests. For example, a general does nothing but command the troops, indicates the objective, and hardly ever uses a weapon himself. Instead of accusation, say indictment. Kindred words, denunciation. For example, the president called for the indictment, revised as we know, by the clever and implacable pen of Villefort. Instead of uncaring, unfeeling, say indifferent. Kindred words, apathetic, blithe, with indifference, callous. For example, as Mr. Elliot became known to her, she grew more charitable, or more indifferent, towards the others. Instead of local, say indigenous. Kindred words: insular, native-born, ambient, parochial. For example, these latter grew in pots which were carefully buried in the soil, so as to give the plants the appearance of being indigenous. Instead of bum, say indigent. Kindred words: layabout, wastrel. For example, she may probably have already told you that being left by her parents in indigent circumstances, she had retired into Wales on economical motives. Instead of angry, say indignant. Kindred words: heated, acrimonious, incensed, seething. For example, there was Ben Weatherstaff's indignant face glaring at them over the wall from the top of a ladder. Instead of humiliation, say indignity. For example, who would submit to the indignity of being approved by such a woman as Lady Middleton and Mrs. Instead of bad acts, say indiscretions. Kindred words: transgressions, misdeeds, improprieties, wrongs. For example, how could he forget that in his island days, Queequeg, for one, must certainly have been guilty of some murderous, convivial indiscretions. Instead of random, say indiscriminate. Kindred words: haphazard. For example, a casual and indiscriminating observer, in passing, might not cast a second glance upon the figure. Instead of all over the place, without even thinking about it, say indiscriminately. Kindred words: out of hand, arbitrarily, with indifference to, in a perfunctory manner. For example, it is not a thing to be used indiscriminately, but it is good upon occasion, as now, for instance. Instead of essential, necessary, say indispensable. Kindred words: intrinsic, invaluable, integral, a linchpin. For example, the indispensable man escaped his influence, because of that indelible blot which made him fit for dirty work. Instead of not well, sick, say indisposed. Kindred words: the ailing. For example, it had slipped my memory that you have good reasons to be indisposed for joining in my chatter. Instead of permanent, say indissoluble. Kindred words: lasting, irrevocable. For example, let your highness command upon me, to the which my duties are with the most indissoluble tie forever knit. Instead of vague, say indistinct. Kindred words: ill-defined, nebulous, amorphous, imprecise. For example, both muttered a stifled exclamation of surprise, and leaped back and stood still, each indistinct to the other. Instead of laziness, say indolence. For example, imperturbable in the indolence of her pose, she blushed deeply all over to the roots of her hair. Instead of lazy, say indolent. Kindred words: in a persistent vegetative state, torpid, languid. For example, he was as indolent as ever and showed no very strenuous desire to hunt up an occupation. Instead of cause, say induce. Kindred words: basis for, precipitant. For example, I have done as you have done, that's what I can. Induced as you have been, that's for my country. Instead of motivation, say inducement. Kindred words: impetus, incentive. For example, that these powerful inducements would certainly cause the old woman to yield Chichikov had not a doubt. Instead of consider, forgive, say indulge. Kindred words: you would do well to consider, entertain the idea that, take into account, take into consideration. For example, why should a domestic staff be suffered in indulgent bouts of unconscionable debauchery during its leisure time? Instead of patient, say indulgent. Kindred words: forbearing. For example, but for this prince he was an inferior, and his contemptuous and indulgent attitude to him revolted him. Instead of energetic, say industrious. Kindred words: kinetic. For example, craftsmen and industrious artisans, return to your work, your houses, your shops, where the protection of guards awaits you. Instead of not edible, say inedible. Kindred words: unpalatable. For example, Here was no meat, nothing but a threatening and inedible silence. Instead of indescribably, say ineffably. For example, it is an ineffably oozy, stringy affair, most frequently found in the tubs of sperm, after a prolonged squeezing, and subsequent decanting. Instead of not working, say ineffectual. Kindred words, idle. For example, we dined with him in a sulky silence, after a few ineffectual efforts on my part to talk. Instead of bad at, not good at, say inept. Kindred words, not well suited for. For example, he could do nothing but twist his mustache, drink, and chatter the most inept nonsense that can possibly be imagined. Instead of not fair, say inequitable. Instead of powerless, weak, say inert. Kindred words, impotent, tenuous, precarious, feckless. For example, Jean Valjean remained inert beneath Javet's grasp, like a lion submitting to the claws of a lynx. Instead of never-ending, say inexhaustible. Kindred words, incessant, unremitting, abiding, imperishable. For example, Holmes, however, was always in training, for he had inexhaustible stores of nervous energy upon which to draw.